Good morning, esteemed delegates, respected seniors, and dear colleagues. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the first session of Day 1 of Patient Safety Conclave 2026 with the theme Understanding Errors in Healthcare and Building a Culture of Safety, organized by Era University, Lucknow in association with Academy of Health Professions Educators, AHPE. We are honored to be joined by a galaxy of distinguished dignitaries, academicians, researchers, and scholars who have graced this momentous occasion with their presence. So to start the proceedings, we now invite the organizing secretary of this conclave, Dr. R.K.𝐺𝐿 sir, Head Department of Neurology, Eras Lucknow Medical College, to give the opening remarks and brief about the objectives overview. Sir, please.
थैंक यू. गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीबॉडी. मुस्कुराइए कि आप लखनऊ में हैं और आप सबका स्वागत है. वी ऑल हैव assembled here to discuss the issue of the safety. I have been told all over, do not harm the patient. You do or you don't do, but at least you don't harm the patient. All these things we are going to discuss today and tomorrow. And with the blessings of our two seniors, Dr. 𝐒𝐚𝐴𝐺𝐬𝐺 and Dr. 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐿, if they give permission, we can start the proceeding of this conference. Thank you very much. So now we can start our proceeding. Please.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to tell about the two eminent chairpersons of the first talk of this conclave. First of all, Dr. D.C.S. Reddy sir. He is a distinguished Indian public health expert, medical academic and researcher known for his extensive contributions to epidemiology and national health policy. He served as a professor and head of the Department of Community Medicine at the Institute of Medical Sciences, Banaras Hindu University, BHU, where he spent many decades shaping public health education. He was a national professional officer for World Health Organization. His expertise spans clinical epidemiology, disease surveillance, and prevention of vertical transmission of infections. He has authored numerous peer-reviewed studies on HIV prevalence, drug resistance, and the impact of community-based health interventions. Sir, we are honored to have you. The second chairperson is our own Dr. Vaibhav Shukla. He is the head Department of Medicine, Eras Lucknow Medical College and Hospital. He is a fellow of the Royal College of Physicians, Edinburgh, fellow of Indian College of Physicians, a member of governing body UP-API from 2022 to 26, member governing body API Lucknow till 26, joint scientific secretary of RSSDI UPCon 2018. He is an executive member Indian Society for Atherosclerosis Research UP chapter. He is also the editor of ACP India 2018. Sir has received an award for the COVID Savior Award by ACP India chapter and Seva Shikhar Samman. He has several publications in journals of national and international repute. Thank you so much, sir, for coming and gracing the stage. So please introduce the speaker.
A very good morning to all of you and welcome to this Patient Safety Conclave. We'll begin the proceedings with the first who is Dr. Samiran Panda, and he'll be talking to us about genesis of patient safety. Dr. Panda is chairperson of the Research Advisory Committee STM and member of the ICMR Central Ethics Committee of Human Research. He is affiliated to the School of Tropical Medicine, Kolkata, and Indian Council of Medical Research. His achievements include creating a unique HIV stigma reduction model in rural West Bengal and was incorporated in a compilation published by the World Bank. He also is involved in clinical epidemiological research leading to intervention, development among people who inject drugs across different Indian states. He is the former Director General, Additional Director General of the ICMR, Director ICMR National Institute of Translational Virology and AIDS Research. He has received a lot of awards, the Fogarty International Fellowship from University of California, Fellow of the National Academy of Sciences India, ICMR Major General Sahib Singh Sokhe Award winner and recipient of the Sir Ronald Ross Memorial Oration Award. He has a number of publications to his credit, and his areas of research interest include implementation science, infectious disease investigations, clinical trials, community engagement. So we are really honored to have you, sir, and may I request you to kindly begin the proceedings for the day.
They will be operating? From there. Okay, all right, thank you. Okay. Good morning, very good morning to this conclave, which is of immense importance. I first of all thank Era University for inviting me to serve as, quoting Dr. Sucheta's terminology, as an opening batsman. So an opening batsman has an advantage and has a disadvantage as well. The disadvantage is you never know how the ball is going to play out to you. The advantage is that you do not come with any baggage. You just play as the ball comes. So thank you very much to the authorities, the Vice Chancellor and the Pro-Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sucheta Dandekar, and the other faculties and the organizers who have organized this very, very important topic-based conclave. I also thank eminent chairpersons, Dr. Professor DCS Reddy and Dr. Professor 𝐒𝐚𝐭𝐢𝐞𝐧𝐭 Shukla for chairing the session. Before I start, I always, on these kind of occasions, I always remember a journalist friend of mine who told me that never ever speak for or beyond 3 issues. Because where from she got these 3, I never know, but it has always worked. So in my presentation, I will focus on 3 domains and that's it. I asked her, of course, why do you restrict me to 3? I would love to talk. She says, yes, I know, but when you talk for or beyond 3 domains, nobody would listen to you. So I really want you to pay some attention to whatever I talk about, and I would keep my presentation restricted to 3 domains. The topic that was assigned, and of course there was a bit of a discussion, and I thought that there would be important, aspect to discuss about patient genesis. But then when I started developing my PowerPoint slide, I was thinking, is it something that we are discussing in 2026, or was it there all along? Whenever the patient-related, care, treatment was being dealt with by human civilization. And it appeared to me, okay, I'll do that, thank you. And then I thought that it was probably there all along. So what is the difference between that we are discussing today and what probably would have been there even hundreds and hundreds of years ago, because treatment is not happening just today. And then I thought it would be interesting to have a look at it. Probably that little screen is obstructing the photo that I had there. It's not a quiz session, but you can try your luck out there. There's a photo of a person, the passport size photo of a person. If you want to take a call on that, you can try that out. There is no prize announced for it. But then I will help you out. The clue is in the statement that is there. Did he receive 1799 standard of care? So someone related to 1799, no, the first president of US, George Washington. Give him a big hand first. But then why am I, talking about George Washington? And the question is quite relevant. You can imagine. The question is, did he receive the standard? Somebody is also playing with the key, so probably it should be one. And so if we ask ourselves this question, those days the standard of care would have three. For any illness, you try with medicines, and let me tell you, what did he get? Before his death, the final day, just 1 day ago, he had a sort of, in today's parlance, we'd call it common cold. He went out to visit his farm that he had, and he wanted to identify a few trees that he wanted to be cut. And then he came back. It was raining. It was a cold day. And he had even, the snowflakes on his body. And then he went straight to the dinner. And then the next day morning, he got up with the choked voice. And then the doctor said that, and his secretary said, "Sir, why don't you take this and that?" He said, no, the common cold comes and goes, so I have not taken anything, special. But the doctors realized that he was not up and about. But the next day, he also paid a little visit in the morning and came back. And then he had to go to bed. And the doctors tried three things. He was given an enema because the first thing, and the emetic. So those days, the standard of care was medicine and then knife. Knife meaning the bloodletting, and then fire. Fire means you have to create some kind of scalding. Then Spanish fly was put on the neck because he had, choked voice. And none actually helped, and he died after 1.5 days. But then, if we ask this question, if those were the three things one has to try for any kind of illness, medicines, and then knife is bloodletting, and actually about 1,300 milliliter of blood. Then you might ask, were you there? How do you know that specifically? But this particular illness of George Washington has fascinated human beings forever. And actually, very recently in the Clinical Infectious Disease Journal, they again went through the whole thing to realize what happened. A president of US with an illness like common cold expired at the age of 67. Something is not going right or proper. So medicine-wise, enema and emetics, and then knife-wise, the bloodletting, 1,300 milliliter of blood, and fire-wise, something which is irritant, so that Spanish fly was put on the neck because he was having the choked voice. Nothing helped, and he expired, and you can say that, yes, he did receive the standard of care. So everybody was trying the president to be all right, which was not to be the case. But then this whole analysis, again, just 4 years ago, is very recent, Clinical Infectious Disease, the last days of George Washington, and then they are saying, okay, what were the illnesses he went through? And you see, encircling with a red, while he was 57 years old and 59 years old, he had a large carbuncle of the left thigh, which gives an impression that he was a carrier of the Staphylococcus aureus. And then, in today's parlance, we would say either he had epiglottitis, and those were the pre-antibiotic era, so the doctors could not have done much because they did not have antibiotics, but they could have avoided the harm because Sir, in his opening remarks, said, don't do any harm. So in order to avoid harm, probably they could have avoided bloodletting. And then another differential diagnosis could have been retropharyngeal abscess. And then how do you diagnose that? You do the inspection, and there was detailed description of what happened with George Washington, but there was no clinical examination. So now I'm differentiating two things. One is the willingness to do well-being, to the person who is suffering. And the other is the patient safety. So patient safety and patient well-being needs to be differentiated carefully, because nobody would say that the president of US and nobody wanted him to be all right. Everybody wanted, and the doctors included, and his secretary, of course. But that was not suffice. So the point I am trying to make is that patient safety needs to be considered as a new branch of science, which is different from our willingness to make the patient better, the patient well-being. So here, today's conclave is very, very important, and worldwide there is an attention and discussion. We'll go into that. And its birth, that's the topic, the genesis of patient safety, so the birth of it, and the growth, a little bit of growth. I will touch upon it. Now, this is a medical college, and the university is very well known, and in the different branches and the streams of medicine, we generally go to the journals, because the findings or the research or the suggestions for treatment, they move from one journal to the another. But if we really want to do justice or try to have understanding, because I will draw your attention to the title of this conclave, which very aptly says, Understanding Errors in Healthcare and Building a Culture of Safety. So understanding errors, so this understanding requires us to realize that all the patient safety related findings, issues, or the ideas do not necessarily or are not necessarily restricted in journals. So if you follow the arrow, upwardly moving arrow, which is growing, which is an indication that it's growing, it's not done, yes, done and dusted, we cannot say that. So there are tabloid stories from where one can learn things. Investigations into the tragic accidents do not necessarily go into the medical journals. And then the thought leadership, that also you cannot find in a medical journal. And then, of course, ideas and experiments, some of which get published in the journals. So what I'm trying to say is that in order to have an understanding about the patient safety, we need to sort of look into different resources rather than the typical medical journal. That's my point. And so we need to realize that in order to have an understanding, we need to be wide-based in terms of the sources that we look into. And then we have to also realize that it's not a branch of science which is done and dusted. It's still stumbling and hesitating. And why so? We'll try to say that. Now, this particular slide, you might say that this man has gone out of his mind, because generally we do not get to see these kind of slides. It's an empty space. It says footsteps, and there are probably a few footsteps. What is there? So I want to highlight that there was existing patient care, which is still there, even true for today. And then everybody follows. So you can see that little trail which is fading, but some of the footsteps sort of denied or did not agree to go with the rest. They sort of went into a different direction, 2 or 3 or 4, a few. And while they did that, some of the individuals who questioned the dogma, the central dogma, then not all of them had a fantastic life, let me tell you. And there will be examples. And many of them were isolated. I'm talking about the doctors, nurses, healthcare workers. So the doctors were isolated, ostracized, and even outcast. We'll see what is it. So this particular slide actually does not have the empty space and the footsteps, but a few examples as well. So on running a hospital, 1863, so if you ask Genesis, we are talking about Genesis, when did it all start? 17th century, and then that was Florence Nightingale, the nurse, who had a fantastic eye for beautiful graphical presentation of the statistics, but that's not published in a journal. So that book is available. If you cannot, you can even go to the Internet archive. But here on the right-hand side, you are seeing Codman. Codman was an orthopedic surgeon. And he was from an elite family in Boston. But then the life he ended with was an outcast. Nobody liked him. Although he his colleagues said, oh, you are doing great. You looked into the data, the hospital records, in order to figure out if you follow up the patients that you yourself are treating. That's what he was appealing to his colleagues, that you need to see what is the long-term effect. And you see 123 out of 337, those figures which are there, that's his patients. So he treated 337 patients and realized that 123 out of them actually had some kind of errors while getting treated. So he was, in that sense, very open-minded and flexible, and he called to arms for action. On the left-hand side, this is a Harvard medical malpractice study which talked about the prevalence study, prevalence of medical errors. And it was amongst 30,000 patients, 1,133. So it is probably around, 3%. That was the first finding. And you will know that it was from the medical archive. So if you go back in the records and try figure out that the patients that you have treated in your hospitals, how many had errors. And you always know that it has its drawback, because you are looking into the old records, so you can only analyze what has been recorded. And the physicians and the healthcare workers are notorious underreporters. Sorry, saying this, I belong to the same fraternity, but that's the case. So then you can always figure out that 3% or 3.7% is an underestimate. Okay, because it's based on the medical archive-based analysis. And then on the right-hand side, you are looking into the technology and patient safety, which happened in 1998. But I'm not saying that that is the time when patient safety got generated. So that time, people were thinking, is it a good idea to have a baby? Let me say in that parlance. Like, thinking conceptually, probably it's not a bad idea to have a baby named patient safety. So that's the time when it was being conceived in the thought processes. And then you see I have deliberately marked these in red, because that is the time. I mean, you can have a difference in opinion. You might say, no, sir, I do not agree, which is absolutely fine. But 2000 and 2001 is the time when patient safety started building as a branch of science. And why so, I will talk about it, and particularly the models for understanding error. Because earlier I talked about the Harvard medical malpractice study, which is about prevalence of the errors. But knowing prevalence or the frequency of errors in a hospital or in a care setting does not necessarily help us understand. You remember this particular conclave is about understanding. So it is not just measuring the frequency of the errors, but understanding why the error is happening is so very important. And that's why that particular paper is so very important. And that paper got published. I will talk about it in a short while. And then many things started happening in different countries. So I think 2000 and 2001 can be seen as the year of birth of this particular branch of medicine, which is patient safety. This is my most favorite, because when I was having a talk with Dr. Sucheta Dandekar, and she was very patient and she was very tolerant to me, because when I speak over phone, I'm excited with the idea, and she says, yeah, Swiss cheese sounds interesting. And so have it there in your presentation. But this particular model, before I go to explain a bit about it, James Reason was a psychologist. He was practicing in Manchester, and his field was railways and aviation. Nothing to do with medicine. But later on, he published it under it's not an original research. I'm from ICMR, not only ICMR, CSIR, DBT, DST, all are, very fascinated about publishing something in the journal and making a name and a fame, and of course you get promoted. But James Reason's paper appeared in the British Medical Journal, not under the head of original research. It was education and debate. That was the section, and he published it. And you won't believe, as we are speaking today, it got cited 10,000 times, more than 10,000 times, but I'm just giving a ballpark figure. So what is that 2.5-page paper? And of course, you do not need to have pages and pages written, because it reminds me of, that's my bad habit. Immediately it came to my mind that the DNA structure which got published, discovered first of all by Watson and Crick, that got published in the paper in a small 1.5 page. And there were 5 references which got them Nobel Prize. Okay? So we can always try write less but write meaningful. So James Reason wrote this. His logic was the traditional approach is person approach, but it is necessary to go to system approach. So how does he differentiate person approach versus system approach? And the beautiful thing that he wrote is, it is so satisfying emotionally to blame someone for an error. You see, we do it on a daily basis. If something goes wrong, and if we find somebody who can be held responsible, be it a cup getting broken in the kitchen, or in the office, a file getting missed out, or a fault or error happening in the patient care. If we find someone whom we can hold responsible, emotionally satisfying, because you have found the person, the culprit. His forgetfulness, his inattention, his lack of skill, his, her. You need a person. That's person approach. In medical error also, in the patient safety related issues also, it becomes very emotionally satisfying if you can put your blame on someone. But James Reason is saying that system approach says, no. The errors is not the cause, but a consequence of the system where the person is working. So he's focusing on the context. So each one of us works within a context. There is a pressure, there is a lack of availability of quality instruments maybe, or maybe wrong labeling of the medicines, or maybe the way it is being saved in the ward, etc. So this is the fundamental approach, and I will explain what is this. So he is saying in any high-risk industry or sector, for example, aviation or railways, you have multiple layers of defenses. And those defenses are supposed to avert risk. But he's saying that in real-life setting, they are not like totally 100% safe defense. It's more or less like Swiss cheese. Swiss cheese slices have the holes. And even if some trajectory passes one hole, then it will get hit by the solid piece of another slice. Okay? But sometimes it so happens that the holes get aligned and you have a risk trajectory going and hitting, and the error happens. So those holes, again, are not fixed. They are opening, they are shorting, they are even shifting their positions in real-life setting. So he is saying that if it is like the Swiss cheese model, and we understand that the holes are of two types. One is the active failure, that you have a defense layer and there are some active failures. So active failures are related to the persons who are dealing with the patient care, or the anesthetist, or the nurse. Okay, that's they call it sharp edge or the low stream. But then there are again some latent failures. Latent failures are upstream, the system-related issues. So if we address the system-related issues, the context gets changed. So even if there are active failures happening, because there is an acceptance, human beings are fallible. I mean, you are not perfect. None of us is perfect. But that we will make mistakes. But if the system has things in place, then even if there is a trajectory or there is a risk that won't hit, and the final hazards would be diverted. You see, the red arrow on the left-hand side, the red straight line actually got obstacled, by a layer. But here is the situation where all the holes are getting lined up, so the arrow goes and hits, so the risk happens, which could have been avoided if we would have thought through in terms of not only the personal attributes of the issues like forgetfulness, inattention, inefficiency, etc., but do the system in such a manner that it could have been avoided. Now you must be thinking, I'm sure, that this is a crazy man. We are discussing serious issue of patient care. He did talk about Swiss cheese model. Probably all of you understood that, okay, it's not about food, although Swiss cheese is a very delicious thing. I love cheese. But what a fighter, bomber plane is doing in this discussion. I'm sure you are all thinking that, okay, we have got a wrong person on this podium. So blame Dr. Sucheta Dandekar, not me, because she was the key person. And Professor Abbas Ali Mahdi, who met me last night, and I enjoyed the conversation at the time that we had together. Now, this man is Abraham Wald. Some of you who have interest in epidemiology and statistics, you will realize that there is the term confidence interval for any proportion, and Wald actually developed a modified Wald technique to create that confidence interval, but forget about it. He was a Hungarian mathematician who was not treated well in Austria those days, and that's why he did not get a position. He was a mathematician, but he did not get a position in the mathematics. But somebody realized his talent and said, no, there is an economics department position in the economics department. Why don't you be there? Now, coming to this whole bombers, during the Second World War, forget about the confidence interval and the Wald's method. I knew about Wald from that. People said, and by then, he was in the US, because he was a Jew, and then there was, ostracization against them. So he was with the Columbia University. And he was said, sir, you are a mathematician, you do statistics also, so our fighter planes are coming back, but many of them are not coming back. So you just have a look at the damaged part. So these red dots indicate the bomber plane which is coming back and where they were hit. And they wanted to protect the bomber planes, and you cannot protect the whole plane, aeroplane, then it won't fly. It would be so heavy. If you cover it with the protective layers, then it cannot fly. So they said that you guide us where we should create the protections, okay? And everybody looked into the distribution of the damaged part. He said, we have something seriously wrong with our thinking. Everybody said, what is it? He said, those are the serious damages happened. But despite the damages, the flights, the aircrafts came back, no? Everybody said, yes. He said, so it's okay. He said, okay meaning so many, hits the flights had. He said, no, it's okay. Those who did not come back, we should think about them. Then they thought there is a meaning to it. But how do we know that where those flights which did not come back got hit? Why I'm discussing this? This is the aviation sector I'm discussing. And I'm talking about the safety, right? And then he is saying that the term, if you are familiar, this is called survivorship bias. So survivor is this aircraft is a survivor. Although it got hit, it came back. So if I base my decision, he's a great discoverer of decision theory. So if I base my decision on the survived flight, I will be seriously mistaken. So we should think of where those flights got hit, which did not allow them to come back. And you see, this is an aviation sector. So the point I'm trying to say is that in the patient safety field, which is medicine, it actually drew upon the system-based thinking from high-risk system like aviation, like nuclear weapon-carrying ships. So that's the point which came actually directly from the work of James Reason, the psychologist. I was talking about the person approach and the system approach. Now you might think, okay, so far so good, that is the photo, but you see from 1902 to 1950, so he died. And then why am I having a tourist spot here? Those who are from South India, I know that Dr. DCS Reddy would immediately look at the slide with due attention, although I am not sure whether he is able to see the picture very well. But this is from somewhere in South India. Do you want to take a guess? Where is it? It's in Nilgiri Hills, northern part of Nilgiri Hills. What northern part of Nilgiri Hills has got to do with this discussion that we are having? Be it patient safety or be it Abraham Wald. Actually, he was in an extensive statistical lecture tour, and then he came to the Calcutta Indian Statistical Institute, and then he was supposed to join the Indian Science Congress in Bengaluru. We call it Bengaluru these days. Those days they would call it Bangalore. But this is Rangaswamy Pillar in the Nilgiri Hills, the northern pillar, where his flight, he was with his wife, it got hit. Why did I have it here? Because the man who worked so much with the flights, he actually died in a Air India. This was an Air India flight which crashed. And then what he did not take into account was in his calculation. So he of course had the distribution, but he did not have this factor into his account. A pilot who can survive 3, attacks, his chance of surviving is much more. He did not take this into account. Why I am discussing this in the patient safety? Because it is not the obvious that comes to our mind, but we have to also think of the human factors. Here it is pilot, and let us also keep this into consideration. So the point I'm trying to make is that we know around 2000, 2001, the patient safety grew as a branch of science, which not only drew from medicine, but also from the high-risk industries like aviation and railways, etc. And the statisticians contributed to that, but that was not the end of the story. So then came all these coming out, the reports, fantastic reports, like an organization with a memory that was in the UK, and the Toft report, where a little boy who was suffering from leukemia was injected vincristine in the spinal fluid, and he died. And there was a Toft report, and Toft was not a medical person. So the point I'm trying to say is that doctors were not happy, the nurses were not happy, the healthcare workers were not happy, that why this man who does not belong to our fraternity is being invited to create this report about the death of Wen Jawat, was the name of the child, to investigate this. But he came with these findings that there were 40 vulnerable points which could have prevented the death of that little child who was suffering from leukemia, Wen Jawat. But each one was missed out. So the point I'm trying to say is that there are, you remember the Swiss slices? So here there were holes, but all the 40 holes sort of got aligned. So if we do not have a system in place, so looking into the person on do, it will be emotionally satisfying. You will have somebody. You will have the managers going scot-free or the system going scot-free, but that's not the purpose. The purpose is to keep the patient safe. So if we need to do that, we need to see that, okay, what is the situation where the holes can get aligned so that the risk trajectory can actually lead to the risk happening or occurring. This is a book, my mother used to call always, because I used to make so much of mistakes, and she would say, don't worry, to err is human. But at that time, I did not know that there was even a report. This is from the Institute of Medicine, IOAM, from United States, and from London, it was the organization with the memory. So all these started coming out after 2000 and 2001. So that's why I'm making this case, when was it born as a branch of science? So the changes that happened after these reports came out, that accreditation standards became stricter, and the states now require, the serious medical errors to be reported. And the Medicare will no longer pay, for some of the complications or the outcomes in the hospital if things have not been done the way it should have been done system-wise. It is not to identify a person. So I'm repeatedly saying it's not about a person approach, it's a system approach. Because there's a fantastic saying that we cannot change the human condition. Like whatever is happening in my mind, and we cannot change the human conditions, but probably we can change the conditions in which humans work. Look, the difference between the person approach and the system approach. We cannot change the human conditions because the thinking, we are fallible, we are not God, okay? We are not perfect, but we can change the conditions in which human beings work. So now you might say that, okay, all these examples are from the other countries, but this is just an example. The purpose is not to read, but this is, if you are interested, you can have September 2019, because that is the time when the World Patient Safety Day was announced, 17th of September 2019. That's an editorial in the Indian Journal of Medical Research, not because I was editor-in-chief of that journal. I'm not saying that. But this is a good summary. And there is another article, the National Medical Journal of India 2014. So it is not, if you see, just look at the years from 2005 to 2019, there have been a whole lot of steps organizationally. But will that suffice? My answer is no. So basically I have dealt with the definition of the branch of science, when did it got born, and then what have been the activities in terms of the reports and the shift from the person approach to the system approach. And in India, many things have happened. But then have we been able to achieve what we are supposed to achieve? Because one of the initiatives is National Health System Resource Center under the Ministry of Health and Family Affairs. Those are all fine. But then what is lacking? Let us discuss this. So now I have come to the almost end of my lecture, which is attaining maturity. You can have a baby born, but the baby needs to mature. How far has it matured? Because particularly women who are present here, they say, okay, we listened enough to you, but we give birth to babies now. So tell us, how old is the baby now? Because mothers are always interested about the growth of a baby. How are they doing? Are they running or just walking? So it's 20, 25 years old. So it's not yet matured. How is it trying to, reach that maturity? I always go by, my journalist was a lady, right? And she told me not to talk beyond how many domains? Somebody showed me the hand. So people are actually attentively listening to me. I'm amazed. Thank you. So I got, influenced by 3. So I thought that there are 3 layers of vulnerability. One is at the center, that's about the individual and the family. The next circle is about the physicians, clinics, or the hospitals. But the last one is about the macro-social factors. And I will end with the macro-social factors, again stories, because I love telling stories. I try to write one, but nobody is interested in publishing or listening to my stories, except Dr. D.C.S. Reddy. So the maturity is being attained by looking into multiple factors like not only patients, but care providers, their families, and the policymakers. So the engagement of all of them. So it is not about just one-on-one relationship. It's not about the treatment provider and the treatment receiver, but it's the context in which this is happening. And the interventions or the engagement need to happen at all these layers. Then we can say that the maturity has happened to this newly born. So in order to attain that maturity, you need tools. This is just an example of a tool, like 5 points or moments for medication safety. I'm sure that in other sessions, you will get to listen more about it. And in each of these 5 points, you can ask 5 questions. And physicians need to help sometimes for some of the points for the patient to fill it in. But this is a tool. But the culture that is required is about reporting. And the culture should not come with, okay, I have to find out who is the culprit. There is not one individual who is a culprit. It cannot be a nurse. It cannot be a physician. It cannot be one ward boy. No, the whole purpose is not that. It's about of culture of analyzing an incident, an event. Otherwise, we'll never know until and unless we fall on the edge and we get hurt. By we, I mean the patients get hurt. So if there is an error happening, if there is a treatment-related accident happening, we need to be able to, or we should be open to the idea of analyzing the incident and the event. Otherwise, we'll never go to the solution. I have come to the last but one slide, I guess, to my presentation. Now, these newspaper clippings are from December 2025. I want you to have a look at it. 2 of them are from Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh. One is from UP, and another is from Delhi. No way this is representative of India. But that time, I was thinking how to develop my presentation. And on the left-hand side, the maroon color background. Of course, you might have a difference of opinion, because Dr. Nilima Shivsagar told me very clearly that men and women differ in terms of description of colors, okay? So I'm just saying maroon. You choose your, the code for the color. Anyway, going to the topic, there was this cough syrup, sulfanilamide, which killed more than 100 people and that was happening because the solvent which was used was diethylene glycol. And that was in 1937, following which there was this FDA regulations finalized 1938, because the old one was really not working. And today we are seeing, look at the newspaper reporting on the left lower, that's Bhopal, and that's related to cough syrup. So here we are talking about the macro-social, the outermost layer. If things do not happen at the outermost layer, the macro-social environment, things really won't go well in terms of identifying a person against a particular error. So then we are sort of putting blinkers around the problem. That is not going to give us or lead us to any solution. And you have multiple, you can read them. I am not going to read them all. So the point I'm trying to make is that it is so very important to ensure that things go well at the population level. So at the end, what I want to say, this lady is a great lady, died at the age of 101, age of 101. And she was inducted. I mean, that photo that you are seeing is in the Hall of Fame. She was 87. Her name was Frances, Oldham, Kathleen Kelsey. While she was doing her study in pharmacology with Gehling was actually a man. He got the application. The name was Francis, C-E-S. But Gehling did not know all these. A simple man, he thought, okay, this candidate is a boy or a man or a young adult. So he got him. He thought him in. And he saw the lady standing in front. He said, oh, okay, you're a lady? She said, yeah, I'm Francis. So Gehling was not familiar with the convention that if you write F-R-A-N-C-I-S, you're a male, and Frances is a woman. But then, you see, Gehling was the person who was involved with sulfanilamide catastrophe. That FDA regulation creation was done from the sulfanilamide. And look at the, what do you call it? You are absolutely right. So the torch bearer, you see, if you have a culture, Kelsey actually discovered, and she stopped the permission given to thalidomide because she was doubtful about the data which was submitted to the FDA for approval for thalidomide. And then there was this article, and she attached this. And there was a funny rule, Don't think that only India has bureaucracy. So in FDA, you can hold on to an application for approval for 60 days. So Kelsey, this lady, at every 60 days interval, she would ask for data, which she would never receive. In between, this got published in the BMJ. She attached to it. And finally, the company had to withdraw their application for approval. Excellent lady, and for her only, for her initiatives and efforts, many children were not born in US with the deformed, limbs, hands and legs. So thank you very much for your attention. The color is very important. This color signifies, the World Patient Safety Day, which is September 17. It's a reminder for us to think through. But every Patient Safety Day is with diagnosis or treatment. But it's not just one issue or another. We have to think in totality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Panda, for that excellent, captivating presentation. And I think as an opening batsman, you played like our star opener, Abhishek Sharma, and you have set the platform for the other coming in batsmen to build up a very good innings.
Thank you.
And I think you have very clearly brought about the genesis of patient safety and the analogies which you drew with the Swiss cheese and the aviator models. I think they are really helpful in understanding, and particularly the idea that instead of targeting an individual, understanding that it is a systematic error, and how we can work to alleviate that. So I think a very good presentation, and I'd ask my co-chair, Dr. Reddy, to kindly give his comments as well.
Well, thank you, Samiran. As usual, you go into the depths of everything whenever you are asked to deal with something. Basically, as you rightly pointed out, the attention to patient safety is not yesterday's. It started actually way back, as you pointed out, though not recognized in this form. Florence Nightingale's initiatives and the outcomes were identified as something that by doing something, you can ensure patient safety. That's where it starts, right? But once again, as you said, it was what you call, I shall use another word, anecdotes kind of thing over a period of time, and mostly pointed towards individual rather than looking at it as a systems-based thing. And as you said, the report you talked about in 2001, what is Institute of Medicine, you said, no? That report brings out actually the problem in a higher this thing. And even before that, you said that people started looking at using your Swiss cheese model and aeronautical experiments, aeronautical management systems by hiring the ideas from those places. They started looking and analyzing these things. And they started seeing clearly the problems are not totally individual-oriented, but mostly system-oriented. And when you approach the thing as a systems approach, your chances of success are also better. This is what I understood from, because I had some limitations. I could not see your slides and could not hear you also. The position I am in here, actually. Right. So this is what I understood from what you said. So your suggestion was. And further, the next thing is, there was a wider and global awareness and initiative, including India. India is one of the fourth country to join this group. And there is a global attention to this problem. And there are so many initiatives you are talking about. Probably some of them started independent of this, but they are all coming under the same umbrella of patient safety. That's what I understood, right? And today, the final thing you said is, it's not only even for the systems approach, you have to delineate the factors into individual factors and physician-related factors and social factors also is another layer, which when you are handling these things, you have to take into consideration all these things, right? I hope I got everything, but I have definitely missed several of your slides. But from what I heard, you have done an excellent job, and I congratulate you for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any comments from the audience? No? So we'll close this session, and I hand it over to Dr. Shiraz.
We don't invite
Keynote address.
that's what I understood.
Thank you so much,
That's
sir.
why I said comments.
With heartfelt gratitude, we now present mementos to our distinguished chairpersons and speakers as a token of appreciation for their meaningful contribution to this event. For this, I am truly honored, and I request the lead man of India, Professor Dr. 𝐶𝐈𝐕𝐄 Venkatesh sir, to please present a memento to the chairpersons of this session, Dr. DCS Reddy sir, and first of all to Dr. DCS Reddy sir. Sir, please come. Yeah, they are coming. Come. Sir, please wait. Now I request Professor Dr. Vaibhav Shukla sir to please come and receive the memento. Thank you, sir. Now I request both the chairpersons, Dr. DCS Reddy sir and Dr. Vaibhav Shukla, to please present a memento to the speaker, Dr. Samiran Panda. सर इधर आ जाए. Thank you, everyone. Now I would like to brief about the two honorable chairpersons of the next talk of this session. First of all, Professor Dr. 𝐂𝐨𝐧𝐜𝐿 Prasad. He is working as Director Medical Education and Professor Department of Pulmonary Medicine, 𝐒𝐴RA's Lucknow Medical College and Hospital, 𝐒RA University, Lucknow. Sir is an Emeritus Professor, National Academy of Medical Sciences, India. Also an Emeritus Professor of Indian Medical Association. He is Vice Chairman of National Task Force, NTEP, India. He is Convener, State Chapter, Uttar Pradesh, National Academy of Medical Sciences, India.
Good morning, everyone. I take this opportunity to salute and celebrate Padma Shri awardee, respected Padma Shri Professor 𝐒𝐴𝐧𝐿 Prasad Sahab. This year he has received that honor, and I feel very proud and privileged to introduce. I'm sure all of you must be knowing him, but this is a time for the 𝐒RA family to celebrate this prestigious award. Namaskar, sir, and a very good morning to all of you. Shiraz, you must continue, and you should have started with Padma Shri. Because once somebody is getting a Padma Shri, is always being referred like this, Padma Shri Dr. So.
Thank you.
We are teachers. Cannot.
So, thank you, ma'am, for introducing Padma Shri Professor Dr. 𝐒𝐴𝐧𝐿 Prasad, sir. Just to continue, I would like to brief that he is convener of State Chapter, Uttar Pradesh, National Academy of Medical Sciences, India. He is a former director of Vallabhbhai Patel Chest Institute, University of Delhi, and director of UP Rural Institute of Medical Sciences and Research, FI. I know, sir, it's a really long list of your achievements and awards, and it's worth mentioning that sir has published numerous papers in journals of national and international repute. Sir, we are truly honored to have you. Please grace the stage. The second chairperson is Professor Dr. Sucheta Prakash Dandekar. She is professor in Department of Biochemistry and Medical Education, 𝐒𝐴RA's Lucknow Medical College and Hospital, 𝐒RA University, Lucknow. Ma'am is the President of Academy of Health Professions Educator, AHPE. She is a recipient of many awards, including the Best Teacher Award by the Maharashtra University of Health Sciences. She received Dr. Rita Sood Memorial Oration and the Lifetime Achievement Award 2024, an International Fellowship in Medical Education, Masters in Health Profession Education from Kiel University, United Kingdom. She has UK Global Faculty and Project Advisor at the International Famer Institute, Philadelphia, USA. She has published more than 120 papers. Ma'am, we are truly privileged to have you as a chairperson. Over to you, ma'am.
So, good morning. After listening a very fascinating lecture by Dr. Samiran Panda, now we are moving ahead. Before I move ahead, I must thank Madam Farjana and entire audience sitting here for giving best wishes for my Padma Shri Award this year. Really, it was award of, I say, all of you, especially 𝐒RA Medical College. I got 2 awards when I entered in Era in 2015 after my superannuation from Patel Chess Institute as a director in 2015. Since then I am working in this institute, and I believe, personally I believe it is good luck of Era and for me also that I got both the awards, national awards rather. I got BC Rai National Award in 2016 when I just joined Era in 2015, and 10 years after, 26, I got Padma Shri. So thank you all very much for your best wishes. Now the second lecture is in this patient safety conclave is understanding the medical errors, the fundamentals. And to speak this, we have a great speaker, Dr. Avinash Supe. He is a professor emeritus, GI surgery in GSMC and KEM Hospital, Mumbai. And he will be really speaking, medical errors are very common, as you know, all of you know. And if you see quote some data, it is the second most common cause of death in USA. A country like USA, you can believe. So what will be happening here? Nobody exactly knows, but there are a lot of errors, and to deal about all this, Dr. Supe will be dealing with this. And if I have to introduce Supe, he is a professor emeritus in GI surgery at KEM Mumbai. Key position he has held as member PG recognition PG recognition committee. You can read. And he is also a BC Rai National Awardee and awarded Mumbai Bhushan in 2020 and awarded with more than 73 awards at national and international level. And he has published, he's a very well published, around 350 publications, about 10 books and 24 booklets. And his area of research, as you know that, he has been surgical gastroenterology and pancreobiliary surgery. Dr. Supe, I must say that Dr. 𝐂𝐚𝐭𝐲𝐬, I was sitting around her. We met Dr. 𝐂𝐚𝐭𝐲𝐬 in many of the ICMR meetings in those days. And he said that you lost weight. So I lost weight because of your specialty. I had, when I was in a Patel Chess, I developed first time the acute pancreatitis. Although since then it is recurring, but I'm okay, and so I have a very fascination from your specialty, I must say, because I myself has suffered a recurrent attacks of, let me say, without taking a drop of alcohol in my whole life. People say that in my batchmates usually used to say me, मैं हिंदी में बोल दूं, मैं कहता रहा कि थोड़ा सा पी लो, लेकिन तुमने पिया नहीं, फिर भी you have suffered from. So that is for Supe to study that how the recurrent pancreatitis. With these few words, I invite you, sir. Please go ahead with your lecture.
Thank you so much for that generous introduction, and I wish you a very healthy further life and no more attacks of acute pancreatitis. I think thank you so much for inviting me here, Vardhan and the whole team. It's a pleasure to be here. I have to give an overview of the errors which happen in the medical field, and I think after that wonderful talk of genesis by Dr. Panda, I think I'm going to really take you and give you an overview. I'm sure there are multiple speakers who are going to talk on each of these errors, but I would like to give an overview. Can I have my slides, please? Sure. I think the topic says understanding medical errors, and I think, as rightly said by Mr. Panda, I think Dr. Panda, the errors really started realizing in last 25 years, and I think to err is a human. He showed that book, and I think everybody knows this book which was published. Could I give? Hello, can you hear me now? Yes, sir. Fine, sure. But we must remember, in medicine it can harm, and therefore we cannot take these errors very simply. So what I'm really going to do is I'm going to talk about epidemiology, what are the various types of errors, what are the causes and harm which causes, prevention strategies and way forward. Now if you really look at the world statistics, around 1 in every 10 patients, I think he showed the figure of 3%, but I think all over the world the figures are very high. But they are not reported. And this is a WHO report, and it's a 4 in 100 people die of unsafe care. If you look at the US statistics, is the 3rd leading cause of death. And this is something which is huge numbers. More than 2 lakh deaths occur per year due to the medical errors. And harm at 1.5 million people yearly. Imagine the scope of this, but we don't talk about it so much. In India, statistics is exact data is not available. There are some papers available, but it is not so easily available. But it is said that approximate 5.2 million injuries annually, maybe of variability from very mild to major, but we are mostly unreported, and the problem is still not very clearly discussed. N number of books have been published on medical errors. Lot of papers about reduction and prevention over last 25-30 years, maybe more than that, have been published in the literature. But in spite of that, this is one topic which maybe physicians don't want to discuss openly, especially that culture is not there. I think one of the person who made a lot of impact, it was Dr. Atul Gawande. And I think he started with these 4 books, Complications, Better, The Checklist Manifesto, and Being Mortal. I think he really brought the change into understanding of people. And I remember in 2003, he wrote a mail to me, Dr. Suppe, I would like to come and work with you. At that time, I never knew he is such a great writer. He worked in my ward for 15 days. We had so much of discussion. And at the end, when he was going, he gave me this book. And I must tell you, this book was an eye-opener for everyone. And I think the way he really discussed at the end how the errors happen and how we can really do it. And then he came out with a lot of publications on Dispatch from India. And I think you should really see and read his thoughts. But after that, many people started talking about errors and openly discussing errors. Now, if you really look at the definition, it is failure to complete an intended plan of action or implementation of a wrong plan to achieve the intended outcome. You know, this is a very simple definition. This is from up to date. If you look at the WHO Safety 2023, it is said that common adverse events that may result in unavoidable patient harms are so many. Medical errors, unsafe surgical practices, diagnostic errors, patient errors, unsafe blood transfusions, and thromboembolisms include everything. And over a period of time, WHO started this decade of patient safety. And I'm sure all of us in our hospitals celebrate now 17 September as a World Health Day. And in fact, we have a lot of global patient safety action. So this conference is so relevant today in the world of medicine. Having said that, let's begin with errors. Errors can be errors of commission. Wrong label or a cautery injury, it's an error of commission. But there could be some errors of omission which do happen in the hospital. Not strapping a patient to wheelchair and patient falls is an error of omission, but it can cause a very severe error of omission. Active errors like specific events like operating a wrong eye, or latent errors. I think Dr. Panda talked about latent errors, accidents waiting to happen, faulty ventilator machine, clinician's failure to check device before use. All these are latent errors, and these can happen. You know, once in a while they happen. And there are different kind of adverse events. Negligent adverse event, near-miss events. You know, we have to really see near-miss events. Potentially compensable event, you know, disability or prolonged hospitalization, never event, and noxious episodes.
Sometimes I think sending unsafe patient for an MRI. Now, what are the common errors? We'll go one by one. And we'll see what is the scope of these errors. One is diagnostic errors. Please understand diagnostic errors are the very important errors because the patient really suffers. He gets through tons of investigations without getting proper treatment. Misdiagnosis or delayed diagnosis. Many times I've seen people missing cancers, tuberculosis, which are so common diseases, and patients being treated for something else. Diagnostic errors are quite significant concerns. Because of the delayed, wrong or misdiagnosis entirely lead to delayed treatment and inappropriate treatment. And I'm sure medicine is complex disease. As a clinician, when you're working in patients, and especially in a OPD, when you're seeing 250 patients every day in a public hospital, these errors do happen. And I'm sure with all kinds of people, with residents, I think delay in diagnosis does occur. And the most important, if you really go through, there are so many biases we do. If you go through any GM paper, there are about 50 biases clinicians go through. Confirmation bias, availability bias, time pressures, insufficient information, inadequate diagnostic tools, all these go through. And the wrong diagnosis, you are consulted for a painless lump for 2 months in a left breast, and the report comes like FNAC. And patient underwent mastectomy, and then the report comes as a fibrocystic disease. The amount of damage you have caused is so much, which cannot be reversed. But this was based on an FNAC. Now, these are actual examples where court has been held guilty. And therefore, we have to really understand that there are so many diagnostic errors, like account to 28.6% of all claims. This is from Annals of Internal Medicine. So this is a huge amount of area of diagnostic errors, and which we have to really see. The second errors are medication errors. I'm sure Dr. Kshirshagar will talk much more about it, but I'll just give you a brief about it. I think, so many years I was a surgeon for many years, and then I remember in 2000, Madam opened a department called pharmacovigilance when she came dean, and then she started auditing our prescriptions, and then we realized what mistakes were making in the prescriptions. I remember overrating of ranitidine, panitin, wrong spellings, so many things. And now for last 7 years, I am a director of clinical governance for a big corporate tertiary hospital, and I realize how many errors are made and how do you really control them. So medication errors are very common. Mistakes in prescribing, dispensing, some of them can be harmful, but though fortunately the incidence of harmful are less. Of course, illegible handwriting, doctors are very well known for this. Miscommunication between healthcare providers and lack of pharmacological knowledge. With so many 60,000-70,000 drugs, the doctor finds himself, and sometimes, it's the ego of doctors, they don't want to really look at a computer or mobile before they prescribe the dose. And how old you are, and if you're not sure of the dose, it's worth going to a computer and look at the dose and write a perfect dose for the patient. You would avoid many errors. A systematic review, if you really look at it, 7.9% of medication errors are there, approximately 1% of those errors resulting in patient harm. No, this was a review which came. I did not find much of Indian data, but this came as a systematic review, and it says epidemiology of the medication errors in Indian hospitals. They also did not find a lot of data, but this was fairly recent in October 2025. And what did they say? A total of 40 studies they included. 31 studies rated as moderate, and they signed medical errors of 26%, and some were severe, and about 8.9% required monitoring, and only 0.1% to 1.2% MEs caused prolonged hospitalization. But remember, these are something which are published or available. We really don't know what are not published, what are not recorded. So this is what is available data in the country. So there are various kinds of error. Prescriptive error, transcription error, I'm not sure, I'm not going to go in details of that. But what is more important is which caused harm. There may be many actions, error, but which reach to the patient. From potential error to errors with ADR, how many reach, and that's what we need to really look at this. So there are various categories from A to I, from circumstances warranting to investigations to death. And what are the various kinds of things? We have to really stop these errors at every level. There has to be a system in this place. The third error, which is not much talked about, is medical device and instrumentation error. I think we are bombarded as a surgeon with a I mean, transplant surgeon and all these hepatic surgeons, we are bombarded with so many kind of technologies every day. And every day I get a new technology, and I have to be master of that technology when I'm using that patient. Now, this is where I feel the instrumentation errors do cause. I've seen workshops where people use staplers and the vessels have opened and patient has bled. And it's a minimal access surgery. It takes about 20 minutes before you go down, an amount of damage which is caused only by the instrumentation error. Cautery burns, some of the unintended actions of device failures, poor design, unclear instructions, software glitches, technical malfunctions, operator mistakes, human element which is important. Imagine ultimately the instrumentation errors is a very important thing for all of us. Now, if you really see, it's a design flaws, misinterpretation of the information and incorrect connections many times, and workflow issues. MRI deaths have known, it's not only the first MRI death was reported in 2001 in New York, but even in Mumbai also, late up to 2018, Tata Hospital, our TN National, we have seen MRI deaths. That means the patient being sucked. And this is all because of the patient harm is caused only because of the negligence. The more important are surgical errors, flawed procedures and inadequate post-operative care. Devastating consequences ranging from prolonged recovery to permanent disability to death. Imagine, forget about surgeon's psychology, how he gets devastated, but the patient really suffers. Operated on a wrong side surgeries, performing incorrect procedures. The classic example of Sridevi, everybody really talks, Sridevi's mother was operated in Sloan's Kettering and she was operated on the wrong side. But I'm sure there are so many other examples do happen, and you'll find surgical errors are because of poor communication, inadequate preoperative planning, and it's almost 24% of claims of USA. And again, this is from any GM. These are all standard journals reporting all this. Fatigue is particularly during long surgeries can compromise the performance of surgeons and their teams. I remember when I was working in plastic surgery and we did first microvascular surgery in India, I remember in 82, the surgery went on for 14 hours. But my boss was very good. At the end of every 3 hours, he used to say, let's stop. We used to wait for 2 minutes, have a break for 10 minutes, and then we used to operate Dr. Tambekar. And then, but when we started doing transplants, you cannot wait so much. We had to work continuously. So when we did our first transplant for 14 hours, imagine we start at 8 o'clock and we finish surgery by 10 o'clock in the night. And 14 hours, you're continuously working. The fatigue is bound to happen. You have to really find out how do we get out of that fatigue. And this is where I feel the performance of surgeons can make mistakes. So reducing surgical errors is improving team communication, checklist, simulation-based training, and WHO checklist is one of the most important things which really happened. I think Dr. Panda talked about Swiss cheese model, system errors. So healthcare-associated infections is about 1 to 10% of hospitalized patients get infections. And I'm sure I'm not going to talk because every hospital has an infection control and we need to have this. Communication errors is another important thing. I think we underestimate communication errors. We normally don't talk. I think in the last 10 years only we introduced these ATCOM and all other things. But before that, communication was never in the Indian portrait. But I think communication error is because of poor documentation. I think changing over, residents, previously we used to work for 120 hours. Now they talk about 48 hours, 72 hours. At the end of 8 o'clock, Generation Z gives over. Even if that fellow does not come, they go out. Now that's where the poor documentation. Many times there's a continuity of the care is lost. And you will find unclear instructions and misunderstanding with hierarchical. Lack of communication, there could be so many examples where the patients can get pain. And 60% of the adverse events in healthcare were linked to communication errors. As a dean or director, when you analyze all the events where the doctor or nurse is a hit, I think 70% it is communication faults. It's not the system fault. System fault is a major thing, but communication fault and that individual communication, if you are able to check, miscommunication can be caused. Then, of course, there are so many ways by situation, background, and you can interprofessional communication is so important becoming today everywhere. System errors, I think this was emphasized in my previous talk, which is one of the most important aspects. System errors refer to deficiencies in the healthcare system. Most of us work in inadequate staffing levels. We never have one-to-one ICU nursing level. We have 80 bedded patients and there are only 2 nurses who are working in the night. How do you expect that kind of a system? Poor handoff processes, outdated, insufficient technological infrastructure. And impact on nurse staffing levels on patient outcome found higher nurse to patient ratios were linked to increased mortality and failure to success rates. A tired nurse is more likely to make a medication error. And this is very well known. Even the top caliber hospitals cannot escape medical mistakes that sometimes result in irreparable damage to patients. System errors are often rooted in organizational and management failures, insufficient workflows, lack of support for healthcare workers, and insufficient investment in healthcare technologies. Now, what harm patient really caused because of the medical errors? We must know the amount of harm it is caused. Now, first thing, safety breaks all settings and all levels of healthcare. And all these factors do cause harm. Diagnostic errors, you will find so much of patient encounters and they found diagnostic errors as 0.7% of adult admission. Patient falls occurs 3 to 5 per 1,000 beds, and venous thromboembolism is also not so much reported. Healthcare associated infections, and it is much higher, it goes on increasing because of the antibiotic resistance, and sepsis again is very common kind of in health. Medical errors are also very common. Madam will talk more about it. Surgical errors is over 30 crore surgeries are performed each year over the world. India needs 6.5 crore surgeries and we are able to do only 2.7 crore. 3.7 crore are not done because of the access, cost and affordability. But out of that 2.7 crore we do, I think we must really know that there is so much of damage, 10% even if you consider the huge amount of damage it can really cause. Now many of them may not be very severe, but even if they are small, the patient does suffer. And this is what we should really realize. Pressure ulcers, unsafe transfusion practices, one wrong blood transfusion can change patient's life. And adverse transfusion reactions from a group of 62 countries show average incidence of 12.2 per 1 lakh blood components. Patient misidentification, wrong patient, wrong site surgery. And there are so many events do occur. These are even published by the Joint Commission. Unsafe injection practices, so many injections are given and hepatitis B virus infections. I mean, hepatitis C now is at least treated, but hepatitis B infections, it changes the whole life of the patient, goes up to cirrhosis. So there could be so many things if you realize because of the unsafe acts and practices of doctors. So what should we really do? This is the question we should really ask. Now, if you really do analysis of error narratives, it's very important that you should analyze all these errors. Now, first thing, most of us try to put it under carpet. Ye ho gaya, don't really tell anybody. The first thing is there has to be that culture where we should have analysis of errors, of narratives in a no-blame culture. I think that kind of a culture, institutional culture is very important. And then we start developing team collaborations, attitude of people, and then over a period of time, we develop this task. And of course, root cause analysis, people will talk about it, and all this kappa, fishbone diagram. Every hospital has a quality and safety committee which does this, and I'm sure, very intensively we go on doing it. Though when I was in a public hospital, this was not done so intensively, but when you go to a particular private or trust hospital, I've realized this is being done now so much. I think this is the last 10 years. Gyaniji is there. He is been working very hard on this. But I must really tell you that in my hospital now, we have such an intense safety and protocols, and all these are done so intensively, which probably tells you the quality and safety culture in an organization will definitely help you to about this. So if you look at the causes of human errors are main cause, like fatigue, stress, lack of experience, insufficient knowledge. And see, what I really call, I'm more worried today is the way medical colleges are growing and the number of doctors are happening. We are growing at such a rapid speed. We were about 300 colleges about 10-15 years ago, and now we have 800, and I think people are announcing every budget about 100 more colleges. Now what I call, we are creating hyposcilia. That means we are creating people with hyposcilia. And they come with their own egos, they don't want to really learn, and then they go on creating errors, and the patients really suffer because of these errors. Systems are not so good to protect the errors, and therefore we are causing hyposcelic people to cause more errors. And cognitive biases, availability biases, poor training, these are all issues. We cannot really put them under carpet. I'm a little blunt, but these are the issues. Communication breakdown, I'm sure, and system failures. Understaffing, excessive workload, limited resources, inefficient workflows, and poor relationships. So there's a system of clinical governance. If you really see the new branches of new cycles of the NABH and JCI, now they all talk of the 𝐾𝐚𝐭 or 𝐾𝐚, or everybody talks about clinical governance. And clinical governance is today so important, and it's one of the most powerful methods. I mean, there are 7 pillars. You think about clinical effectiveness, you talk about audit, staff management, information, risk management. Every hospital should have a risk framework, and it should be a very extensive framework at every system, how a risk can be really done and how do you mitigate those risks, what are the strategies has to be there. Patient and public involvement, and of course education and training. So human-centered design, prevention strategies, if you really look, there are design devices to intuitive and error tolerant. There are clear instructions we need to give. Now, standardizing few things are very important, and of course, training and error analysis. Now, what is being done? Now, a lot of systems in the world are involving patients' involvement, advocating for oneself, asking questions, and being involved in the care. Shared decision making was only one step, but today I think many times you find we are going one step ahead and we are involving patients. Reporting systems are better frameworks today. We are getting better and better reporting systems. There are, though people still don't report fully, there's a lot of research and funding coming for these kind of things. So reducing errors in the hospital, what we need to have a health literacy for this. We have to have research studies, and we'd have a proper analysis. Having said that, WHO checklist came. I think 2009, WHO came out with the checklist. I think we started using this. We customized to our own hospital settings. And now it is being used in practically every hospital, most of the OTs. So this has reduced at least things like wrong side surgery and wrong patient. All this has been really reduced to much. So WHO response came with this. WHO response on global action. As I said, global safety unit. WHO has been trying to push it. And this is a decade of patient safety with so many people involved, health professionals, patients, systems, and medicines, all there involved. Patient safety weeks are very common. I think patient safety weeks do come and they contribute, and every year we have a safety week. Pharmacovigilance, madam is going to talk about it, but I think this is some which I thought was madam had University of Utrecht, and she had collaboration. I remember we had a center of excellence there. And this is one good process, I feel. It is still, madam has been pushing, her whole career has been on this, but I still feel we need to widen it and people have to do it more. Now, artificial intelligence has come in a big way. Artificial intelligence over the last few years has been coming in this error business, and medical errors and patient safety strategies for reducing errors using artificial intelligence. And I think over a period of last 5 years, I've seen so many publications coming. I mean, up to date was something which came with 𝐂𝐳𝐸𝐶om. First it came with 𝐂𝐳𝐸𝐶om. Now it is coming with 𝐂𝐳 drug. And it is an inbuilt system which premier clinical drug reference and decision support. And many times now there are so many drug interactions and all on the screen. They will give you an alert so that if there is a wrong medicine or wrong drug or drug interaction is given, it will give you alert. So you cannot really, it will at least give alert to the clinician. It will tell you patient's creatinine is 1.9 and you are given a dose which is much higher. So kindly correct your dose. Now these kind of alerts reduce medication errors. Now this is coming up in a big way, and I think we should look at them carefully that these kind of systems are coming. So these are integrated clinical tools. They give drug interaction analysis. They already tell you are giving these drugs, you have to see that these drugs. Drug identifier, IV compatibility and medical calculators. But of course there are a lot of limitations. Cost, accessibility, off-label information is not exhaustive. And secondly, we are always worried about validity of this whole system yet. Artificial intelligence still has not developed a clinical trust. You know, we are using it, there are so many things that are available, but we need to really work on this. I'm sure there is AI and clinical decision support systems. There are so many apps like MedAware, which flags prescriptions that deviate from the patterns. Epic sepsis model, like early onset of sepsis, it will pick up. Targeted real-time early warning signs. You know, now there are Indian programs which are developed on this, which would pick up a patient's sepsis. AI-powered automated dispensing systems. Now, this is one system that AIG Hospital developed called as an 𝐼SAVE. It's an intelligent, swift action via early alerts. You know, it will analyze all the patient's EMR, and it will tell you that those patients who are not in ICU or not under, which patients are likely to predictors of success based on AI patterns. And it will tell you that this patient is likely to, and so the clinicians is more alert about this. You know, these are all tools being developed, enhancing administrative decision making and patient engagement. Medical imaging analysis tools, you know, analyzing medical images to detect subtle abnormalities. These are all AI radiology platforms, consistent second opinion and reducing diagnostic error. There are now few publications we have come that AI probably does better in some areas of radiology than a human. I don't know, this is an area which is gray area, people are developing, we need to have that validated over a period of time. AI and surgical errors, you know, this was one paper which came, like say, the role of artificial intelligence in enhancing surgical precision and outcome. So we could really get a real-time guidance through entire preoperative procedure. And so it can help you in enhancing image analysis, personalized surgical training, and risk prediction. There are now enough papers will tell you what is the risk of this patient developing post-operative biliary leak. You know, I think we can really be more careful about this. Brain tumor segmentation. Edema is outlined in the red and you can really detect the pathological structures. You can intraoperative guidance and assistance to the people. Robotic surgery has come, and now I think the layers, sometimes, you know, surgically when you are doing technical errors, instead of one particular plane, you are going in another plane. Now, what it does, it would take a patient's complete MRI and CT data, put it in a robot, and robot will guide you at what level you have to really operate. So it will confirm the patients, you know. I mean, look at 3D modeling and intraoperative evidence. It can really give you this intraoperative guidance while doing surgery, and it will also enhancing the liver surgery and transplantation, the role of 3D printing and virtual reality. You know, this is something which is completely changing. Now look at this. Robot is trying to guide you in which level of your operating. Now it is trying to reduce the wrong plane surgery. You know, almost I'll tell you, this is a typically AI-based thing, but I must tell you as a surgeon, you should be competent to become AI override. You know, initially we started with AI resistance, then we became AI acceptance, then we started AI integration, and now we are at a phase where we have to do AI override. Like a good clinician, I should know when AI is wrong and when should I override AI. But AI can be a good guide for you to prevent damages. Intraoperative guidance and assistance, continuous monitoring and workflow, capture audio-visual and operational data in operating room. You can analyze mistakes. That is so easy today. Post-operative monitoring, predict complications and enable early detection of issues. You know, this has become very easy today. And we have now in our own hospital, we have DOSI beds. These are AI beds which will detect remote patient monitoring and early warning sign systems. Based on this particular monitoring of the data, it will give an alert to the doctors as well as to the administrator that this patient, what are his parameters are not changing. And contactless continuous monitoring of every patient, any bed, DOSI connected, and you can get a monitor on your mobile. I think we have to go through this. So there are potential use of AI in healthcare where there are so many things, instead of happening, you can control. Instead of controlling, you can prevent. So it's better that if you are able to prevent this, then I'm sure it is going to be of a great help to you. Communicating with the patients with medical errors, I think this is something is big question. We don't know many times, we don't teach our students very extensively what happens if I give a wrong medicine to the patient. How many doctors go or nurses go and tell to the patient that I gave you a wrong medicine, but I'll correct it in the next medicine, and you don't know what patient's reaction is going to be there. It requires a courage to tell patient that I operated and my surgery was wrong and now I want to conduct. You know, these are something which are still raw areas. They are not being much talked about, but I think we need to see how we develop the national culture and the national approach to all this. Because, you know, once you start doing it, there has to be a lot of ethical and professional guidance has to be there. So medical errors and ethics, this was very nice paper by Dr. Kalantri, very old paper, but what he really said, sweeping errors under the carpet undermines public trust and the breach of professional ethics, but this is very commonly happening. So psychological safety is one of the most important aspects in errors, a foundation of quality. Psychological safety is the belief that one can speak up, ask questions, and admit mistakes without a fear of punishment or humiliation. Now, this is something what I call as an institutional culture. You know, I think you are talking about system, but I think institutional cultures are very important. Early detection of unsafe practices and near misses, learning from errors and continuous improvement and innovations, and engagement of frontline staff. A single greatest impediment to error prevention in the medical industry is that we punish people for making mistakes. And I think this is something which I understand, if somebody has made a gross mistake, we can really think about punishment, but other minor misses, I think there should be a culture which will try to, people open up and we try to change the systems and prevent those mistakes. So build a no-blame safety culture. Separate system failures, investigate errors, respond with clarity, share lessons, and model humility. I think this is something, even if you are I remember once I was operating with Professor Blumgart, who was one of the top person in hepatobiliary surgery, and he was operating a third time operated liver kind of a metastasis, and by chance his clamp leaked, and the patient died on the table. I think it was such a disaster in the theater, and this happened in the New York Sloan Kettering. There was a chaos, but next day morning when he came, he sat with me and he explained me for about 20 minutes why it happened and next time what he will do. I think this kind of an error analysis is so important in life to see that it doesn't happen again. And when a flower does not bloom, you fix the environment in which it grows, not the flower. Remember, errors do happen. So you try to fix the system. You try to fix the no-blame culture. Then only continue to happen. They will be put under the carpet and people will not report it. If you want to really go beyond these errors, we need to develop this kind of a culture. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Supe, for highlighting, I can say, A to Z of medical errors. Ultimately, you went to the artificial intelligence. I'm not able to prevent myself because communication error is one of the very important, I believe. I can tell you 2 examples which I faced myself. When I was intern, I'm talking of 1974. I was intern at that time. I finished my MBBS and I was doing internship in KG Medical College. One of my senior, you know, what is the relation in KGMC, senior and junior, you can understand. One of the very senior came to I was alone in that particular ward. At that time, he came and since he was senior, so he commanded over me. मेरे को, मैं हिंदी बोल लूँ, मेरे सब समझते हैं, उन्होंने कहा, मैं तुम्हें जानता हूँ, तुम मेरे जूनियर हो, मेरे को पेनिसिलिन की सुई लगवाओ। तो मैंने कहा, सर पेनिसिलिन की सुई तो बिना सेंसिटिविटी के तो लगाना सही नहीं है, आप मेरे बहुत सीनियर हैं. तो ही started shouting on me कि क्या, but मैंने उसको उनकी बात को माना नहीं. मैंने नर्स को बुलाया जो भी ड्यूटी पर आई होगी. Although he resisted to, but you know, while sensitivity was done, he collapsed. So you see that either minor things, what does it mean? And luckily he was in the medicine ward, he was safe. The another big communication error I wanted to share with you, with all of you, one of my professor colleague in 𝐂𝐨𝐬𝐷, I'll not name, his son has suffered from asthma. So he went to some very office colleague, because at that time I was in a Patel Chess Institute in Delhi. So he prescribed some Rotacap, very able professor. कोई बात नहीं हुई उनकी ना. तो जिस प्रोफेसर ने लिखा Rotacap, उसने ये समझा he is already a professor, so he knows what is Rotacap, how it is to be taken. So ना तो उन्होंने बताया, ये भी कम्युनिकेशन है, और ना उन्होंने पूछा. He went home, तो उन्होंने देखा, उन्होंने दवा ली, उन्होंने देखा ये कैप्सूल है, तो कैप्सूल दिमाग में आया, कैप्सूल तो खाया जाता है. तो उस बच्चे ने कैप्सूल खा लिया. He phoned me at Delhi because when her child took the capsule, उसके मुंह से झाग निकला. Unfortunately his wife died, so he had a very sad experience. लेकिन उन्होंने मुझे फ़ोन किया दिल्ली में, भाई मेरे बेटे को मेरे बेटे को झाग आ रही, बताओ मैं क्या करूं. मैंने कहा ये बताइए कि आपने क्या कुछ दवा खिलाई है क्या. बोले हाँ, एक Rotacap था, वो मैंने खिला दिया. मैंने कहा सर Rotacap खाया थोड़ा जाता है भाई. तो बोले आपको जिसने लिखा उसने बताया नहीं. बोले यार पता नहीं क्या हो गया. तो these sorts of things are happening daily in our day-to-day clinical life. You talked about the diagnostic error, we see daily कि उसको टीबी है, उसको कैंसर है तो टीबी डायग्नोज हो रहा. Since I am a pulmonologist, so I see daily. So these are very common things. And as you said, the line I liked most, culture has to be developed. Without culture, you cannot get rid of all these. With this, thank you very much. I'll ask my co-chair to have some comments.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Dr. Supe, for that excellent presentation. Of course, we expected just this from you. So thank you.
With heartfelt gratitude, we now have to present mementos to our distinguished chairpersons and speakers as a token of love and appreciation for their contribution to this event. Just before presenting the mementos, first of all, I request Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor of Era University, Professor Dr. Farzana Mehndi Ma'am, to please honor Padma Shri Dr. Rajendra Prasad sir with a floral bouquet. Sir, please come. Ma'am, उधर से आ रहा है. Again, I request ma'am to please stay and honor our chairpersons. I would request Dr. Sucheta Dandekar ma'am to please come and receive. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Now I request both the chairpersons, Dr. Rajendra sir and Dr. Sucheta ma'am, to please honor our speaker, Dr. Avinash Supe sir. Now moving on to the third talk of this session. Now I would like to tell about the eminent chairpersons of the next talk of this conclave. Firstly, Dr. Ravinder Kumar Garg sir. He is Professor, Department of Neurology, Era's Lucknow Medical College and Hospital, Era University. He is ex-professor and head Department of Neurology, King George's Medical University. His notable awards include he secured high rank in the top 2% of Elsevier Stanford scientists for 7 years in the row from 2019 to 2025. He has published a number of papers and has edited many books on tropical neurology. Sir has teaching experience and research experience of over 30 years. Sir, we are honored to have you. The second chairperson is Professor Dr. S.J.S. Flora, sir. Sir is the Director and Dean of the Faculty of Pharmacy, Era University, Lucknow. He is ex-Director, National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, NIPER, Raebareli, and also ex-Director of NIPER, Mohali, as the additional charge. He is a Scientist G retired of Defense Research and Development Establishment, DRDO, Ministry of Defense, Government of India. He received the awards DRDO Scientist of the Year, MP State Government Highest Scientific Award. He is a Fellow of National Academy of Science and 6 other societies. We are truly honored to have you, sir. Please continue.
I must make a very honest confession at the beginning because I'm a bit nervous introducing Dr. Neelima Kshetrasagar. Why I'm so? Because I have few very bitter and very tough interaction with Dr. Neelima Kshetrasagar. I mean, perhaps she might not be knowing it because we had a drug which was IND drug and we submitted an application for its approval, human trials. And the tough questions which he asked me during DCGI meeting include way back in 2012. I still remember, and the drug was almost approved for human trials, but just when everything was being signed, she said, no, I want some more data on this, and why don't you go for monkey and or bigger dogs data on some particular aspects. Anyway, within 3 years it was delayed. But I must admire her because I learned a lot from her during those 3-4 time interaction with her. She's such an eminent personality that I don't think we need to introduce her because most of clinicians, physicians, they all know Dr. Neelima Kshetrasagar. But for the benefit of some youngsters sitting in the back, Dr. Neelima Kshetrasagar, she is a emeritus professor at National Academy of Medical Sciences, Maharashtra University of Health Sciences. She's had developed clinical trials for trial of medicine for malaria, hypertension, infectious diseases, antibody vaccines for rabies. She has developed ICMR National Virtual Center for Clinical Pharmacology, National Use of Medical Center. She has been the chairperson of Drug Technical Advisory Board, chairperson of Safe and Rational Use of Medicines Committee, Advisory Committee for Center for Advanced Disease, Phase 1 clinical trials. As I mentioned that she was there in a number of meetings which I attended. Member Phytopharmaceutical Mission, Government of India. Member Government Council, Tata Memorial Hospital. Member Research Advisory Committee of PD, Hindula National Hospital. WHO Multidisciplinary Technical Group. She has got 𝐒𝐚𝐭𝐢𝐞𝐧𝐭 Distinguished Service and Excellence Achievement by the American College of Clinical Pharmacy. It's a very prestigious award. Dr. B.C. Rai Award for Medical Council of India, Wasnik Award for Industrial Research. Number of papers she has published around 280, and in her area of research interest, rational use of medicine, clinical trial, pharmacovigilance, phytopharmaceuticals, and tropical medicine regulatory service. Ma'am, we are honored to have you with us today, and we are meeting after almost like 10 years. It's always a learning experience for each one of us. It's now over to you, ma'am. It's your floor. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Can you make that full screen? thank you very much, Dr. Flora, for that introduction and reminding me. When students are here, sometimes you sit on one side of the table, tomorrow you will be teachers, but you will remember your teachers for the tough question they asked you, and this you will remember lifetime. So, Flora sir, we are sometimes on one side of the table where we are presenting to the examiner, and the other time you are the examiner. But Dr. Flora remembered the tough questions I asked. I hope they were all relevant, because we often remember our teacher, what is this question the teacher has asked. But thank you, sir, for that very kind introduction. And it's a great pleasure and privilege to be here. And thank you, Sucheta and Ma'am Fazana and everybody to have invited us here for this very important conclave on patient safety. We've had the most interesting presentation by Dr. Panda and Dr. Supe. And Supe, both of them have really laid the groundwork for this particular presentations further. I wasn't quite familiar why this word ERA University or Medical College, and yesterday ma'am informed that ERA is an acronym for Education, Research and Analysis. So I'm very happy that this is exactly the topic on which I'm going to be really presenting on my prescribing skills and patient safety presentation. I'm going to talk on three things basically. One is just what has been already sort of mentioned about the incidence impact of medication errors, global and local issues what we have here. Then what's the WHO Patient Safety Action Plan briefly, because Dr. Supe has already mentioned. But then I'm going to delve with in greater detail about the action that has been taken through ICMR, and Dr. Panda and many people here have been very actively associated with that. So these are the three things that I'm going to deal with, okay? We already heard about the incidence of patient harm in healthcare, and it's said to be around 1 to 4 in every 10 patients. It's more so in developing countries. Importantly and unfortunately, we say that about 50% of the harm is preventable, but you know that 50% of harm is preventable, we have said for 20 years. So clearly, while all the action that we take hasn't really ended up in preventing much of patient harm, or maybe there are new reasons that come up for causing patient harm. Out of all these harm that can happen, half of it is attributed to medication. So preventable medication-related harm, when does it actually happen? Unfortunately, 40% is at the prescribing level. 6% is at dispensing, so, you know, the pharmacist, not really. 30% at administration, 20% monitoring, and 10% due to patient non-compliance. We just heard Dr. Rajendra Prasad mention about patient or subject compliance. So, okay, prescription. Prescribing time, 40%. Now, at the prescription, where are these errors actually happening? So half of the time it is in the actually dose or the method of use, and half of the time it is inadequate follow-up of therapy as to what should be followed up when you prescribe some medicine. Here's one example of the much talked about medication today, the GLP-1 medicines for weight reduction. You must have seen in the newspaper, weight reduction medicine. When this drug is prescribed, or even when the patient takes it, the monitoring is required to track the weight, prevent muscle loss, preserve muscle, monitor micronutrients, manage side effects, prevent relapse. So these are all the monitoring related things which are often missed out. So prescribing skills. So when the student graduate as MBBS, do they have enough prescribing skills was the question that we had. So we put this questionnaire to 25 of our first-year residents who had just graduated from a good top medical college. And the questionnaire we put was, what is used for British medical graduate in their prescribing skills assessment test, which the British medical graduate is supposed to pass that test to be allowed prescribing. So 25 of our students appeared, and what did we find? 25%, 6 out of 25 scored more than 50% marks. So only 25% really qualified for prescribing.
The PSA test was relevant. The clinical cases were difficult as they were not part of our undergraduate pharmacology training, and prescribing skills has to be a part of our undergraduate training.
So this is what our student who was participating in this said, that it should be part of our training. So just a step back, when there is inadequate or insufficient prescribing, what are the harm that can happen to patient and society? We should always think of society. Poor response, relapse, resistance, adverse drug reaction, higher cost because of unnecessary medication being prescribed. So what is the economic impact of patient harm? Dr. Supe mentioned quite a lot of it. In UK did this one. Avoidable adverse drug reaction meant 2.9% of the whole NHS budget. Out of that, that much is because of avoidable ADRs. Not to mention the medication error, damages and insurance claims and all that. And one study that we did in 7,000 patients coming to the emergency room, 141 of them had adverse drug reactions which were preventable, and that meant treating them meant 5 lakh cost to the patient or to the hospital. So that's quite important. So there are several publications from India. There are some specific issues specific to India. Alternative systems of medicine. It's called Giloy here, and that is Stenospora cordifolia. Half of the population, I think, takes immunomodulator, definitely during COVID time. But it's an active drug. It may be Ayurvedic, alternative, whatever. So it should be taken under guidance of a prescriber. But no, patient took it, and some people got liver damage. Of course, our Ayush ministry got very angry. They said that none of our medicines are, all of them are safe. But here is the person taking it, not with proper supervision. And then we had this other patient who was taking anti-epileptic drug, phenytoin, and to improve his memory, he started taking Shankapushpi. Happens in the February-March months. And he had an interaction, and there was loss of seizure control. And there are surely many such examples of this. Healthcare disparity. You know, adverse drug reactions are not detected early enough. So here we have one drug probably used in this area, miltefosine, used for leishmaniasis. And when used for leishmaniasis, fine and fair, 4-week treatment. And then for preventing, or then for cutaneous leishmaniasis, or it was used for 12 weeks, and that caused eye damage. And this was not recognized at the local level and caused irreversible eye damage. So you can imagine the extent of harm that can occur. COVID-19, who will forget the black fungus or mucormycosis? You know, we don't like to use the word medication error because that gives a sense of, you know, accusing somebody. So we say inappropriate prescribing, inappropriate to the standard treatment guidelines. So here we had corticosteroids being prescribed, we had antibiotics being prescribed, oxygen was not given correctly, and that caused mucormycosis with very high mortality. So Dr. Supe already mentioned about WHO's active action point on this, which is my second thing that I'm going to speak on. So they have this action plan towards eliminating avoidable harm in healthcare. Now, these are the best practices checklist, which Dr. Supe also correctly mentioned. Right drug, right patient, blah, 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 all that. And then strategies to avoid administration errors, etc. Importantly, while we have systems errors and system point, ultimately it boils down to the healthcare worker. Educating the healthcare worker includes, of course, the doctors, the right kind of skills, and safety understand. So at ICMR, what did we do? So as a part of our Center for Clinical Pharmacology, we put up a proposal, and I particularly mentioned Dr. Balram Bhargav because Dr. K.P. Bhargav, his father, is from Lucknow, and he was kind enough to provide a budgetary approval for that, which had two parts. I'm going to talk on the rational use of medicine part. The other part was product development, which I'll talk on some other time later. So we had centers all over the country. Some of these centers were located in the medical colleges, and other centers were located in the ICMR institutions like TB and reproductive and so on. What were these rational use of medicine centers supposed to do? One was prescription research. Instead of calling prescription audit, we called it prescription research. And then was developing an online training program. Okay. So here was the prescription research part, prescription capture. So there was collection of prescription, then a pharmacologist evaluated it, then a community medicine person evaluated it, and this was a standard form that was used. But a bit, and then it was entered into the database, Excel, etc., etc. But then there are drawback of this manual work. Somebody will write levoset, somebody will write something else, iron, and so on. So aggregating it and making statistical analysis difficult. So through ICMR institution, we developed a software, which is called PrescriSoft. And it was developed in-house, and it incorporates all the WHO drug dictionary, ICD disease code, etc., and National Essential Medicine list also. We had this validation done, and then this was launched. Remember, launched in 2022, okay? Okay, now the prescription research part. So the 14 centers, medical colleges all over, using a common protocol and a common case record form with ethics committee approval, captured the prescription and they analyzed it. So there are some WHO indicators, polypharmacy, fixed dose, NLEM, and so on. So you will see that, I'll give the numbers later, 4,000, 8,000, nearly more than 12,000, 13,000 prescriptions were actually analyzed. And just note here, prescription with non-NLEM, that is drugs, there's a essential medicine list of Government of India, and these are all price controlled. So that a poor patient, if you prescribe him a drug which is in the essential medicine list, then he saves him a bit of money. You can see the last part of the slide, if you can see it. A drug, anti-diabetic drug, if it is an NLEM drug, then it costs only up to 3,000, while if it is a non-NLEM drug, it can cost up to 14,000. So big cost variation there. And unfortunately, in our prescriptions, more than half the drugs were non-NLEM drugs. Then these prescriptions were analyzed, not by the pharmacologist or not by community, but the interdisciplinary team analyzed this. And they assessed it for appropriateness. That is it as per the DHR or ICMR or whatever is in use, that's sort of a standard treatment guideline. Sir mentioned about the standard treatment guideline. Okay, it is not as per standard treatment guideline. So what? So is that deviation acceptable? That means some minor error here and there, but it won't cause harm to the patient. Then we'll call it as acceptable deviation. But if it has a potential to cause harm to the patient, then it is unacceptable deviation. You can't really do that kind of an error. So what is the potential impact for an inappropriate prescription? Can be adverse drug reaction, lack of effect as much harmful, higher cost, drug interaction, a possibility of antimicrobial resistance, and then we also ask for corrected action. This slide is a bit busy. So we had half the prescriptions which were incomplete. 1/3 were incomplete, 2/3 were complete. And the ones which were incomplete, some of these not written was still okay. It doesn't matter, it's not going to really harm. But unacceptable deviations were there. And also in the ones which were complete also, there were unacceptable deviation. Dr. because Medhi is here, he was very much part of this whole activity. So here's what were the unacceptable deviation causing harm to the patient. Just look at the last part of it. So not as per standard treatment guideline, 50% were not as per standard treatment guideline, but 10% were the ones which can cause harm. And what were the type of harm which could occur? About 20% drug interaction, 20% lack or delayed response. Preventable adverse drug reactions were halfway preventable adverse drug reactions. Half were increase in cost and some 20% antimicrobial resistance. And these were done in all disciplines, all drugs, all places, but all in tertiary care hospital. Here are some of the examples I'm given, recurrent aphthous ulcer, tonsillitis less than 3 days duration, anal fissure, all where antimicrobial were not required were prescribed. Some drugs, Supe mentioned, ranitidine, serratiopeptidase. Serratiopeptidase is a big enigma. I still don't know whether it acts or not, but it's anyway there, everybody prescribed. So it can cause a whole lot of damage, as is mentioned here. One of the important problems in our country is anemia of pregnancy. This was a separate study that we did, and 30% of the pregnant women, 30% iron not prescribed. And those that were prescribed, 1/3, the dose was not correct. So you can imagine the kind of, So you can imagine the kind of corrective steps that are required. So this prescription research was done. What of the objectives there was to provide input to the training program. So here was the prescribing skills training program that we developed. Funded by the ICMR, we had very large number of experts developing it, nearly more than 60 national and international experts. And we put it on the Swayam portal in coordination with the Government of India. Topic selection. Our prescribing skill course, we have huge topics. So how do we focus on which one to take? So we looked at the Medical Council of India's competency-based curriculum. And we listed the diseases which are important for learning domain as skills for prescribing and communication. And level to be achieved as shows how, must achieve. That means it is considered as important at a graduate level. And then also we had feedback from the experts, and we looked at literature, looked at the prevalence of diseases, those are common diseases. And then we had the input from the prescription research which we had done. So with all that, we developed this. What did this training program consist of? There was a lecture video, which was for individualizing treatment as per patient and disease characteristics, so that you are giving what is right for your patient. Drug of choice, monitoring follow-up, referral to higher center, and as per standard treatment guideline or do's and don'ts, and take-home message. 50 such modules were prepared. And it included, we heard about importance of communication skills. This was online, it was free, not compulsory. And there were assignments and feedback, multiple choice question, pre, post test. This is how the common communication happens in our hospitals.
ये दवाएं कैसे लेनी है मुझे? सुबह लेनी है, शाम लेनी है?
सुबह शाम दोनों टाइम लेनी है, बाकी का आप उधर मेडिकल में पूछ लेना।
और डॉक्टर यहाँ पे आपने SRD करके लिखा हुआ है, यही माने क्या?
भाई SRD मतलब सॉल्ट रेस्ट्रिक्टेड डाइट, मतलब तुमको नमक कम खाना है।
तो कितना कम खाना है डॉक्टर? क्या खा सकते हैं और क्या नहीं खा सकते?
वो सब तुम उधर डाइटिशियन को पूछ लेना।
कहाँ पे बाहर मिलेंगे डॉक्टर?
देखो ये सब तुम बाहर सिस्टर को पूछना, वो तुमको सब बताएंगे, डाइटिशियन कहाँ मिलेंगे, फार्मासिस्ट कहाँ मिलेंगे। अभी मुझे ये सारी भीड़ जमा हुई है, वो सब खत्म करनी है नेक्स्ट 1 घंटे में, तो प्लीज आप उधर पूछ लेना, ठीक है?
So that is the type of communication that is happening. So when we talk of communication skill, we should see what it should be really like.
दे रहे हो घर पे, पर उसके अलावा आपको खाना बंद नहीं करना है. बच्चा जो घर पे नॉर्मल खाना खाता था वो आपको देना है, बस डाइट में लिक्विड्स थोड़े और बढ़ाने हैं. तो उसको आप घर पे बनाया हुआ चावल का कांजी दे सकते हो या सब्जी का सूप दे सकते हो. पर कोई भी चीज़ है जिसमें कोई भी पदार्थ जिसमें ज़्यादा चीनी होता है वो आपको नहीं देना है. जैसे कि बाजार से खरीदे हुए जूस नहीं देने, उससे जुलाब उसके बढ़ जाएंगे. अच्छा, ठीक है. अगर ऐसा ही चलता रहा, आप ORS बराबर से उसको पिला रहे हो, तो 2-3 दिन में बच्चा एकदम ठीक हो जाना चाहिए. तो आप 4 दिन के बाद एक बार फॉलोअप के लिए यहाँ पे दिखा दीजिए. तो उसके पहले कभी भी आपको ऐसा लगता है कि दस्त बहुत ज़्यादा हो रहे हैं या बच्चे को उल्टी हो रही है, दस्त में खून जा रहा है, बच्चा सुस्त हो रहा है, या 4 से 6 घंटे तक बच्चा पेशाब नहीं कर रहा है, तो आप उसको तुरंत क्लिनिक में लेके आइए. अगर बच्चा पेशाब कम कर रहा है तो वो शरीर में पानी और पोषक तत्वों की कमतरता होने का एक संकेत होता है. तो आपको घर पे ध्यान रखना, टाइम से देखना है कि बच्चा बराबर से पेशाब कर रहा है. आपके मन में कोई शंका है या आपको कुछ बच्चे के बारे में सवाल पूछना है?
मुझे समझ में आ गया जो आपने बोला है.
आप शॉर्ट में एक बार दोहरा सकते हो कि आपको बच्चे को घर पे किस प्रकार मैनेज करना है ORS और दवा के हिसाब से?
आपने जैसे बोला.
So you just heard how comfortably she was explaining to the patient every aspect. Not only that, after having explained, the last thing she said, please tell me what you have understood. So what sir mentioned about the puff being taken, tablet being taken by the mouth would have been avoided if the communication was of this type. So this is something which is part of that training program. We also have on pharmacovigilance, Dr. Supe mentioned, sir, tomorrow there is a talk on pharmacovigilance, so I'm not covering on pharmacovigilance much here. And then we have in this program also what are the different government programs and all the Ayushman Bharat scheme and so on. So these have been developed with a great number of people, which, with a person developing it, then a reviewer, and then a editor, and so on. And there are healthcare systems, principles of prescribing, and we have then medical emergencies, ADR reporting, and special patient population to women and children, elderly and renal dysfunction, perioperative, which is often not known, therapeutic groups including ENT and ophthalm cases, and also common psychiatric cases and some of the elective modules. And of course, at that time, we had COVID module also. So you can see the important part of this prescribing course is that it is available online, it is free, and anybody could actually log on. And you can see the large number of people who actually logged in, and you can see more than 17,000 people. So this is a very scalable thing. When we are talking of educational strategies, we have to be able to make it scalable, particularly for our country. Dr. Supe mentioned about 700 or 800 medical colleges being opened, and maybe not everybody is getting exposed to the same kind of training that needs to be. So this kind of activity from ICMR side would be an extremely important thing. Of course, there are large number of interns. It was open to registered medical practitioners also. And then we had many other people also joining. Some of them were not medicals, some were paramedicals and so on. So we had them to give us a feedback. And you can see relevance, quality, coverage, usefulness of assignment, all were considered as very, very good in this scale. Now, did they learn actually? Did anybody learn? 17,000 logging in is very good. So we had a pre-test and a post-test. The same questions were put pre-test and post-test. You can see that the registered medical practitioners, there were 30 questions. So pre-test they got 18 marks and post-test they got 22. So there was significant improvement. The interns didn't improve though, from 15 to 12, not significant. So one of the reasons when we were trying to analyze, this was the COVID time, 2020, 2021. So everybody was heavily stressed, and they had to be themselves doing online, and then they had all sorts of duties. But this is something that we had to continue and see whether their prescriptions actually improved or not. But one of the alarming things that we found was that not everybody, the logging in from different states was different. Some of the states which had actually low health indices, where the health indices as developed by the government of India, that means the maternal mortality is high and the infant mortality is high, so on. Such places, the actual enrollment was poor. Those are the ones which actually should be actually logging in. So you can see that login from indices less than 50 were actually just 18 to 20, while more than 50 good states actually had better login. So what is the way forward? We learn from our experience, and I think this is an activity which would be taken forward by the government. And importantly, many of the students said this is something which should be made compulsory. They also said that there should be scope for interaction between the teachers and the student. The student wanted more real lifetime cases discussions, which we said we will use more tools. Now everybody has virtual patient, augmented reality, and so on, and this kind of learning. And methods to assess the impact was what we need to do. We are doing this kind of training even to African countries. We already had their students to go through this prescribing skills test using our multiple choice question. Dr. Supe mentioned about AI. So do we think that AI is going to reduce our problems? Not really, unless we are careful. Not only are you and I using AI, remember the population is also using AI. So your patient will be using AI as much. And here is the real life example news that a man is critical after taking an HIV preventive drug on AI advice. And he developed a serious Stevens-Johnson syndrome and was hospitalized. So there is a lot of work that needs to be done, and I'm very thankful to the organizers, Sucheta and others, Era University, for taking up this very important topic and giving us an opportunity to share our thoughts with you all. And thank you all very much for your attention.
Thank you, madam. The lecture was eye-opener, but as a clinician, we face a different situation as well, as far as this prescription writing is concerned.
Many times, for example, a patient of epilepsy come to us and we write single anti-epileptic drug, monotherapy. और मरीज थोड़ी देर बाद बाहर जाएगा और फिर उसके बाद उसका कोई अटेंडेंट आएगा कि साहब डॉक्टर साहब इसको गैस भी बनती है. अब गैस भी बनती है, unless I write another drug for that, he will not be satisfied. What is your opinion on this type of situation? Many times we are forced to write multiple drugs to just satisfy the patient. हमें पता है कि patient को epilepsy है, one drug will suffice. What we should do, ma'am?
Sir, you are the best judge of your patients. I'm sure that you know your patients well and you know how to deal with them and how to keep them happy. While the patient definitely needs to be happy, he must also take what you want him to take. So I'm sure you will know how to. This was a catch question to me, I remember.
But what will happen to this when my prescription is evaluated?
Then, documentation. Dr. Supe mentioned documentation. You must document then that the patient has gaseous distension or whatever, and so you're prescribed ranitidine or whatever you're prescribing.
But when we write prescription, there are so many external factors also.
Yes.
Everybody knows. And we have to survive in this environment, and many times we have to write some unwanted drugs as well. Thank you, ma'am.
So, therefore I wrote, acceptable deviation, where it's not going to harm the patient, that is acceptable deviation. But unacceptable is going to harm the patient, which also includes increase in cost though. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind lecture. we all agree that prescription skill is the foundation of patient safety. And she has covered almost like 4 different core components of prescription skills that include technical skill, that includes legal skill, clinical prescription. I think she has covered Gondo, and it was a good learning experience for each one of us. And we are all indeed honored to have you with us this morning. Thank you very much. Over to you.
As a teacher, I have always seen that now I'm teaching for last 50 years. I always tell my students, whether he's MBBS or the postgraduate, don't write any medicine till you know about that medicine. When I say know, means what I mean, you know the dose, you know the dose reaction. People are writing without knowing anything.
That's why all these problems of drug prescription is happening. So this I am teaching for last 50 years. They follow also, because I don't write any drug unless I know about that drug. Thank you, madam, for a very interesting lecture.
Thank you, everyone. We now have to present mementos to our distinguished chairpersons and speakers as a token of appreciation for their contribution to this event. I request Professor Dr. Jamal Masood, Principal and CMS Eraz Lucknow Medical College and Hospital, to present a memento to the chairpersons, Professor Dr. Ravindra Kumar Garg, sir. Now I request Principal Sir to please honor the other chairperson, Professor Dr. S.J.S. Flora, sir. I request both the chairpersons to please stay on the stage to honor our speaker, Dr. Neelima Shirsagar.
Friends, it is not a very easy to answer this question on behalf of laboratory medicine, taking that as the main subject. In any healthcare organization, we have specialists, super specialists, and super specialists. I asked in one hospital to name some super speciality. They said gastroenterology, neurology, nephrology. But who advises them? It is the laboratory medicine people, image department or biochemistry or pathology. They are the super specialists. Without their input, no clinician will take any decision today. It's not like earlier days. To this question, to answer, I will tell you one personal experience I had about 15 years ago in Japan. I was in Japan. I was in Tokyo airport, railway station. I had to go to Hiroshima, waiting for the train, like going to railway station in India. I also went 1 hour earlier or 2 hours earlier. Train was at 9 o'clock. All the shops were closed. I was worried whether there's a band there. I know in Japan there is no band. And after some time, some shops opened. Some green colored, yellow colored, orange colored bottles were there. Liquid was there. I was very happy that there will be train today. I drank many colored juices there, including water. The bladder was full. I had to use the washroom. I could not find anybody to tell me where is the washroom, because the language, communication problem. I'm coming to the question where answers are found in this episode. Then finally, like a school child, I lifted my little finger. One huge fellow directed me to the main, one side door, where on both sides there were pictures put. Both were looking alike, men and women. Both had same kind of hairstyle. Then I was hesitating to enter, thinking that camera will capture what I am doing. Then with courage I entered. Then some English terminology were there, some voice also came. Left side is free, right side I had to pay $10, like in temples you have Dharma Darshan and paid Darshan. I was curious to know what that $10 offers me in the urinals. I thought there will be some more pastry, cakes and things like that, so far to say it. I had $10, I inserted, even before I showed it, that machine sucked that $10. And I got a headphone and instruction. Press button 5 for English, I pressed button for English. It said go to Toto number 7. Toto number 7, everything is written in Japanese language. I don't know, I did not know which was 7. In fact, my urinal was prescribed to me where I should go. I counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and this side, from this side counted, both coincided. Then I knew that was 7, I went there. It said, bladder is full. It said, wait. Police punishment. When your bladder is full and if you have to wait, I don't know why I should wait. And said, press this button. I had not gone there to press any button. I wanted to empty my bladder. And red light appears, then orange comes, green comes, then possible. Like traffic junction. I had to follow instructions. Laboratory, everybody follows instructions. Then that was the most pleasurable thing in life, when emptying bladder when you cannot tolerate. Then it said, wait. Array, my bladder is empty, why wait? Then, long printout came. Collect it. It was my urine report. The public urinal in Tokyo railway station with $10 gave me 23 parameters, signed by a pathologist, accredited by Japanese accreditation for laboratories, JAL. I tell you, coming to this, what are all the main problems we face is in the pre-examination phase, even before the pre-examination, pre-examination, the patient preparation. I was already prepared as a patient to pass urine. Then doing right thing at right time for right purpose. And no proxy was there. My sample was not somebody's sample, it was my sample. And it was not just point of care testing, it is beyond that. And it also was accredited, doing right thing at right time for right purpose. A quality was established. And at affordable cost. Quality again was established, and no error, no mistake. It was perfect. In fact, today we have to have a system where there should not be any error. The standard is available to all the diagnostics, including imaging, blood bank, transfusion medicine, same standard. I have not seen any radiology department going in for this accreditation as per 15189. That 15189 is a magic number. 15 is for all medical. 89 is a guide. Central digit 1 is for in vitro diagnosis only, not for in vivo. Even in imaging, it's only the in vivo, not in vitro, not in vivo. This standard in 2012, it was the 3rd edition, said there are 5 places in the laboratory which can cause risk. Whereas in 2022 standard, if somebody carefully goes through that, risk is at 85 places. Number of places where there's a risk possibility in laboratory medicine is 85. Therefore, one has to be extremely cautious, careful. How can it happen? One is education, one is awareness, one is practice, training. These are all the things. But still, the most important thing which can avoid risk, which can take care of this pre-examination or pre-analytical, what we used to say earlier, is having a competent people. You were also mentioning. Competence is the combination of appropriate qualification, adequate training, sufficient experience. Therefore, in addition to competence, there's one more thing that is called skill. Skill, many times, many of you mentioned about the skill in the previous talk. What is skill? What is the difference between competence and skill to run a laboratory? Answering your first query, skill is competence plus righteousness in the heart, truthfulness, and courage to speak out the truth. We say satyam bruyat priyam bruyat, na bruyat asatyam priyam. We will not, as a laboratory person, speak out something not true which pleases the patient. If these are the things which can be followed, I think most of the things are clear.
Thank you, sir. So, we have a one round of question to each, or you want to
Finish. One.
So, then we would like to know you, sir. You told me us all how the errors can creep in. But where should we build checkpoints to avoid these errors which come on the diagnostic side?
You see, to avoid error system, clarity is required in whatever we do. Double checking is required in whatever we say, documentation. If I tell you my cell phone number, 9986837807, I will repeat, 9986837807. How many of you have noted down? Suppose if I ask you what is my cell number, nobody will be able to tell me. Even if you have noted down, I should double check. This double check of the data which is transferred is a very important thing. That's most important. For that, it should become a habit. It should become a culture. Medical laboratory is the main backbone in the healthcare system, which can help, which can damage the system. Therefore, appropriate training and communication and good coordination between the service provider and the customer. Customer here is the clinician. I do not know how many of our clinicians, they are aware of the standard, why the standard should be followed. There is no such. In fact, I would recommend that every healthcare organization, every hospital, there should be a regular meeting. Earlier we used to have Friday meetings. I don't know whether it's still there, clinical pathology meeting. It is there, still there. That is one best thing to clear doubts and which can minimize, avoid. This is the thing.
So, sir, last couple of questions for you, sir. So, the other thing Dr. 𝐶 also mentioned is that we should have a culture of where we don't blame. We should be leadership and environment, where we move away from blaming for a mistake to learning from mistakes. So, any take on that, sir? How we can bring about that with all your experience, would you like to suggest?
Leadership and avoiding mistakes. You see, any mistake is not disclosed. The reason is fear of punitive action. In fact, I would like to recommend in the respective institutions, they should declare anybody who reports the mistake, error caused by them, if they report, they will be given an award on the annual day, whatever it is. The people should be encouraged to talk more about the mistakes they have made. That is number one. Number two, coming to the leadership. A leader is not one individual. The system is a leader. If the system leads us, that means it is the best system. If the system cannot lead us, it is not the individual, it is the system again. Therefore, in healthcare system, medical diagnostic system, the system has to lead us. If the system has to sustain, we need three things. Number one, we have a standard. Standard says what to do. If we don't do that, there's a non-compliance. We are not complying with the standard. Then we get a chance to find out the root cause. You mentioned about, in the previous speaker has mentioned about the root cause. Find out the root cause, why it happened. It is not the individual, it is because of the system failure, the root cause exists. Then if root cause is taken care, non-compliance can be addressed. If reports are already prepared, should not be released. If reports are released, should be called back. There should be transparency. Now, there is what is called an error, laboratory error. The error is something what we are not supposed to do. If we do it, it becomes an error. I'll give you one simple example. I was talking to Dr. Gyani. He was my teacher. You motivated me to speak. You know, morning when we get up, we brush our teeth. If we don't brush our teeth, it's a non-compliance. Somebody says, oh, you have not brushed your teeth, go back. Then I go and try to brush my teeth. But I don't find my toothbrush. I find somebody's toothbrush. I look that side, this side to make sure that person is not there. I take the toothbrush of somebody and start brushing. It is an error. If I use your toothbrush and start brushing, you will not keep quiet, you will slap. That is an error, cannot be corrected. Whereas non-compliance can be corrected. This is the beauty of our system. For that, we need to comply with the standard to prevent error and also to correct non-compliance. This is the thing. If that can be done, laboratory becomes a very strong, powerful tool to assist the clinicians. One more thing I would like to tell you, with many of us think doctors examine, clinicians examine. Wrong. Clinicians will do only testing. Who will examine? It is the laboratory people who examine. They examine the patient sample. If you look at the standard 15189, there is no word test used anywhere in the standard. Throughout the standard, examination, pre-exam, exam, post-exam, it's only examination. You and I in the laboratory, we examine the patient representative. That's urine or stool, they are representative with all the dignity and honor given to that. But who does the testing? Using our data, they test. If our data is not dependable, the testing becomes inadequate and the patient is at risk.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom. We can take the talk forward, and I think Dr. Vikas wants to have one small comment.
I think I'll have 3 points. For this lab, we recently had a two meetings regarding the standardization of the lab instrument. So in that meeting, we decided that we are not going to rely on US, Europe, or any other standard. We will have our own standard. India will have, so we have 15 criteria. It is by WHO and National Health Resource Organization, MONICA. So we said that. Second, just wanted to tell you that I look up to the sports program. I met a person who is a gold medalist. He caught in the, doping. Can you imagine that BA pass boy, he knows what is reference standard, what is internal standard, he knows HPLC, LCMS, everything. So I just wanted to tell the clinician, you need to also read about the laboratory, how we do it, how we report it, and that you can give a feedback also. Third thing is, ICMR has a GCLP guideline, Good Clinical Laboratory Practice Guideline. I happen to be vice chairman. It need to be popularized. Among India, So that 3 points I just want to highlight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your good comments. So I will move on to our co-panelist, Dr. Banandi Buttar, ma'am. Ma'am, the environment of CCM and ICU is very disconcerting with all the alarms buzzing. So first thing I would like to know from you, who sets those thresholds for those alarms? And what is the role of different persons in setting those thresholds?
The alarms are to be set by the ICU persons, and it is dependent on the patient. So you know that this patient is of this age. So age plays some role, and also disease plays some role. So it has to be individualized, it has to be personalized based on the disease and on the age or the physiology. It's a pregnant lady, it's different. It's a 60-year-old male, it's different. 80-year-old male, it's different. It's an 8-year-old child, it's different. So alarms have to be set not only on the monitor, on the ventilator, and if nobody sets it, there are now intelligent monitors and ventilators you can auto set. So the first reading is taken and the alarms are auto set. And the most important thing about alarms is that there has to be a culture of safety. So if there is no culture of safety, the first thing that happens when the alarm rings is somebody goes and turns it off. But that is not right, because when an alarm is turned off, you are actually endangering that patient's life. Remember, this patient is technology dependent, and we have to be very careful about the alarm setting and giving appropriate responses to the alarms. Alarms are always ringing, and so we have to be intelligent enough to set them correctly.
So just a follow-up question on that. So could you recall or would you like to share cases where alarm was someone silenced that alarm and caused harm to the patient, or where the alarm was buzzing and it was not clinically significant? Both examples you can give.
So I remember very clearly one patient, some care activity was going on, he was being turned or something like that, and the alarms, not the alarm was not silenced, but the monitor leads were removed, and when the patient was turned, it was found that his heart had stopped. So this was a very serious issue, and it was not to be, because whenever any activity is done, the patient is at higher risk, and we must not silence the alarms. Sometimes the saturation monitors, if the patient is not having a good blood pressure, it may not pick up the correct saturation. You will run and go and try to do something to correct oxygenation, but actually the patient's oxygen may be all right. So there are times when alarm can be false also, but one must be alert to the alarms, and only then you can say it is false or.
Thank you, ma'am. So I will come back to Dr. Vikas Meris. So we see, as Dr. Avinash Supe also pointed out and Madam also pointed out, that we have got some culture of under-reporting or medical decision errors. So what would be clinicians, I would like to know, how we can encourage clinicians to report more of these errors?
So one thing is that we have been doing pharmacovigilance since 1982, on and off. Then we have a sustainable program since 2010. So if you look at the form, Madam has shown the form, backside of the form we had written, it does not come under RTI. Okay? So any clinician, when you go, recently we had a meeting, patient safety meeting, they said they have apprehension that there could be legal problem if you report an ADR. I'm saying ADR, event. There is no culture of reporting an error till today. We started incorporating medication error culture that you need to report because you need to prevent that. Now, if I take an example of US, they have a COP system, computer physician entry system. In that, how the COP system is implemented, like you have a national essential drug list or medicine list, we call it product now. Every state has a national essential product list or drug list. And with this background, we form a hospital formulary. For each and every hospital, there is a hospital formulary. So when physician write the prescription, it will tell you with the formulary, what drug, what dose, is it available. Then it comes to the nurse's terminal. And when the patient get admitted, he get a strap on the hand. Like you go to the club, you get a strap. You don't go to the club now. It's business. Like if you go to surgery, if you go to medicine, how many errors take place? Because there's a miscommunication. I was working in AIIMS emergency. Senior resident is from Haryana and nurse is from Kerala. He said in Hindi, yeah, they do. And it has to be dissolved in 500 ml, he directly infused it. These are miscommunication. When we call neurology from emergency, call neurology, and you find senior resident of urology. So then we started saying neurology means Netherlands, urology means something else, umbrella. So that need to be very, because another thing is that we need a skilled manpower. Okay? Skilled manpower, that there should be a teamwork. If I don't speak to nurses, if I don't speak to the pharmacists, how it is going to work out? Now, seriousness, I just wanted to tell you that what is seriousness. If you travel by any United Airlines flight, it is written in a cockpit, once you enter this area, forget about everything. Forget about everything. You need to concentrate on your work. Today, if you say that what is the error aviation industry, like Dr. Panda had said, 1 in 10,000. But you can remember Air India, Malaysia, all this error, fatal error. So we need to be look at that way, that you need to report, you need to discuss. There are model, we have a reporting system also, ABCDEF. Some error is there, but it does not reach to the patient. Like you are about to have an accident, somehow saved. But if it is reached to the patient and date, we need to discuss. And you need to upgrade the SOP that how to prevent this. we are concentrating on prevent and how to minimize that. That need to be implemented.
Sir, you give example of US and also that AIMS, it's from AIMS, where Haryana doctor and nursing. So instead of one example, I would like to know where does the most of this error creeps in, the medication error? Is it at the stage of the prescription, or it is at the stage of dispensing, or at the administration level?
Error is taking place in every step. Like madam we had to work on that area, that can you develop a module for prescription so that you can give a training for the intern. Prescription skill development program. So we need to do that. That's a very good program that need to be implemented. Dispensing. You go to any pharmacy, what they do? They just fill the mobile phone, charging. They're busy with that. So nobody talk about that. Then a second problem is come. I look after the OPD. I look after for 10 years. How many patients you get? 100 of patients. One consultant treats 300 patients. So we don't have a contact time. So within this contact time, 3 minutes to 5 minutes, can you develop a skill for that? And that need to be implemented, because today we don't know how many errors is going on. We talk about patient safety, but we need to implement practically that how many, because quality is very important. You had done a lot of good work. One patient died, it comes to the media, whole reputation is finished. That need to be looked at that,
Thank you, sir. So maybe we have some follow questions for Badani madam. Ma'am, after these alarms issues, one more area which is prone is giving sedation in the ICU. So what is the most common sedation related error you see in the ICU?
So whenever sedation is given, patient is knocked out, practically. It's like the operation theatre, not to that extent, but to a lesser extent. So the doctors and the nurses have a responsibility to monitor how much the patient is made to be asleep. So there are scales or scores, and it has to be such that if you tap the patient, then the patient should at least open eyes, or the patient should be able to give you some indication that he is responding to you or listening to you. So those scales are very important, and we have to know that this is the kind of sedation that I'm targeting. So we have targets, and we have to achieve the target, and in addition to that, every day a break has to be given. So in the morning time, when the number of people in the ICU is maximum, because we have to see safety also. You stop the sedation, patient starts jumping, he's pulling out tubes and lines, that's also a dangerous situation. So when everybody is around, when the level of alertness is high, you stop the sedation, and then you see whether the patient can be on a lower dose of sedation rather than what it was before. So these are some safety checks that we have for sedation. Otherwise, it's a very risky business.
And another very common error we see is transfusion-related errors. So would you like to share your experience or any comments on that?
Yes, so transfusion-related errors can happen right from the transfusion medicine department. Rather, it can happen right from collecting the sample of the patient. I am supposed to collect the sample and send it. I am very busy. I tell my colleague, you collect it for so-and-so patient. And the same patient, there might be two patients of the same name. He goes and collects, especially a busy labor room, or the bed number, the patient has been shifted out, somebody else has come on that bed, that patient's blood is drawn, it is sent to the blood bank, and then there is a transfusion reaction. So it is again the same thing, that actually the transfusion medicine form, it clearly says that you have to sign and you have to certify that I have collected the patient's sample. But in reality, we all sign. I know the residents sign, we never sign now. We are lucky to have a whole horde of doctors under us. But if we are signing it, we should be honest, and we should be very sure that we have taken the sample. Not related to transfusion, but related to another incident that happened, lab medicine again. There were two patients, one with leukemia and one non-leukemia, same name, and the samples were mixed up, and people were wondering why this patient was having a blood report like that of a leukemia patient, and then it was realized that the wrong sample had been drawn. So similarly, that can happen. And then of course, cross-match can go wrong, and then you can have antibodies. So patient may be more prone to have transfusion reactions, and still you can have a reaction. If it happens in a sedated patient inside the operation theatre, which I'm sure all surgeons will vouch for, it's very difficult to pick it up. But if it happens in a conscious patient in the ward, it is easier. In the ICU, it's a similar situation. Suddenly you'll see maybe red-colored urine come out, and then you'll wonder whether it's a transfusion reaction. So it's not that simple. It can be fatal, so we have to be really, really careful.
Sir, just a follow-up question. You told an example where the similar sounding department names cause confusion. So I have a related question to that. So what single safeguard best prevents dose formulation or look-alike, soft-like drug errors?
I think it is a common problem. Like if you look at that, if you go by flight, you say alpha, beta, they put that I'll see it, you know. So coding system. So if you look at that one air flight crash, because they were telling in English and it was in Middle East, somewhere the pilot were, they did not understand. And that was that, you know, both the flight it crashes, you know. So we need to also implement some language into that. That is why I said that there is a mistake, let's discuss. Let's update it SOP. How can you prevent it? So that need to be done. So if you look at some of the example, we do not give much importance to medication dispensing. I think time has come. I need to know, if I ask you the question, how do you check the quality of a medicine? So it will be very prompt, because I was looking at a drug survey where we collected 48,000 samples. So one of the directors had gave me this, you are a core member of the lab committee, can you check the quality? I said license number, batch number, expiry. I said fine. He said not fine, because it is written Madras and it's a counterfeit. How many of us we understand, you say NSQ, spurious, counterfeit. Very few people will be able to tell you that what is counterfeit. So time has come to create an awareness. Time has come to create that we need to discuss about the medication error. There are different dispensing error, even look like, same like. That need to be addressed. You know, we do not take a verbal instruction, give in writing. We say capital, what dose. You know, earlier any doctor who give a prescription, nobody can read, and people used to think he's a very big doctor. Today we could find that he's not a big doctor. You know, so it has to be very clear, and it need to be done from undergraduate level. Like from ICMR side, Medan had taken an initiative. That prescription skill evaluation program, if we implement from the beginning and make it mandatory, and definitely scenario will be changed. You know, so that need to be done. It's not only government. Like I came to KGMC also, so they have some instruction on prescription. Little bit indirectly, because if you say that pharmacovigilance, when we discussed in 2008, that night you had written a letter to MCI. Please make it that you give a recognition if they have a pharmacovigilance committee. It is not mandatory, but it becomes indirectly mandatory. People are going for it. So that kind of system you need to implement for. And I just wanted to tell you that don't forget you are doing it in medical college. You know, metros. Our 80% side it is in rural area. And we need to incorporate from primary, secondary and tertiary both. Then we are successful. Otherwise you can say that we have done in AIMS, we have done in medical college, we are successful. No, that's not an answer. It has to be done from the primary health center to secondary and tertiary. Thank you.
So we can just have a last round of comments from the experts. So sir, from you I would like to know, does AI will have any role, or is it already having a role in preventing this AI, artificial intelligence is having any role in preventing the diagnostic errors?
When we are handling big data, suppose the hospital has about 20,000-30,000 examination to be done in the laboratory. There's automation. Most of the automation is built on machine learning or on AI. Now, how do the operator is aware of the implications of using AI? I'll give you one example. Now, last year, they have created a biochip. Chinese have created a biochip. They insert it under the skin. What it does with body electricity, that biochip sends all the signals about blood sugar or urea, creatinine, whatever it is, infections also, to the external device. And then I will take my phone and I know what are all things happening, real time. And not only that, the same message goes to my clinician who is treating me for last 6 months or 8 months. That clinician will see my report within no time and changes or alters or prescribes new medication, that goes to the pharmacy, nearest pharmacy. The pharmacist will pack and send it to my house through a drone system. A drone is ready, drone system like Ola, Uber. It will pick up my revised medication, brings it, drops it in my house, and unless I have the key, I cannot open. Now, this is the future of the technology where it utilizes AI. One more thing is happening with the AI, that is, I am getting old, my children are abroad, I am in an apartment, myself and my wife. Who will I be able to go to a laboratory to get my system done, analysis done? Now, AI has created a system wherein it reminds me, it has all the data. In fact, I was surprised the other day, I got a phone call saying that, have you stopped taking medicine, are you taking medicine? It is all captured, and we don't have privacy, it is known to somebody. It captures our data, reminds us, you have forgotten to take your medicine last night. This is the beauty of the intelligence which guides us in the right direction. After that, it says tomorrow morning, phlebotomist is coming to your house to collect your blood. I have to be ready, fasting or whatever is with drug, without drug. Then next day morning, the phlebotomist in and around area is informed, please go and collect blood from such and such a person for following investigation. Nearest phlebotomist when they block, the others cannot come, only that phlebotomist will come, collect my blood and ask in which laboratory you want to get your examination done. See, the beauty of the information management, nano information technology is the tool which is used here. It gives me an opportunity. I want to go to lab A or lab B or lab C. Then information is loaded. Lab A or B, which I selected, will be waiting for my samples to be brought from the drone without any hassle in the traffic. I think within no time, the sample transportation problem is solved. Your unnecessary traveling is, and also all facilities, laboratory facilities are available too. This is the beauty of AI, but one concern is the confidentiality and related ethics. When we, therefore, 18, 19, 20th, there's a global summit on AI in Delhi. I'm also going there. Most of these things are discussed. These are powerful tool, can be abused, used, and privacy data can be leaked out. All these problems are also there.
So, coming from your side, what any future for this AI or technology in reducing errors in your CCM setup?
Yes, there is huge data that is flowing, that is collected from each patient. All that can be integrated, and you can actually predict what this patient will behave like this in the next few hours, whether he will have deterioration of his blood pressure and things like that. Is something
already there which you in prototype, something which you are using? Or
no, we are not using anything. We are using just plain, we don't even have EMR. I think for that, the first thing that happens is the electronic medical records, because everything then gets stored and all that. So ours is still a paper change, where it is the same person doing an electronic medical charting. He or she does look at the value, but that same kind of information doesn't seem to enter, as an alert. So I think it's a learning curve, and once you learn it, it will become better. But AI is definitely coming in a very big way. Prescriptions are going to change because, the computerized prescription system will come and it's going to make a difference.
So the last comment I would like to have you, sir. So do you see any role for AI in your pharmacovigilance?
Yeah, we have already initiated a program. Suppose our point is there is no concept of global ban. We see how the drug is suitable for Indian population, and when we look at that, we also see how suitable for North Indian, South Indian, West Indian, Northeast like that. And all the data, today we have 11 lakh database. It's the largest database. So we can easily use, all AI. Yeah, I'll just give you one example. Recently there is an incident take place where, they said about diclofenac sodium is causing acute renal failure. So immediately we look at our database, how many cases we have been reported. Pioglitazone causes uveitis, how many cases? It was banned. And again it was revoked, and you say that you go for a cohort study. So as you can see that we look at genomically because individualized therapy, so definitely. But the reporting rate you have to see, we say yellow card is more successful in UK. The reporting rate is only 12%. So that is why you have to look at, and we are going to implement that. But as a question, like ChatGPT, I just put paracetamol. They put all MSIDs, and they again caution that you consult with the doctors. So it has to be with the caution that how you're going to implement this one. Definitely technology is there, you have to implement the technology and will be successful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, all the co-panelists. And with this, I would like to hand over the panel to.
Thank you very much. Although, yes, sir, let me complete it, then you please ask question. We already overshot time, and so very little time left for discussion. But yes, I'll take 1 or 2 questions from the audience, and then my last comment. Yeah.
I'm a medical legal consultant. I work for patients' rights in the court. Well, I'll tell you one case which has gone to the court, which is a landmark case. This is Dr. 𝐂𝐚𝐭𝐢𝐞𝐳 versus AMRI Hospital, where the compensation was 11 crores. Basically, what had happened was this Anuradha Kunal, who was the wife of Dr. Kunal, they were citizens in USA. They came to India. They had a skin rash. They went to AMRI Hospital for treatment. There is overdose of dipomedrol, or steroid, was given. Following that injection, the patient had toxic epidermal necrolysis, a very severe skin reaction which led to her death. Now what happened was, the mistake of the doctors was that they refused to accept the mistake. The patients, why I'm telling you this should happen again. After death, yes, the husband, who's also a doctor, and Dr. Anuradha was also a doctor, instead of explaining to them what had got wrong, they refused to accept the mistake. The doctor went to the court. He filed a court in the National Consumer Court, and then though the compensation was very low, he was upset that he didn't get. They absolved the, in fact, in the Consumer Court, they absolved the doctors of any negligence, and they just minimum damages they get. He was so upset, he said, I'm going to fight for the rights of patients, and he went up to the Supreme Court, and he won the case in the Supreme Court, and he got 11 crores, which he is donated for public care. Now, what I'm trying to tell in this scenario is, there is an ethics principle, a duty of candor. If you train your staff to tell the truth, you can avoid your patients from going for litigation. Now, I'm here today because yesterday we opened a bioethics unit under Dr. Anuja Bhargav is here. She's going to head the bioethics unit. I'm sure principles of bioethics is going to be installed to patients, to all doctors and students, so that they can practice with ethics in mind. One of the ethical principles is duty of candor, to tell the truth when something has gone wrong. Very, very important. If you tell the truth that what has happened, patients most of the time will accept. In fact, relatives will accept. They will react immediately, but further reaction will subside with time. If you don't do that, there's a court, and the court will take action.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
So can I respond to that? Can I respond? I have compiled all the cases of medical negligence and compensation, and you can look at that publication. Just I wanted to caution one thing. Like in COVID, you might have seen that we have approved as an emergency approval 157 drug, reuse, off-label use. Many of the clinicians is not aware. Once you prescribe an off-label use, legal liability is yours. So there is an incident took place of ophthalmology. They used a biosimilar, and file came to me, and ultimately company said that we did not ask for this indication. It's an ophthalmologist. So that time when you prescribe, you should take an informed consent, as he referred to ethics. So you can look at that article. So we have compiled all these cases. Thank you.
Okay, so now before closing it, I have got two questions asked from my esteemed panelists. One of them was to Dr. Venkatesh. Sir, you said double check is the key to avoid errors. My point is here that the error may start right from the preparation of the patient and then drawing the sample and then in the laboratory and ultimately reporting. So which part I should double check? Only in my hand is have you done it? You sample, you can repeat the sample. Now that double check by the same person or the different technician?
Different person, not same person. So I tell you where to do the double checking.
So that double checking only for doing the procedure, but the pre one probably will not be able to do it, and the mistake might have taken place there. So we have to again. So thank you very much. That's one point. Another one is about Dr. Bharani, madam. You say that many students are there. I would like to very emphatically state here that medical colleges are not for treating patients. The medical colleges are to produce doctors. So we actually train our students how to treat a patient. That's our job. And till the student is registered with the medical council additional qualification, he is not entitled to practice as a specialist. So entire responsibility in the medical college lies on our shoulders. They are actually working on our behalf. So even whatever they write, whether you have told them or not told them, you are responsible. So I think the system has to develop, and we are actually going to, but we are doing a lot of electronic data, and our dashboard is very unique, and we are going to, I'm sure everybody knows that India AI Summit is taking place in Delhi from 16th to 20th. And the government of India has invited Era to present how to prevent errors, and actually that's what we are going to do there on 16th and 17th. We'll be there for up to 20th. My only submission is that we have to have some system inbuilt, whether this is manual or in a dashboard or electronic, that a consultant has to also vet what has been written. That's also extremely important. Also from bioethics point of view is extremely important, and this is actually we are failing, and we are not finding anything. Actually, I have a discussion with NMC also, and also with the Niti Aayog. Dr. 𝐒𝐚𝐭 is a very good friend of mine, and we all work together in neonatology in Delhi. So what is your comment on that? I'd like to ask about this aspect, because ex-metro hospital, corporate hospital is different from what 𝐂𝐨𝐵𝐵𝐺 or Era. So at this point, decision taken by the resident doctors, not the senior resident, he is competent, and our responsibility as far as the error is concerned.
I think I will come to the basic level question. All this AI will depend on the data. One thing is, let's take a uniform policy of keeping the data. So if you go to government hospital, they keep OPD for 5 years, indoor for 10 years, medical legal for lifelong. And today electronic data, we keep it for 3 years. One thing, we have to take a uniform database for across India, whether it is in a private hospital and government hospital, and based on the data only we can look at that, can we use this data for artificial intelligence, So then only, many of these times when you go, they use a particular portal. So if that model is India-centric, it can be implemented. Let's put it as all over India, pan-India, and then only you will become. But as I say, it can go either two directions, artificial intelligence. But more important point is data integrity and data security. We have already lost 81.5 lakh, crore database. So that point need to be that how to keep a data integrity and security.
So my point was not on AI. My point was on the responsibility of error on the resident or on the consultant.
No, responsibility, if you say that I am a consultant, it is my responsibility. Because senior resident come and go, junior resident come and go. So I need to implement a system where you can identify error, or as I say, manage the error. So if there is a small, there should be a reporting system. Developed countries, they have already reporting system, and they created a database. And with this database, we can say that this is what the SOP we can implement that, so to prevent an error.
I will make one very small comment here. As Indians, we do not have a safety culture. People are going on on the highway without helmet, driving in the opposite direction, putting themselves and the person opposite to them at risk. This is what we are. We need to improve our safety culture as a total, and as many people have said, we need to become more transparent and stand up and say, I made this mistake, even if I have to face that, face the consequences of it, which could include being sent out of that situation where you're working. So I think these two, if they change, I think we'll be on a right path.
Can I add one thing at the end? In any city, we have laboratories, we have auto rickshaws. Auto rickshaws are more regulated than the laboratory. I tell you why. The auto rickshaw has a color code. Laboratory may not have color code for disposal of waste. Auto rickshaw driver has a uniform. Laboratory people may not be wearing safety thing. And auto rickshaw has a meter which is calibrated. The laboratories may not have measuring instruments calibrated. Auto rickshaws, if they do not behave properly, the passenger will never go. Losing one customer is like not getting 1,000 new customers. It is more dangerous in a laboratory.
Can we close?
That's why we need to have a regulated laboratory system with...
Thank you, sir. And we have to close. The inauguration session is quite late. Thank you very much, all the panelists. And
so
in this session,
at this juncture, I request Dr. Rajendra Prasad sir to kindly facilitate our chairperson, Professor Dr. MMA Faridi sir. Thank you, sir. Now I request our chairperson to kindly felicitate our esteemed panelist, Dr. Anit Parihar, sir. Dr. T. Venkatesh, sir. Professor Dr. Vikas Mehndi, sir. And Dr. Benani Poddar, ma'am. Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Dr. Salia Rizvi, ma'am, to commence the inaugural ceremony.
I request all of you to be kindly seated as we'll begin the inaugural ceremony in a couple of minutes. So a very good afternoon to one and all present here. On behalf of Era University, Lucknow, it gives me immense pleasure to warmly welcome you all to the inaugural ceremony of Patient Safety Conclave 2026. To formally inaugurate the conclave and set the tone for the meaningful deliberations ahead, we humbly request our distinguished dignitaries to kindly proceed for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. For the ceremony, I respectfully invite our esteemed chief guest, Professor 𝐂𝐨𝐧𝐜𝐥𝐚, Professor 𝐒𝐚𝐿𝐴, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir Professor Abbas Ali Mehendi, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Ma'am, Professor Farzana Mehendi, Professor 𝐒𝐚𝐭𝐲, and Professor Sucheta Dandekar Ma'am to kindly grace the occasion by lighting the ceremonial lamp. I humbly request the dignitaries, our chief guest, Dr. Ajay Singh Sir, our guest of honor, Dr. 𝐒𝐚𝐿𝐴, our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, and our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Ma'am, along with the organizing secretaries to kindly move for the lamp lighting ceremony. Dr. 𝐒𝐚𝐿𝐴 sir, we request you to join the dignitaries in the lamp lighting ceremony. May I now request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly take their chair on the dais. Dr. 𝐒𝐚𝐿𝐴 sir, we request you to take your esteemed chair on the dais. Dr. 𝐂𝐴𝐧𝐜 sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Pro Vice Chancellor Ma'am, along with the organizing secretaries, Professor Sucheta Dandekar Ma'am and Professor 𝐒𝐚𝐭𝐲 sir. Thank you to all our dignitaries for sparing their valuable time and gracing the event with their presence. I now humbly request Professor Abbas Ali Mehendi, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Era University, to kindly present a bouquet to a respected chief guest as a token of our gratitude and respect. We are truly honored to have with us Professor Dr. 𝐂𝐴𝐧𝐜𝐿𝐴, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Uttar Pradesh University of Medical Sciences, Safai, as the chief guest of this conclave. Thank you so much, sir, for your presence. It's now my privilege to welcome our guest of honor, Dr. 𝐒𝐚𝐿𝐴, Director General of the Association of Healthcare Providers, in this conference. I now request our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Ma'am to kindly welcome sir with a bouquet of flowers. Thank you, sir, for your gracious presence. Moving ahead, now to formally address the gathering and share the vision behind this important conclave, I would respectfully invite Professor Sucheta Dandekar Ma'am, Organizing Secretary, Patient Safety Conclave, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
A very warm welcome to all of you for this patient safety conclave. Today's conclave is about changing that mindset from reacting to errors to anticipating, preventing, and learning from them. Era University has long believed that quality healthcare begins with safe systems and well-prepared professionals. For over a decade, the university has been an advocate for patient safety and quality-driven care, pioneering the use of digital health solutions to improve clinical outcomes and adopting innovative teaching technologies to make healthcare education more effective, relevant, and future-ready. This conclave also builds on the momentum of the 15th National Conference on Health Professions Education, the NCHPE 2024, where we explored how strengthening health professions education can directly enhance patient safety in real world. We will explore how we can prevent never events, and if we are honest and open in these conversations, mistakes stop being secrets and start becoming lessons. And let me say this, patient safety, and as Dr. Venkatesh mentioned, patient comfort is not the responsibility of one profession or one department. It belongs to all of us, nurses, educators, administrators, students, and teachers working together. Thank you, and I wish all of you a meaningful and encouraging and enriching conclave. Thank you so much, and welcome, dear participants.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your inspiring words and for outlining the objective of this conclave. May I now invite Professor Abbas Ali Mehendi, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Era University, to kindly address the gathering.
A very good afternoon to all of you. It's a pleasure and honor for us to host this interesting meeting on patient safety. And as Professor Dandekar has pointed out, that Era has been emphasizing for last more than a decade now, since its inception. Our basic ethos has been patient comfort and patient safety. And that's why we wanted to have this conclave, to have an interaction and update, and especially our youngsters should be encouraged to, because as Dr. Supe has very rightly pointed out, to err is the human. But always when you do something, those who do something, they do make mistakes. So acknowledgement of the mistakes and acceptance of the mistakes will only lead to improvement. That's what is there. But unfortunately what happens, because of the so many negative things associated with accepting the mistake, that people are afraid of doing so, and they want to cover it up. So that should not be there, because until and unless we accept it, we can't improve. So, and that process has to go on and on. Although I always say that most of the progress which has taken place because of many unethical things. But still, one has to be very truthful in his or her actions, and that has to be very important, to acknowledge and to accept the mistakes which you have done in your life, and that's how you move forward. So I welcome Professor Ajay Singh, our dear friend, and who's an eminent pediatric orthopedic surgeon, and he has been professor of orthopedics, and then founder of pediatric orthopedics at King George Medical University, because I think he initiated that branch, and now MCH is there in pediatric orthopedics because of his efforts. And thereafter he headed two important institutes. One was Pediatric Institute at Noida, and thereafter AIIMS Bhopal. And today he is heading an important medical university at CFI as its Vice Chancellor. And he has been a leader, and always he leads from the front. And it has been my good fortune to know him for last more than 25 years now. And we have been associated in many things together. And I welcome you, sir. And it's a pleasure and honor to have you here. Similarly, Dr. Girdhar Gyani, who is known as Quality Man of India, and is very pertinent that he's gracing the occasion, and he's sitting on the dais at the moment, because he has always been emphasizing on quality in health, and that's what his mission has been always. So welcome, sir, and it's always a pleasure and honor for us to have you amongst us. This whole thing has been brought because of the two people. One is Dr. Sucheta Dandekar, another dear friend of ours, and Dr. R.K. Garg. We can congratulate Dr. Garg because it's his birthday today, so, so it's a coincidence. So, yesterday thing? Acha, chalo, ek din ka. Anyway, so congratulations to Dr. Garg for his birthday, and Dr. Dandekar and Dr. Garg formulated this whole concept because I discussed it with our Honorable Chancellor, and he wanted to have such type of a meeting, so to have an update, not only for ourselves, but also for our students and our faculty. And that's how this idea came. And I requested Dr. Dandekar and Dr. Garg to formulate, and they caught so many luminaries, and they all are here because of their efforts. And congratulations, Dr. Garg and Dr. Dandekar, for organizing this feast. And I am hopeful that this will be beneficial in the long run to understand and appreciate. Ultimate goal is patient safety, and that has to be our motto always. And my compliments to all of you, and wonderful lectures we have had in the morning, and I am sure that today and tomorrow also there will be more fruitful deliberations, and it will be beneficial for our youngsters and population at large. Thank you and welcome once again.
Thank you so much, sir, for your address and for gracing this event with your presence. May I now request Professor Farzana Mehendi Ma'am, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Era University, to share her thoughts with us.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Respected Professor Ajay Singh, Dr. Gyani, Professor Abbas, Garg, Dr. Garg, and Dr. Dandekar, Professor Rajendra, and so many others sitting. This, as ma'am has told you, that in 24 we had NCHP, and there we talked about patient safety. So we began from there, and we wanted to take it forward. And our Chancellor, Mr. Mohsin Ali Khan Sahab, he is doing a lot of work in digital technology in order to minimize the errors, and hence working towards patient safety. So he said that let us just have an update. So that's how all, and Abbas has just told you. And this is our second meeting, and in another 1 year or 1.5 years, we are going to again meet. And after this meeting, we are coming out with the white paper, which Professor Sucheta Madam and Dr. Garg and her team, they are going to, publish it so that it is beneficial for one and all. We made this meeting available for AHP members and others, whosoever was interested, online, so that more and more it's going to reach to other, colleagues. What we did that we wanted to, publish these flyers, in which we are talking about patient safety measures. These have been, this is in English, but we have translated them in Hindi and Urdu, and now we have taken out, all the on the flex, and it is being displayed in the OPD in the hospital, so that whosoever is coming, if they are able to read, then they can read, certain instructions. And along with that, we have come out with an idea of making small and short videos, because everybody has a phone now. So we started from ENT department, there how to administer, ear drops. It's a very simple thing. And then for eye department and for others also. So we are coming up with these small videos which will be given to the patients, because then if anybody explains, how it is, even we forget the, the entire process. So if they'll have that small video, they can refer to it and minimize the errors. So this is just one more thing, and I'm sure after this conclave, a lot more ideas will come which we can incorporate. So with this, I would like to thank all of you for joining and being part of this amazing meet. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring address and for always being a guiding force and a constant pillar of support for all of us. We now move to a very special moment of the inaugural ceremony, the release of the patient safety flyer. May I request our guest of honor, Dr. 𝐂𝐨𝐧𝐜𝐿, sir, to kindly do the honors. I request other dignitaries to join them. Thank you, respected dignitaries. I would now like to humbly request our guest of honor, Dr. 𝐂𝐨𝐧𝐜𝐿, sir, to kindly address the audience and share his very valuable insights with us. 𝐵𝐵𝐵, sir, we'd request you to address the gathering.
Giving you a lot of pains.
Okay. Yeah, good afternoon. Professor Ajay Singh, my friend Dr. Abbas, Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Garg, Professor Sucheta, and of course the senior, my colleagues, all of them are my colleagues only. You know, this conference, I always keep saying that we have got many hospitals, which I call them super specialist hospital, but they have no time, no energy and no resources for organizing this kind of events, which are very important, message, because many of them who are attending might be attending first time or maybe second time, but the patient safety subject gets, disseminated among the larger crowd. So it is a responsibility of the medical colleges, because they have all the resources, training hall, professors, trainers, and that's why I keep saying that this era, I have been watching ERA for past now more than 6-7 years, that they have been conducting this kind of program. And now, as the Pro Vice Chancellor was saying, that they are going to even bring out a white paper. Because the white paper comes out, it becomes a document for all the future. What we are listening today, we will forget. But this white paper will become a reference document for all the time to come. And I think I am very happy that Vice Chancellor of State is also here, who can do the similar things, promote among the government medical colleges or the medical colleges affiliated to the university. Now, patient safety, let me tell you, is very closely associated with the accreditation. Because you have heard, Professor Supe was talking, very good lecture today, that errors are basically from the systems, hardly from individuals. One statistics came long back that 20% errors are because of the human individual, while 80% errors are from the system. Now, what is accreditation? Accreditation they define as framework for quality governance of hospital. Simple one-line definition. It is a framework. If you see the standard, any standard on accreditation, it defines what is to be done, how it is to be done, by whom it is to be done, and on what basis it is to be done. So this is kind of system once you establish, and I think we did that in our country in 2005. America did it in 1951. Although we have done, you can say almost, 50 years later than the USA, but today around 25,000 hospitals either have accreditation or entry-level certification, or they meet the empanelment criteria for railway, CGHS, ECHS. So I think what I'm trying to say is that if I consider we have 75,000 hospitals in the country, small and big, 1/3 of them are definitely following some quality criteria. Second point I want to tell you here is, when we launched the NABH in India, initially it was very difficult to find people among clinicians who come forward and they say, okay, we will take the ownership. So, we had to generate the people from the hospital, and let me tell you, the people who came first were from the laboratory. Because laboratory people were already following quality, let us say NABL or anything else. So initial coordinators were from laboratory background. Then we inducted administrators. But today, of course, I can say, I think all clinicians, they know NABH, they follow NABH, and I think, Professor Abbas, you can next time, indicators, how do we monitor and capture the clinical indicators? That you must hold a workshop on that. Because that is one of the weak area we find. We are not able to do. Even some of our assessors are not able to do that. So that could be the level 2 workshop where the serious people who are already doing. I mean, in that series, you can keep on doing many things like that. So anyway, I think I'm very happy that this patient safety program for 2 days is being done. And from, of course, the HPI, we'll render all the support. Next time you need some more faculty, let us, we will depute the faculty for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring address and for sensitizing us regarding what measures should be taken to reduce the errors in patient care. Now I request Professor Farzana Mehendi ma'am to kindly felicitate a guest of honor. A huge round of applause from the audience, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Moving ahead, I would humbly request our distinguished chief guest, Professor Dr. Ajay Singh, sir, to kindly do the honors and formally release the Patient Safety Conclave souvenir. Thank you, our esteemed dignitaries. Now I humbly request our chief guest, Professor Ajay Singh, sir, to address the audience and bless us with his words of wisdom. Please welcome, sir, with a huge round of applause.
Thank you. सबसे पहले तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और मुझे बहुत ही खुशी हो रही है कि मैं आज एक बार फिर एरा मेडिकल यूनिवर्सिटी में आया हुआ हूँ। बहुत कम लोगों को पता होगा और मैडम फरजाना को शायद याद होगा कि मेरी एकेडमिक प्रोफेशनल लाइफ जो है वो यहीं से शुरू हुई है और आज मैं जहाँ पे भी हूँ मुझे कहने में कोई हिचक नहीं है। इसका बेस जो है, जो इसकी नींव है, वो एरा मेडिकल यूनिवर्सिटी है। मैं मंच पे जितने भी गणमान्य व्यक्ति बैठे हुए हैं, मैं अपने आप को बहुत छोटा महसूस कर रहा हूँ और अभी मैं आप लोगों का मैंने कीनोट एड्रेस सुना तो मैंने और छोटापन महसूस हुआ कि मुझे सर ने इतनी बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दे दी है, लेकिन क्योंकि आपने मुझे बुलाया, आपने ये इज्जत दी, उसके लिए मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं प्रोफेसर राजेंद्र जिनका मैं स्टूडेंट रहा हूं, आपने इस बार हम लोगों को गौरवान्वित किया और आपको क्योंकि पद्मश्री मिला है, एक बार मैं अपनी तरफ से और हम सभी स्टूडेंट्स की तरफ से आपका सम्मान करता हूं। जहां तक आज का ये जो कंसेप्ट है, इस थीम है आज के प्रोग्राम की, वो बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग है और बहुत ही रेलिवेंट है, क्योंकि जो पेशेंट सेफ्टी है, देखने में दो वर्ड्स बहुत ही सिंपल से वर्ड्स लगते हैं, लेकिन ये वर्ड्स जो हैं ये एक तरीके का डिसिप्लिन है, ये एक कंसेप्ट है। इस कंसेप्ट को तब तक लागू नहीं हो पाएगा जब तक हम इसको समझेंगे नहीं। और जब हमारी मेडिकल ट्रेनिंग शुरू होती है, मींस एमबीबीएस में जब हम लोग, और सिर्फ एमबीबीएस क्यों, जब हम नर्सिंग एजुकेशन, पैरामेडिकल एजुकेशन, हम सब लोगों को जब हम लोग पहुंचेंगे, तो क्योंकि पेशेंट केयर कोई एक सिर्फ डॉक्टर्स या रेजिडेंट्स का काम नहीं होता है, एक टीम वर्क का काम होता है, और हमको इसको मेडिकल एजुकेशन से इंटीग्रेट करने की आवश्यकता है, एक चीज़। दूसरी बात ये कि पेशेंट सेफ्टी होता क्या है। हम लोग जो पढ़ते थे, हम लोगों ने सुना कि कॉम्प्लिकेशंस होते हैं, हम लोगों ने सुना कि हर केमिकल के कोई साइड इफ़ेक्ट्स भी होंगे। हम लोगों को बताया जाता था कि जब आप, जैसे मैं सर्जन हूँ, तो आप सर्जरी करोगे तो कॉम्प्लिकेशन तो होना ही है, यदि कॉम्प्लिकेशन नहीं हो रहा तो आप सर्जन नहीं हो। तो इसलिए, लेकिन अब एक नई चीज़ आ रही है, वो है एरर। तो हमें ये देखने की ज़रूरत है कि कैसे कॉम्प्लिकेशन, साइड इफ़ेक्ट्स और एरर, इसमें हम लोगों को ठीक प्रकार से अंडरस्टैंडिंग होने की आवश्यकता है। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि यहाँ बहुत सीनियर लोग हैं, यदि एरर वर्ड को हटा के हम इसकी जगह कुछ और वर्ड यूज़ करें तो शायद ज़्यादा एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी होगी। क्योंकि एक चीज़ मैं सुबह से सुन रहा हूँ कि लोग मेंशन नहीं करते हैं, अपने एरर्स को बताने में उनको शर्म आती है, क्योंकि जब ये एरर वर्ड आ जाता है तो लगता है कि हमने कुछ कमी कर दी, हमने कुछ गलत कर दिया, या समझने वालों को भी ऐसा लगता है कि हमने गलत कर दिया। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हम लोगों को इस वर्ड को चेंज करने की आवश्यकता है, सोचने की आवश्यकता है कि क्या करें। और कहीं ना कहीं पेशेंट सेफ्टी से संबंधित सो कॉल्ड एरर्स जो हैं, उन एरर्स के लिए हमको प्रोटेक्शन देने की ज़रूरत है कि यदि हम इस चीज़ को एक्नॉलेज कर रहे हैं, तो एक तो एक्नॉलेज करने वाले का नाम पता नहीं होना चाहिए कि किसने एक्नॉलेज किया, उसका सिर्फ ये पता होना चाहिए कि एक एरर हुई, इस जगह पे हुई, इस प्रकार से हुई, लेकिन किसने की ये नहीं पता लगना चाहिए। आजकल आप देखते हैं कि मीडिया हर जगह पे यूट्यूबर्स हैं। आपने तो भले में कहा कि एक पेशेंट के में आपसे कुछ एरर हो गई और मैं उसको ठीक करना चाहता हूं, लेकिन उसकी मीनिंग कहां से कहां निकल जाएगी और कौन सा वो नेशनल इंटरनेशनल न्यूज़ बन जाएगी, आपके हाथ में नहीं है। उसके बाद फिर आप सफाई देते रहिए कि साहब ये अनइंटेंशनल है, ये तो एक इट्स ए पार्ट ऑफ होल प्रैक्टिस, कोई आपकी सुनने वाला नहीं है। ये मुद्दा इसलिए भी ज़्यादा इम्पॉर्टेंट है क्योंकि मोर देन 50% एरर्स जो हैं वो प्रिवेंटेबल होती हैं। तो जब 50% हम प्रिवेंट कर सकते हैं, और प्रिवेंट क्यों नहीं कर सकते, क्योंकि हमारा सोचने का ढंग, हमारा लिखने का ढंग वो ट्रांसपेरेंट नहीं है, वो एविडेंस बेस्ड नहीं है। हम लोग लाइफ लॉन्ग लर्नर नहीं बनना चाहते हैं। हमको लगता है कि हम ही जो हैं वही, हमारा जो ज्ञान है वो जो हमने प्राप्त कर लिया वही सब कुछ है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि कंटिन्यूस प्रोसेस होनी चाहिए, इसीलिए CME का कंसेप्ट बनाया गया और हम सब लोगों को इसमें शामिल होना चाहिए, क्योंकि जो नई चीज़ें डेवलप हो रही हैं उन सब चीज़ों को हमको पेशेंट के अपलिफ्टमेंट में कैसे यूज़ करना है। और हमको ये नहीं भूलना चाहिए कि इंडिया में जो पेशेंट केयर है वो सिर्फ हॉस्पिटल्स, नर्सिंग होम्स, कॉर्पोरेट हॉस्पिटल में नहीं है, रूरल एरिया में है। तो पेशेंट सेफ्टी की जब बात हम करते हैं तो हमें इस कंसेप्ट में PSC, CSC की जो लिमिटेशंस हैं, जहाँ शायद डॉक्टर्स भी नहीं हैं, जहाँ नर्सेज और फार्मासिस्ट या टेक्नीशियन चला रहे हैं, क्या हम लोगों को उसमें कैसे हमें उनको इनकॉर्पोरेट करके पेशेंट की सेफ्टी, क्योंकि वो तो वहाँ से शुरू हो रही है। सिर्फ हॉस्पिटल में जो टर्शरी हॉस्पिटल है वहीं पे चीज़ें नहीं हो रही हैं। तो ये तो सुबह डिस्कस हो चुका है कि हर स्टेज पे जो हैं वो एरर्स हो सकती हैं, इस पे मुझे जाने की आवश्यकता नहीं है, ये भी कुछ सही बात है। लेकिन टाइमली इंटरवेंशन और आइडेंटिफिकेशन वो मुझे लगता है की फैक्टर है। वो एरर होंगी, लेकिन आपको आइडेंटिफाई करके एक्नॉलेज करके उसको कैसे उसको करेक्शन करना है ये आपको होना चाहिए। एक फैक्टर और जो मेरे दिल के करीब है, जो मैं हमेशा बोलना चाहता हूँ, वो है आजकल किसी भी कॉन्फ्रेंस में जाइए, एआई का ज़माना है। प्रोफेसर गर्ग बैठे हुए हैं, एआई के मामले में प्रोफेसर गर्ग के ऊपर से आगे कौन बोल पाएगा। लेकिन एआई हर मर्ज की दवा है, ये कंसेप्ट नहीं होना चाहिए। ख़ास तौर से जो यंग लोग पीछे बैठे हैं उनको ये समझना चाहिए हर मर्ज की दवा नहीं है, क्योंकि एआई इज़ ए मशीन लर्निंग। और मशीन क्या लर्न करेगी? जो हम उसको लर्न कराएंगे। हम उसको क्या लर्न करेंगे? जो हम खुद लर्न करेंगे। तो हम जो डेटा उसको दे रहे हैं वही वो सीखेगा और वही वो आपको बताएगा। आजकल एक बड़ा ऐड निकलता है, मैं आर्थोपेडिक सर्जन हूँ, तो ऐड निकलता है कि साहब यदि आपको नी रिप्लेसमेंट रोबोट से कराना है तो 100% कोई कॉम्प्लिकेशन नहीं होगा। लेकिन आपको ये नहीं पता कि जो रोबोट को जो फीडिंग होती है वो तो आर्थोपेडिक सर्जन ही करता है। यदि आर्थोपेडिक सर्जन के कंसेप्ट गलत हैं तो वो रोबोट की भी कंसेप्ट जो हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं गलत हो जाएंगे। कल शाम को एक मीटिंग थी शासन के स्तर पे, और एक बहुत बड़ा वृहद कार्यक्रम उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार शुरू करने जा रही है, जिसमें उत्तर प्रदेश की रेडियोलॉजी जितनी भी सर्विसेज हैं सबका डिजिटलाइजेशन करने का और इंटीग्रेशन करने का एक प्रपोजल है, जिसमें मैंने अपना प्रेजेंटेशन दिया था और उसमें एआई को इनकॉर्पोरेट करने की बात हो रही थी। तो मैंने सबसे पहले यही बोला कि सर एआई यदि आप करना चाहते हैं तो एक तो एआई जो है वो इंडिया बेस्ड होना चाहिए, उसके जो डेटाज हैं वो इंडिया बेस्ड होने चाहिए, और जब तक आप वो डेटाज आप अपने क्रिएट नहीं कराएंगे तब तक जो आपके यहाँ पे जो चांसेस हैं सक्सेसफुल होने के वो बहुत कम हैं। तो एआई को हम लोगों को यूज़ करना चाहिए एज ए टूल टू असिस्ट अस एंड नॉट इन अदर वे। और आज अभी क्वेश्चन पूछा जा रहा था कि क्या एआई के माध्यम से हम लोग ज़्यादा सेफ्टी कर सकते हैं। यस, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हम लोग सेफ्टी कर सकते हैं, लेकिन पहले सेफ्टी बढ़ाने के लिए हमें अपनी नॉलेज को इम्प्रूव करना पड़ेगा। तो मैं प्रोफेसर अब्बास, मैम फरजाना और सभी ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं कि आपने मुझे इतनी दूर से बुलाया, और इस मौके को मैं मना नहीं कर पाया क्योंकि ये मेरा अपना घर है। मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं एक बार फिर। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, sir, for your address. May I now request the Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, to kindly felicitate our esteemed chief guest with a shawl and a memento as a token of our deep gratitude. Can we have the memento and the shawl, please? Thank you, sir. Now, to formally conclude the inaugural session, I would invite Professor R.K. Garg, Organizing Secretary, Patient Safety Conclave, to present the vote of thanks.
Dr. गिरधर ज्ञानी साहब, so what I could learn in this conference so far, that the quality is the only guarantee for safety of the patient. Is I am correct? तो मेरा काम तो सिर्फ धन्यवाद देना है, और मैं हर उन लोगों को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं जिन्होंने इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में अपना मार्गदर्शन दिया और हमको सहयोग दिया। उसके पहले डॉक्टर अजय सिंह हमारे जो चीफ गेस्ट हैं, उनकी इस बात से मैं सहमत हूं कि जो एआई मॉडल हमारे इंडिया में यूज़ हो वो हमारे इंडियन डेटा से ही ट्रेंड हो, तभी वो सफल हो पाएगा, वरना वो सफल नहीं हो पाएगा। Thank you, Dr. Ajay Singh sir. And I want to thank this administration of Era University Honorable Chancellor Mr. Mohsin Ali Khan, Honorable Pro Chancellor Mr. Misam Ali Khan, हमारे वाइस चांसलर प्रोफेसर अब्बास अली मेहंदी, मिस्टर जा अली खान, आवर एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर, मैडम फरजाना, who is a source of encouragement throughout this organizing of this conference, जमाल मसूद साहब, डॉक्टर फरीदी साहब, इन सब का मार्गदर्शन हमको समय समय पे मिलता रहा है, आप सबको धन्यवाद। सुचेता जी कमाल है साहब, थी बम्बई में, शी वॉज जस्ट थिंकिंग ऑफ दिस कॉन्फ्रेंस, एंड if I want to give credit of this conference, of success of this conference, the only one, Dr. Sucheta. और उनके बाद हमारी जो टीम इरा है, ये खड़ी हैं सालिया जी, और ये खड़े हैं शिराज जी, और इनकी सब पूरी टीम सब पीछे खड़ी है। इन सब लोगों ने दिन रात मेहनत की है और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को सफल बनाया है। और आप सबका, जो आप इमिनेंट स्पीकर्स हैं, चेयरपर्सन्स हैं, और ये सारी ऑडियंस, लाइवली ऑडियंस, आप सबको धन्यवाद। और ये कॉन्फ्रेंस बहुत अच्छी थी, मेरे लिए एक आई ओपनर था, मैंने ऐसी कॉन्फ्रेंस कभी अटेंड नहीं की थी। धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, sir. Now with this, we come to the end of the inaugural ceremony. We now invite all of you to kindly join us for lunch outside. Thank you and have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you to all dignitaries.
Okay. हालांकि लोग कहते हैं कि लंच के बाद जो है ना डिफ़िकल्ट होता है, बट यू नो द लेटेस्ट रिसर्च सेज दैट लंच के 40 मिनट के बाद आपको थोड़ा सा झपकी आना शुरू होती है। तो अगर आपको कभी लंच के बाद इमीडिएटली लेक्चर में तो ले लेना चाहिए, नथिंग टू वरी। Anyway, you see what I am seeing, you know, your schedule, there is bound to be overlap. It will happen between various talks because everybody is going to talk on the same subject, patient safety. But कई बार क्या होता है, even same PPT अगर आप 2 आदमियों को दे दें तो उनके बताने का तरीका अलग होता है, because they say you can copy the product but you cannot copy the process. तो इसलिए मैं कई बार आपको सीखने को जो मिलता है वो अलग अलग मिलता है, मतलब डिपेंडिंग ऑन हु इज स्पीकिंग यू लर्न डिफरेंट थिंग्स फ्रॉम देम। ओके, अच्छा ये नहीं काम करता। ओके, हाँ अभी ठीक है। ओके, नाउ पेशेंट सेफ्टी की देयर आर फ्यू डेफिनेशंस। ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि बहुत हार्ड एंड फास्ट है, हालांकि WHO में डेफिनेशन एक बनी हुई है। देखिए, पॉइंट इज वेरी सिंपल, हेल्थ केयर ओवर द पीरियड ऑफ टाइम is going to the complexity, and this will continue. Healthcare will become now even more complex. Now, on one hand, healthcare is becoming complex, but its impact is, which I always keep telling people, that at the time of independence, our life expectancy was around 35 or 36 years. आप देखिए, 47 बहुत पुरानी बात नहीं है, और आज हम 73, 74 years की बातें कर रहे हैं। Now, how it has happened? ये कोई ऐसा है तो नहीं भगवान की कृपा हो गई हम 34 से 73 हो गए। No, it is because of the advancement in the diagnostic, advancement in the knowledge of our doctors, specialization, जो कुछ भी हो रहा है, it is happening because of that. Now, in the process क्या हो रहा है कि cost, naturally it is going to cost. अब लोग कई बार शिकायत करते हैं कि हेल्थ केयर बड़ी एक्सपेंसिव है। सवाल ये है कि डू यू क्वेश्चन अपने बच्चों को, जब मैं आपको एग्जांपल देता हूँ, मेरा ड्राइवर जो पर्सनल है 22,000 सैलरी है उसकी, और उसकी जो बच्ची छोटी फर्स्ट स्टैंडर्ड में, उसके ऊपर वो 6,000 रुपये खर्च करता है। कैन यू बिलीव इट? 22 में से कहता नहीं मुझे तो अच्छा पढ़ाना है उसको। बट व्हेन यू आस्क द सेम क्वेश्चन कि हेल्थ केयर में क्या करते हो, मेरे को तो आई एम ऑल राइट. सो क्वेश्चन ये है, और एनी अदर एक्सपेंसेस आपका देखिए मिल्क का कहाँ से कहाँ पहुँच गया, वी डोंट क्वेश्चन देम. हेल्थ केयर में प्रॉब्लम क्या है कि वी नेवर एंटिसिपेट कि हमें कोई प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है. होगी भी तो सर्दी जुकाम हो जाएगा, एक डोलो 650 ले लेंगे, हो जाएगा. सो यू नो क्वेश्चन ये है कि आई थिंक इट इज़ अवर ड्यूटी इनफैक्ट टू एजुकेट सोसाइटी. In fact, in one of the meeting in the Niti Aayog, they were telling us that as an association, please promote the private insurance. मैंने कहा भैया आपको तो खुद ही आयुष्मान भारत चलाते हो और आप कह रहे हो, कहते हैं बिकॉज क्या किया जाए. एक तो वो 5 लाख है, फैमिली ऑफ 5. दूसरा आपके जो बड़े बड़े हॉस्पिटल मेरे को कह रहे थे वो एम्पेनल नहीं होते हैं, तो अल्टीमेटली मरीजों को कहीं तो जाना है. सो इनफैक्ट दे आर promoting private insurance in a big way. So this complexity, so you know we have to tell people now that quality healthcare definitely will cost. Quality healthcare. But absence of quality may cost you the life. देखिए ये चीज़ हमें समझानी है लोगों को कि ये बड़ा important है. So anyway, the patient safety जो है what we are talking is, it has become now a discipline. Now, I don't think that we have to teach to the doctors ab initio. वैसे तो देखिए हमारे WHO का करिकुलम बना हुआ है, मेरे ख्याल से मैं कितने साल से देख रहा हूँ, आई डोंट रिमेम्बर कितना पुराना बना हुआ है, पेशेंट सेफ्टी के ऊपर करिकुलम बना हुआ है. बट समहाउ आई थिंक व्हेन आई वाज इन द काउंसिल फॉर 2 years, वी ट्राई टू इंट्रोड्यूस 2 subjects, कम्युनिकेशन एंड पेशेंट सेफ्टी. कम्युनिकेशन तो हो गया अभी. पेशेंट सेफ्टी नाउ MCI दैट टाइम फेल्ट कि इट विल बी इंटीग्रेटेड ऑटोमेटिकली इन द वेरियस डिसिप्लिन. इन वन वे दे आर राइट. इफ सर्जन हैज़ टू परफॉर्म सर्जरी, तो आई थिंक उसमें ऑटोमेटिकली जितने भी हमें चेकलिस्ट की बात कर रहे थे आप, उस सर्जिकल चेकलिस्ट बनी हुई है. इफ़ यू फॉलो दैट, ऑटोमेटिकली यू आर फॉलोइंग ए पेशेंट सेफ्टी. So I think in a time to come, patient safety, of course, but question ये हो रहा है कि मैं वो एग्जांपल बता रहा हूँ कि बहुत 7-8 साल पुरानी बात है. फिकी में अवार्ड होते हैं, तो मैं जूरी में था, तो एक HOD थे गुजरात के, गवर्नमेंट जनरल हॉस्पिटल, बड़ा अच्छा है वो. तो एक क्वेश्चन मैंने पूछा, भाई सर्जिकल साइट इन्फेक्शन आपने मेजर किया कितना है? दिस आंसर वाज 0. मैंने कहा भाई 0 कैसे हो गया? कहता साहब अगर पेशेंट हमारे पास वापस नहीं आता है तो हम मान के चलते हैं कि, तो देखिए आई डोंट वांट टू ब्लेम यू, यू आर अ वेरी सीनियर जनरल सर्जन, बिकॉज वी हैव नॉट कवर्ड दीज एस्पेक्ट्स. बट आफ्टर वी ब्रॉट NABH, नाउ इसी एक हमने अभी एक नया एक सोचा है आजकल, विच वी आर प्रमोटिंग अमॉन्ग द हॉस्पिटल्स, दैट लेट ईच HOD, each specialty HOD call one meeting once in 15 days, जिसमें उसके सारे सर्जन एंड फिजिशियन होने चाहिए, एसोसिएटेड नर्सेज डायरेक्टर्स होने चाहिए, लेबोरेटरी के लोग होने चाहिए, एंड लेट देम गो थ्रू द केसेस विच दे हैव गॉन थ्रू इन 15 days. This will be learning from one surgeon to another surgeon, one physician to another physician, and once in a month they should sit with the CEO, HODs, कि एडमिन प्रॉब्लम क्या आई. So I think this concept we thought, एक और प्रॉब्लम हो रही है, even our NABH assessor, when they come to you, they will spend 40% time with the quality coordinator, 30% time facility round लेंगे. अब जब HOD से कोई बात करनी है, अब आपके यहाँ HOD भी कितने सारे हैं, तो उनको क्वालिटी कोऑर्डिनेटर कहेगा भाई गर्ग साहब तो थोड़ा सा पेशेंट के साथ बिजी हैं. अच्छा भाई उनको फिर बात नहीं करूँगा, मतलब दे अवॉइड. या तो वो डरते हैं कि HOD से क्या बात करें, या यू नो, तो बट दिस एक्चुअली डिफीट द वेरी पर्पस, because NABH is not about service quality, it is about clinical quality as well, rather more about the clinical quality. So in fact some of you should understand that healthcare quality के 2 component होते हैं. One is service quality, जिसमें communication, empathy, how do you know deal records वगैरह सब आ जाता है उसमें. और एक है क्लिनिकल क्वालिटी। तो हेल्थ, अब भाई देखिए सर्विस क्वालिटी तो वो हो गई होटल वाली, सो आई डोंट थिंक दैट इज सो इम्पॉर्टेंट इन ए हॉस्पिटल। तो क्लिनिकल क्वालिटी जो है, तो इसलिए हमारे NABH स्टैंडर्ड में भी बिल्कुल 2 पार्ट में है, एक क्लिनिकल है, एक सर्विस के ऊपर है। सो एनीवे आई थिंक सो दिस इज वेयर यू नो द पेशेंट सेफ्टी इज कमिंग ऑल अबाउट। आई थिंक दीज आर दी ऑब्जेक्टिव्स। आई थिंक आपके शुरू में दोनों जो स्पीकर थे हमारे, आई थिंक दे हैव कवर्ड इट वेरी वेल। ट्रांसपेरेंसी की भी बात हुई, उसमें आउटकम्स की भी बात हुई। जब ये एक्रेडिटेशन इवॉल्व कैसे हुआ था, अगर आप बहुत पहले चले जाएं तो सबसे पहले कॉलेज ऑफ सर्जन जो USA में है, लेट मी टेल यू, एक्रेडिटेशन केम फ्रॉम देम। आप ये मत समझिए कि एक्रेडिटेशन किसी क्वालिटी के एक्सपर्ट ने बनाया था, नो। Association of Surgeon in USA were first to evolve a kind of small checklist के आगे से हम हॉस्पिटल को कैसे असेस करेंगे। वो काम बढ़ते 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 देन कैनेडियन उसमें जुड़ गए और जो फिजिशियन जुड़ गए बाद में, एंड देन दे थॉट लेट अस क्रिएट ए कमर्शियल मॉडल, जो जॉइंट कमीशन जिसका नाम था, वो 1951 में बना। बट ऑल क्रेडिट गोज टू कॉलेज ऑफ सर्जन्स। उसमें हालांकि 951 के बाद थोड़ा सा और चेंज हुआ है, 80 में जाके चेंज हुआ था, उसमें आउटकम के ऊपर ज़्यादा फोकस है। तो हेल्थ केयर क्वालिटी इज नॉट सो मच अबाउट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोसेसेस बट अबाउट द आउटकम। लेकिन ये भी आप समझ लीजिए, जो पीपल हु स्टडी क्वालिटी, कि अगर आपका प्रोसेसेस ठीक नहीं है तो आउटकम भी इनएफिशिएंसी हो जाएगी। तो अगर हमारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोसेसेस आर राइट इन प्लेस, then it is most likely that we will get the desirable outcomes. But एक ही सेंटेंस आप याद रखिए कि हेल्थ केयर क्वालिटी इज अबाउट द आउटकम्स रादर देन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, ये वो जो भी आप देख रहे हैं यहाँ पर। ओके, now this is of course the burden of harm WHO की। just I want to show you the slide कि this is considered, एंड हमें सब के सब जो है ये जो चीज़ें हैं दे हैव टू बी एड्रेस्ड, वो अपने आप एड्रेस हो जाएंगी, बिकॉज स्टैंडर्ड हैज़ बीन मेड इन सच ए वे दैट ऑल दीज हार्म्स आर एड्रेस्ड, एंड आइडिया इज दैट वी आर फोकसिंग ऑन एलिमिनेटिंग दैट नो हार्म शुड हैपन बिकॉज ऑफ दीज एरिया। बट दीज आर वेरी कॉमन वन। कॉमन मीन्स जो रियल इश्यूज हैं हमारे हेल्थ केयर के अंदर, दीज आर दी वन। नाउ एक्रेडिटेशन, क्योंकि मेरा टॉपिक है रेगुलेशन, पॉलिसी ऑन रेगुलेशन, एंड ऑफ कोर्स एक्रेडिटेशन विल कम इनटू दैट। नाउ एक्रेडिटेशन अगर आप देखें, आई गेव यू वन लाइन डेफिनेशन ड्यूरिंग द इनॉग्रेशन दैट एक्रेडिटेशन मीन्स एस्टेब्लिशिंग फ्रेमवर्क, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव फ्रेमवर्क कह लीजिए, फ्रेमवर्क फॉर व्हाट? फॉर क्वालिटी गवर्नेंस ऑफ हॉस्पिटल। हमें ऐसा फ्रेमवर्क बनाना है जिससे क्वालिटी एड्रेस हो। तो कई बार मैं यंग स्टूडेंट्स को ये बताता रहता हूँ कि सिस्टम के लिए 4 बातें होनी चाहिए। क्लैरिटी, इज इट क्लियर टू यू व्हाट इज टू बी डन? आपको पता है एरा में आपको क्या करना है, पता है? ओके, गुड। व्हाट इज टू बी डन, बाय whom it is to be done, how it is to be done, and last important बहुत है, on what basis। क्योंकि एरा ये नहीं कह सकता कि मैं तो उसको ऐसे ही करूँगा। देयर आर प्रोटोकॉल्स, देयर आर एस्टेब्लिश साइंटिफिक प्रोटोकॉल। तो ये जो कर रहे हैं, हाउ इट इज़ टू बी डन, देन व्हाट, ऑन व्हाट बेसिस। तो ये 4 चीज़ें हमें याद रखनी है। इफ़ यू कैन एड्रेस दीज 4 थिंग्स इन टू योर डिपार्टमेंट, यूनिवर्सिटी तो बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है, उसको छोड़ दीजिए आप, डिपार्टमेंट, फिर मेडिकल कॉलेज, और फिर जाके यूनिवर्सिटी आती है। तो आइडियली अगर आपको सिस्टम डिफाइन करना है, बस ये 4 चीज़ें याद करिए, आप सिस्टम डिफाइन हो गया। नो फायर फाइटिंग, नो कन्फ्यूज़न। आप कुछ भी कहिए, आई डोंट नो कितने मैंने असेसमेंट किए हैं, फायर फाइटिंग अभी भी नहीं गई है। we still are struggling with the firefighting in our, particularly in the tertiary care hospital जो हमारे हैं, because work pressure है, जो भी कुछ है, but we are not being able to solve. That means we have either not defined our system or not implemented our system, or there is a lack of resources. अब देखिए गवर्नमेंट के यहाँ कोई आज है या नहीं पता नहीं, नर्सेज जो हैं गवर्नमेंट में, जो हमारा स्टैंडर्ड है 100 बेड के पीछे 45 नर्सेज उसमें स्पेसिफाइड है. बट मोस्ट ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल विच आई हैव कम अक्रॉस, दे विल टेल मी साहब वो 30 हैं, कोई कहता है 32 हैं, साहब वैकेंसी निकालते हैं, फिर कोई गवर्नमेंट का ऑर्डर लेना पड़ता है, मतलब somehow they do not have more than, चलिए 35. But if you take full NABH accreditation, आपको 100 बेड के पीछे करीब 100 नर्सेज लगानी है, otherwise you will not meet the criteria. So the question is that if you are not able to, again it requires money. ये जो केस हुआ था एक कोर्ट में जिसको हमने लड़ा था, वो 1 मिनट के लिए बता देता हूँ आपको कि एक जगदीश प्रसाद कमेटी, हमारे जो डायरेक्टर जनरल थे, उनकी रिकमेंडेशन सुप्रीम कोर्ट द्वारा अपॉइंटेड थी दैट नर्सेस शुड बी पेड इक्वल टू द सैलरी विच स्टेट गवर्नमेंट इज पेइंग. तो लेटर से तमिलनाडु में करीब 30,000 सैलरी है, केरला में भी करीब ऐसी ही है वो. So first nurses went on strike in Kerala. We went to the court, then CM intervened and he says भाई ऐसा करो, मिनिमम 20,000 तो कर ही दो, और जैसे अगर बेड आपके 200 हो जाए तो इतना थोड़ा और बढ़ाते जाओ, which we accepted and is going on. Delhi में something difficult happened. That is the second state. That Kejriwal government passed the order, implements Jagdish Prasad committee without knowing the repercussion. Now what is the repercussion? You will be surprised to know what is the salary of a nurse in the central government aims, let us say. देखिए 70. वो तो हम जूनियर रेजिडेंट को नहीं देते हैं. So this was a very unusual case. So in spite of, I am considered कि I am very soft corner, nurses का मैंने काफ़ी काम किया है इधर उधर. तो I had to go to the court as an association, meet the government, and जो मिनिस्टर है कहता है आपको प्रॉब्लम क्या पे करने में. मैंने कहा आपको पता है सैलरी कितनी है? बताया 75. Oh, don't tell me. वो भी चौंक गया. मतलब दे पास दी ऑर्डर. एनीवे क्वेश्चन यही है कि प्राइवेट हेल्थ केयर को अगर हमें पेशेंट सेफ्टी मेंटेन करनी है तो आपको ये सब कुछ करना होगा. अदरवाइज हम देखिए कई बार अब गरीब से गरीब आदमी भी आपके पास आता है, गवर्नमेंट में नहीं जा रहा है, उसको बताया गया कि भाई ये थोड़ा सा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड केस है, अच्छे अस्पताल में जाओ. अब अच्छे अस्पताल का मतलब है प्राइवेट. ये अच्छी बात है या बुरी बात है, आई डोंट नो, बट दिस इज द कंसेप्ट परसेप्शन अमंग दी, एंड ही इज रेडी टू पे बिकॉज ही गेट्स द पर्सनलाइज केयर. बाकी चीज़ें क्यों महंगा है वो हम डिस्कस यहाँ पे नहीं करेंगे. सो द एक्रेडिटेशन इज बेसिकली, जो आपको एक्चुअल डेफिनेशन सिंपल है, इज फोकस ऑन लर्निंग, सेल्फ डेवलपमेंट, इम्प्रूव परफॉर्मेंस, ऑल दैट थिंग. ओके, now just for those of you that how did accreditation initiated in our country, आप सबको मालूम है? हाथ उठाओ किसी को मालूम है कि एक्रेडिटेशन कैसे शुरू हुआ? दिस साइड? नो. ओके, कोई बात नहीं. देखिए बहुत सिंपल है, बिकॉज दैट इज नॉट रियली द सब्जेक्ट बट इट इज पार्ट ऑफ द पेशेंट सेफ्टी. हमारे कंट्री में आई थिंक शुरू, आज शायद आप बता रहे थे कि 2000 या 2001 के बाद, या मे बी फर्स्ट लेक्चर में बात हुई थी वो, कि we really started coming on the global platform. आपको याद होगा कि डॉक्टर नरेश त्रिहान के यहाँ वो एक पेशेंट आई थी बाईपास सर्जरी कराने, और उसकी किताब उसने लिखी. तो things started happening that India is having some good hospitals. and the cost is 1/10. उस समय 1/10 थी. So then once that happened, there was a question raised by some of the embassies of different countries to our Ministry of Tourism that our people want to know how do we select a hospital when we are coming to India. Do you have any accreditation system? These are the two lines which was raised in Parliament exactly in the March 2005. And that question was passed on to Ministry of Health. And Ministry of Health को भी समझ में नहीं आया because we were Quality Council of India. तो उन्होंने refer कर दिया and I was Secretary General Quality Council of India. Now one aspect that time was that I do not accept, क्योंकि उस समय मेरा जो गवर्नमेंट ने काम दिया हुआ था डिफरेंट था वो IAF, ILAC, इस तरह का काम. But I had some background because of my training in UK. I said we will do it. And anyway, उसमें हमने 5 डॉक्टर सेलेक्ट किए बड़े सीनियर. बाय द वे एक आपके फील्ड का भी था, डॉक्टर मुरली श्रीनिवास. ही इज़ द आई थिंक क्लिनिकल डायरेक्टर एट मणिपाल बेंगलोर. और कमेटी का इंचार्ज हमने बनाया था, लेफ्टिनेंट कर्नल थे उस समय पवन कपूर. एनीवे दैट इज अ स्टोरी. सो दे डेवलप्ड द स्टैंडर्ड, and because our requirement was that this is for the medical tourist, that means the standard must meet the requirement, global requirement. उसके लिए condition क्या है that your standard should be evaluated by International Society for Quality in Healthcare. उस समय उसका हेडक्वार्टर ऑस्ट्रेलिया में था, आजकल आयरलैंड में है. So we developed the standard, released in February 2006, simultaneously submitted to them. We started the accreditation process and 2008 में जाके हमको अप्रूवल मिला, जो कि अभी every 4 years we keep on reminding. So this is basically, बाकी तो आपको मैंने यहाँ पे दिखा दिया है. So I think the NABH का जो स्टैंडर्ड है हॉस्पिटल का, that is accredited by ISQA, not others. बाकी स्टैंडर्ड ठीक है, बट ये स्टैंडर्ड ग्लोबल है. तो अगर आप NABH द्वारा हॉस्पिटल के अंडर में accredited है तो यू कैन से आई एम मीटिंग द ग्लोबल रिक्वायरमेंट. ओके, सो यू सी नाउ दीज आर दी चैप्टर्स जो कि शुरू से वही चैप्टर्स हैं. राइट फ्रॉम 2006 द नंबर ऑफ चैप्टर्स इज 10. सिर्फ नाम जो है एक का चेंज हुआ है, पेशेंट सेफ्टी एंड क्वालिटी इंप्रूवमेंट कर दिया है PSQ, अदरवाइज वो भी बाकी सब के सब. लेकिन कंटेंट्स जो है वो ड्रास्टिकली चेंज है. अगर आप एडिशन 2 देखेंगे और एडिशन 6 अभी की, बिकॉज इसको अगेन विल सी कि आपने पिछले 4 साल में क्या इंप्रूवमेंट किए हैं. एंड ऑल दिस थिंग इफ यू सी दी फर्स्ट 5, आपको मेडिकेशन के ऊपर तो बहुत अच्छा टॉक आपने देखा अभी, एंड केयर ऑफ पेशेंट, असेसमेंट ऑफ द पेशेंट, इन्फेक्शन कंट्रोल, ये सारे के सारे 5 स्टैंडर्ड आर बेसिकली फोकस्ड ऑन क्लिनिकल क्वालिटी. एंड नीचे के जो 5 है दे आर बेसिकली स्ट्रक्चर के ऊपर है, सर्विस के ऊपर है, वो लाइक दैट. सो NABH हॉस्पिटल स्टैंडर्ड, अगेन बिकॉज दिस इज पेशेंट सेफ्टी कॉन्फ्रेंस, so I will not read of course everything, but I want to tell you that they standard, if you are accredited, you meet all these requirements. अभी एंटीबायोटिक स्टीवर्डशिप जो है ये पहले 2 एडिशन में नहीं थी. We brought in 3rd edition, and this antimicrobial stewardship जो है, this has become really talk of the town. And this is most bothering also as far as medical field is concerned. But now this is part of the standard. These are again on the service side. क्वालिटी कौन पढ़ता है आपके यहाँ? क्वालिटी पढ़ते हैं एज ए सब्जेक्ट? आप पढ़ते हैं? आप तो खैर देखिए ऐसा है, इसमें हमारे ये वेंकटेश जी कई बार कंफ्यूज करते हैं लोगों को क्लास में कि व्हाट इज करेक्टिव एक्शन एंड व्हाट इज प्रिवेंटिव एक्शन. So corrective action is the action taken to. अच्छा चलिए वो एग्जाम्पल बताता हूँ जो आप कोट करते हो. A patient went to doctor कार्डियोलॉजी में एंड उसको कहा गया कि आप बाईपास सर्जरी करानी पड़ेगी आपको भाई, यू आर हैव प्रॉब्लम. तो ठीक है, तो ही अंडरवेंट बाईपास सर्जरी. देन ही वाज टोल्ड कि आगे से आप वॉकिंग किया करो 3 से 4 किलोमीटर और खाना वाना इस तरह का खाया करो. अब आप मुझे ये बता दीजिए, वॉकिंग 3 to 4 किलोमीटर बाय दिस पेशेंट, इज इट ए करेक्टिव एक्शन और प्रिवेंटिव एक्शन? बहुत कंफ्यूजिंग सवाल है ये, है? Preventive. Everybody will say preventive, correct? Now I'll tell you now the definition of preventive action. Preventive action is the action taken to prevent occurrence. Sorry, corrective action is the action taken to prevent occurrence और वो है to prevent recurrence. आप मुझे बताइए, आप में से कौन वॉकिंग करता है? आप करते हो? प्रॉब्लम है आपको? ये प्रिवेंटिव एक्शन है. उस बंदे को क्योंकि प्रॉब्लम थी, अब उसको करेक्टिव एक्शन है. दैट मीन्स हियर टू एक्ट टू प्रिवेंट, दोबारा ना हो. समझ गए आप? अकरेंस ही हो ही नहीं, वो है प्रिवेंटिव एक्शन जो आप कर रहे हैं. एनीवे, तो क्वेश्चन ये है कि ये रूट कॉज एनालिसिस एंड करेक्ट, तो हम हमारे कंट्री में एक्चुअली हम करेक्टिव एक्शन में भी बहुत कम बिलीव करते हैं. हम करेक्शंस में बिलीव करते हैं. चीज़ होने दो भाई, संभाल लेंगे, है ना? तो उसको हम कहते हैं करेक्शन. पहले चीज़ होने दो, मरम पट्टी कर देंगे. सो दीज आर दी 3 स्टेजेस इन क्वालिटी: करेक्शन, करेक्टिव एक्शंस एंड प्रिवेंटिव एक्शन. एनीवे, चलिए ये बातें जो है ना, ये फ़ोटो इसलिए आपको मैं दिखा रहा हूँ कि जब पहली बार NABH की ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को भी एक्रेडिटेशन मिला स्टैंडर्ड के बाद, ये 2012 में जब मैंने टर्म अपना ख़त्म किया था. सो सेंटर में जो 3 लोग हैं, दे आर ऑल असेसर फ्रॉम ISQA. या तो एक मलेशिया से थे, एक जॉर्डन के थे और एक आयरलैंड की जो लेडी है वो. ये 3 जने आए थे एंड दे स्पेंड 3-4 days टाइम. सो टुडे NABH स्टैंडर्ड इज accredited and organization also is accredited by ISQA. रेगुलेशन क्या है? क्योंकि टॉपिक में रेगुलेशन आज का इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट है. रेगुलेशन ये है, हेल्थ केयर शुड बी रेगुलेटेड और नॉट? बताइए. यस, वाई? सारी चीज़ें तो रेगुलेट नहीं होती हैं. बिकॉज इट इम्पैक्ट्स वेलबींग ऑफ द पॉपुलेशन. So that's why it is required that healthcare should be regulated. Now regulation में क्या होता है? Government will specify minimum condition. Regulation में minimum conditions होती हैं, accreditation में optimum होती है. That आपके पास अगर आपने रेडियोलॉजी में करना है तो इस तरह के आपके इक्विपमेंट हो, इस तरह के क्वालिफाइड डॉक्टर्स हों, इतना रेशो हो, बिल्डिंग के स्पेसिफिकेशन हो, कॉरिडोर क्या होना चाहिए, वो सारे जो हमारे बने हुए हैं. तो दैट इज नोन एज रेगुलेशन. विदाउट मीटिंग रेगुलेशन नोबडी कैन स्टार्ट द नर्सिंग होम और द हॉस्पिटल. लेकिन हमारे कंट्री में खैर वो इफेक्टिव नहीं है, बट ऑन पेपर इट इज देयर. यू हैव टू गेट रजिस्टर्ड विद द नर्सिंग होम एक्ट के अंडर में आपके स्टेट में. अब ये बात दूसरी कि उनके पास रिसोर्सेज नहीं है कि आपके यहाँ आके इंस्पेक्ट करें. So anyway, so वो ये this is the meaning of the regulation. तो रेगुलेशन और एक्रेडिटेशन में जो फ़र्क है, रेगुलेशन इज़ मैंडेटरी, एक्रेडिटेशन इज़ वॉलेंटरी. अब अमेरिका में एक्रेडिटेशन कैसे प्रमोट होता है? वहाँ पे सारी इंश्योरेंस कंपनी ने ये कंडीशन लगा रखी है कि हम आपको तब इम्पैनल करेंगे जब आपके पास जॉइंट कमीशन का एक्रेडिटेशन हो. अब आप बताओ, without getting empanelment with the insurance in USA, you cannot have business. तो indirect way में it becomes mandatory. और दूसरी बात क्या है, accreditation is higher level. यहाँ पर regulation यहाँ है. तो once you are meeting accreditation, तो कई बार जो रेगुलेटरी बॉडी होती है गवर्नमेंट की, वो कहती है भाई हम देखेंगे नहीं आपको, यू ऑलरेडी हैव द एक्रेडिटेशन। पर उसके लिए थोड़ा सा ध्यान ये रखना पड़ता है कि हमारे एक्रेडिटेशन में रेगुलेशन शुड बी इंटीग्रेटेड। जो जो रेगुलेशन में बातें हैं, वी मस्ट मेक श्योर दैट आवर एक्रेडिटेशन स्टैंडर्ड आल्सो, जो कि मोरलेस है। ओके, सो दिस इज द वे इट इज डन। अच्छा, ये भी थोड़ा सा आपकी जानकारी के लिए होना ज़रूरी है कि हमारे यहाँ पेशेंट सेफ्टी का जो इकोसिस्टम बना है, मैं ईयर वाइज अगर जाऊँ तो सबसे पहले NABH आता है, 2006 में लॉन्च होता है। क्लिनिकल इस्टेब्लिशमेंट एक्ट जो कि रेगुलेटरी स्टैंडर्ड है, वो कब आया? 2010 में। हालांकि एक्चुअली इम्प्लीमेंट 2011 से हुआ है ये, वो भी सिर्फ 9 स्टेट में भी इम्प्लीमेंट हुआ है, बाकियों ने अपना अपना बना रखा है। बिकॉज ये सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का है, तो इट इज़ अप टू द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट टू अडॉप्ट। नेशनल हेल्थ पॉलिसी बनी 2017 में। फिर गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल्स के लिए इनक्वास बना, जो कि NABH के मोरलेस बराबर है। एंड आयुष्मान भारत जो बना, क्वालिटी लिंक्ड इम्पेनलमेंट, जैसे कि इफ़ यू हैव गॉट द एंट्री लेवल सर्टिफिकेट यू विल गेट 15% मोर मनी। एंड अब डिजिटल हेल्थ मिशन के ऊपर जोर है, जो थोड़ा सा स्लो पेस में चल रहा है, बट वंस इट पिक्स अप इट विल सॉल्व मैनी प्रॉब्लम। जो मॉर्निंग में बातें हो रही थी, नेशनल जो हमारे जो मेडिकल रिकॉर्ड आएंगे, वो इसका इम्पॉर्टेंट पार्ट है। सो दिस इज आवर स्ट्रक्चर। आई थिंक अ पॉलिसी वर्सेस रेगुलेशन, दिस इज बहुत सिंपल है। पॉलिसी इज अबाउट विजन एंड इंटेंट। गाइडिंग प्रिंसिपल्स होते हैं पॉलिसीज़ के अंदर, वॉलंटरी अडॉप्शन होता है, इनकरेजेस इम्प्रूवमेंट, ये होती है पॉलिसी। जबकि रेगुलेशन में सब के सब मैंडेटरी है, एवरीथिंग यू हैव टू डू। ये हमारे रेगुलेटरी रिक्वायरमेंट्स हैं इन अवर कंट्री। आई थिंक दोज ऑफ यू आर स्टडिंग, यू मस्ट बी अवेयर अबाउट इट। क्लिनिकल एस्टेब्लिशमेंट एक्ट और द एक्ट इनेक्टेड बाई स्टेट, कोई ना कोई होना ज़रूरी है। यू कैनॉट बी डूइंग बिजनेस विदाउट इम्प्लीमेंटिंग एंड ये ड्रग्स एंड कॉस्मेटिक, फायर एंड बिल्डिंग सेफ्टी, कंज्यूमर प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट। बाय द वे, यहाँ पे आई वांट टू टेल यू समथिंग। यू मस्ट हैव रेड 3 days back, we as an association filed the case in Supreme Court that doctors should be removed from the Clinical Establishment Act. ये केस IMA ने लड़ा था आज से 4 साल पहले, विच सुप्रीम कोर्ट हैज स्ट्रक डाउन। सिर्फ वकील जो है वो इससे बाहर है। इस बार लकीली आप कहिए, हमने जब फाइल किया है तो all 3 judges have taken note of it and issued notice to central government that yes, that means they have accepted. तो अगर ये फाइनली पास हो गया तो our doctors will have that kind of थोड़ा सा सिक्योरिटी। अभी तो डॉक्टर को डर लगता है कि अगर कोई बंदा चला गया कोर्ट में और 5 करोड़ मेरे को क्लेम कर दिया, तो हॉस्पिटल 5 करोड़ देगा या डॉक्टर देगा, जो भी है मतलब। तो दिस इज कंज्यूमर प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट में वी आर ट्राइंग दैट डॉक्टर शुड बी, अगर वकील हो सकता है तो व्हाई नॉट डॉक्टर, So this is of course about the acting. I think this is fine. इसमें कोई खास नहीं है. You can, of course, this PPT you can also share with the all, in the group आप डाल सकते हो इसको आप. ये वैसे स्टैंडर्ड भी हम लोगों ने बनाया था, बहुत कंप्रहेंसिव है. कितने तरह के 23 टाइप ऑफ हेल्थ केयर इस्टेब्लिशमेंट थे, हर एक के मिनिमम स्टैंडर्ड बनाए हमने, जो कि इस समय एक्ट के पार्ट हैं. बट इट इज़ इम्प्लीमेंटेशन इज़ वेरी डिफ़िकल्ट, क्योंकि इतना रिसोर्सेज नहीं है गवर्नमेंट के पास. ये आई थिंक ये आपने देख ही लिया ऑलरेडी. दिस इज़ द पॉलिसी ऑफ 2017 एंड सबसे जो इम्पोर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट है पॉलिसी का गवर्नमेंट का है, वो आई थिंक you must know that by 2047 we want the country should have universal health coverage. That means we should be able to provide health care to entire population at the cost which they can afford. तो ये पूरा इसके ऊपर काम अभी शुरू हुआ है. And universal health coverage में you have to make sure that you have got 3 beds per 1,000 population. हमारे पास इस समय 1.45 है, that means we have to double the number of beds. डॉक्टर्स हमारे पास 1 to 1,000 है, जो कि more or less है, लेकिन वो MBBS को काउंट करके है, which doesn't work. So if I count only the specialists, it comes to 0.65. तो वहाँ पे अभी हमें काम करना है. तो ये सब कुछ अभी काम चल रहा है, but sooner or later, the problem is of the accessibility in the universal health coverage. Accessibility हमारी बहुत ख़राब है. वो इसलिए ख़राब है, कल मैं एग्जाम्पल एक और कॉन्फ्रेंस में दे रहा था कि तेलंगाना में 126 अस्पताल हैं टर्शरी केयर प्राइवेट, जिसमें से 118 हैदराबाद में हैं. तो आप ये देख लीजिए कि सारे मरीज़ जो हैं तेलंगाना के भाग के उनको हैदराबाद में ही आना है. So this is a issue which naturally we have to address in time to come. ये पॉलिसी है हमारी. So you know that if I want to know, sum it up, नेशनल हेल्थ पॉलिसी है जिसने विज़न बना लिया, बहुत अच्छी पॉलिसी है. क्लिनिकल एस्टेब्लिशमेंट एक्ट भी बन गया, लेकिन वो इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं हुआ है. NABH का स्टैंडर्ड है, वो काफ़ी धीरे तो नहीं, आई थिंक काफ़ी तेज़ी से अभी इम्प्लीमेंट हो रहा है. So I think we have all these 3 measures. So we have globally accepted accreditation, we have well-drafted regulation but has not been implemented, we have well-drafted policy which emphasizes realizing universal health coverage, which include making healthcare available, making healthcare accessible, making healthcare affordable, and making healthcare acceptable. So let us make it happen well before 2047. So that is the message which you have to take home from here.
Sir has given a very nice presentation and very informative and such an important topic. Is there any questions from the audience?
Yeah, any question? Difficult question you have to accreditation is not mandatory. Right. For patient safety, one has to follow accreditation. Accreditation is not mandatory.
How can we make patient safety mandatory?
What are the criteria? Even आपके यहाँ जो बहुत रिच है, लेडी यहाँ बैठी हुई है बहुत रिच. अगर इनसे पूछा जाए that can she for her family can she sustain the healthcare का खर्चे जितने आ रहे हैं? Her answer would be no. मैंने एक कॉन्फ्रेंस में प्रोफेसर मिश्रा से सवाल पूछा था, जो कि एम्स के डायरेक्टर थे रिटायरमेंट के बाद. He says I cannot afford. वेल टू डू आदमी के लिए तो हेल्थ केयर चलती ही पेयर से है, जो कि हम कहते हैं इंश्योरेंस या तो प्राइवेट होगी या गवर्नमेंट की आयुष्मान भारत, CGHS, ECHS. सो नाउ कमिंग टू योर क्वेश्चन, दीज पेयर्स व्हाट दे डू इन डेवलप्ड कंट्री, बिकॉज उनकी स्टेक है ना इसमें. इफ सपोज दे गिव इम्पेरलमेंट टू ए स्टूपिड हॉस्पिटल, बेकार का हॉस्पिटल, और वहां पे लायबिलिटी आ जाए पेशेंट के ऊपर, तो सारा पे करना पड़ेगा इंश्योरेंस को. सो इनफैक्ट दे आर ड्राइविंग accreditation, patient safety. That is, even government is driving, by the way. CGHS impaneled hospital get 15% more money. That is the only way. Yeah. Yes.
Great experience of accreditation. As you rightly said, there are first 5 factors and other 5 factors. Now these other 5 factors are service quality. Now when accreditors come, many times they have a serious thing about the service quality. But somewhere or other I find clinical governance, first 5, we are not so much of doing aggressively or something on clinical governance. How do you really promote that clinical governance?
This is an important point. We did survey on 10 top hospitals of Delhi through an independent agency to assess their clinical indicators outcome and service indicator outcome. ये एक्चुअल केस है. एंड जो नंबर 1 हॉस्पिटल है उसका नाम आप जानते हो, बताना नहीं है. क्लिनिकल में दे केम फर्स्ट. on service parameter they came 7th. Because इतनी complacency है उस जगह पे, उनको पता है पेशेंट तो आना ही है मेरे पास, मेरे साथ टॉप कंसल्टेंट है, ये है वो है. So gradually क्या है वहाँ पे, you are right, with the time this empathy factor, communication factor is coming down, which is a point of worry. But इसके लिए बहुत मेहनत करनी पड़ती है. आपको स्टाफ को, फ्रंटलाइन स्टाफ हुए, अकाउंट के स्टाफ हुए, नर्सेज हुई, इनको आपने जगाते रहना है, उनको एम्पावर करना है, so they take the ownership. But sooner or later, I think I will coming to your point now, people will start selecting hospital. एक टाइम आ रहा है बहुत जल्दी, वो डॉक्टर के हिसाब से नहीं आएंगे. They will come by the brand value of the hospital. क्या एरा में चले गए, बाकी they will take care. This will happen. This will happen, word of mouth से. Accreditation को हम patient safety मानते हैं, you know. You see, वो बात अलग है that now accreditation body also have become little relaxed. Number बढ़ाना है. अगर I mean what to do? Yes, please.
Sir, you beautifully presented the timeline of the accreditation, like 2000, starting 2006. But from the physician's perspective, that Indian Medical Council Physician Etiquettes, Ethics and Regulations 2002, they said the onus of patient safety rests with the physician itself.
Absolutely.
And they mandate as ABCD of medical ethics say.
उन्होंने अपने क्राइटेरिया बनाए थे, बट अल्टीमेटली देखिए क्या होता है कि हॉस्पिटल का जो एक्रेडिटेशन है उसके बेसिस पे इम्पेनलमेंट होता है, उसके बेसिस पे इंश्योरेंस होती है. सो ग्रेजुअली दे टुक द बैक सीट, नाउ दे आर पार्ट ऑफ द एक्रेडिटेशन. मैंने तो बताया ना आपको, क्लिनिशियन को इन्वॉल्व करना है, आप तो कर सकते हो. HOD है, 15 दिन में सबकी मीटिंग बुलाइए, लेट देम मेक द प्रेजेंटेशन एंड इवेल्युएट. इट विल ओनरशिप अपने आप ले लेंगे.
Sir, I have one small question. So just like you said right now, so just now you said that accreditation agencies have themselves become a bit lax. So is it
देखो इसको कोट मत करो अभी.
But I basically, sir, as part of quality teams have realized that in the past few years, past 4-5 years especially, accreditation agencies have become a little bit lax. I have myself realized that. But at one point I thought that it was just a ploy to bring people into the quality journey. But now I basically feel that that is not helping, because the hospitals are not actually improving the quality. They are, once they getting the accreditation, the cycle is just being continued over and over again.
So I think now hospitals should take ownership themselves. Accreditation वाले आते हैं, कैसे आते हैं? It is in your own interest that your own culture, your own medical errors.
So thank you very much, sir, for the very informative session, and I hope that all of us have been enriched and updated our knowledge on this subject. Sir has dealt in detail all aspects of the policy and regulatory framework. He has explained all the definitions. He has explained the difference between the corrective and the preventive action, NABH standards, policy ecosystems, legal and regulatory instruments impacting safety, and the key features in National Health Policy 2017. Thank you very much, sir. We are greatly indebted to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Thuppil Venkatesh kindly felicitate our chairperson. Professor Jamal Masood, sir. A warm round of applause. Thank you, sir. Sir, stay there. Sir, may I now request to both of you to felicitate our esteemed speaker, Dr. 𝐂𝐸𝐺𝐻, sir. Sir, a warm round of applause, everyone.
Moving to our next session, which is focusing on advancing patient safety through digital health innovations. For this, our first chairperson is Dr. Haider Abbas, who is a professor and head Department of Emergency Medicine, KGMU, Lucknow. He is highly recognized expert in critical care and emergency medicine, known for advocating basic life support, training and timely intervention during the golden hour for accident victims. May I welcome sir with a warm round of applause. Our next chairperson is Colonel Dr. D.K. Vasonkar, who is a Chief Operation at ERA's Lucknow Medical College and Hospital. He is a director at 𝐼QAC/NAC/Era University, Lucknow. He is also Assistant Dean in American University of Barbados. Sir, may I request to come to kindly chair the session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished dignitaries, faculty, delegates, and dear students. It's my privilege to welcome you all in this important session on advancing patient safety through digital health innovations. As I told earlier, that patient safety lies at the heart of medical ethics. We all know that medical ethics have got 4 pillars. Of that, one of the important pillars is which we remember by the mnemonic D, that is do no harm. Human errors are inevitable, but we commit errors by what we do, as well as we commit errors by what we fail to do. Therefore, we can err by the acts of omission or by the acts of commission. Today, the speaker for this session is Mr. 𝐂𝐨𝐧𝐜 Khan. Mr. 𝐂𝐨𝐽 Khan is director at the Era Medical University as well as 𝐶𝐚𝐴. He is a prolific speaker and he has given many enlightening talks on digital health innovations. Welcome, Mr. 𝐂𝐨𝐽 Khan.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. Let me just share my screen and get all the technical formalities out of the way. साउंड ना भी आया तो कोई बात नहीं, साउंड वरना लाइए लगा लेता हूँ, यहीं पे लगा लेता हूँ।
By the time he is connecting, I wish to say that he has published 18 publications with 324 citations and H index of 9. Here, areas of interest include bioinformatics, digital health, disease pathways, cytokine storm, and lifestyle diseases.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. I hope the screen is visible on the Zoom as well. Okay, great. So very good afternoon to everyone, all the dignitaries, all the esteemed guests as well as the chairs. I'll be very quickly walking through this topic of how we can advance patient safety through digital health innovations, particularly how we can augment the abilities of healthcare workers, particularly clinicians, in the era of complexity. So I'll be speaking about the scale of medical errors, what's the scale of the issue that we're trying to tackle, and then what are the limits of human vigilance. So there is a finite capacity to which humans can look after multiple data points, and for that reason there's a need for designing systems in a way that they augment the abilities of healthcare workers. And lastly, we'll look at how we can move from overloading clinicians to designing the safety systems which will help reduce workload and enhance patient safety. So first of all, medical errors. It's a persistent global challenge around the world, whether it's United States, India, or globally. It's an issue that doesn't seem to be reducing. In fact, in the United States, it's the third leading cause of death. In India, it's estimated that 3 million years of healthy life are diminished each year due to medical errors. And globally, every 10th hospitalization leads to an adverse event. So those are huge numbers. And the reason why it persists, this problem of medical errors, is because it's like a vicious cycle, or as a policymaker recently termed it, as an iron triangle. So there are three different aspects of it. One is, of course, the shortage of healthcare workers, which leads to medical errors, sure. But there also is healthcare worker burnout, which further, I think the echo should be better now. Yeah. Right. Oh, okay. So I could unmute mine since it's connected to mine. I hope everyone's able to hear it now on Zoom. Okay, so shortage of healthcare workers, medical errors, and healthcare worker burnout, these are three interconnected problems, all feeding into each other. And that's why it's so difficult to come out of it. So moving on, in the Indian healthcare context, there is a population and disease burden which is continuously growing. India accounts for about 17% of the world's population. And of course, non-communicable diseases, the burden of it is not only growing, but also it's shifting more towards earlier onset. So that means that the incidence and the impact of these diseases is increasing like never before. And doctor-patient ratio, of course, is approaching WHO norms, but there's uneven distribution across urban-rural settings. Workforce capacity and strain is another aspect of this context of Indian healthcare, and that means that there's continuous strain on nurses, allied health workforces. Of course, doctors at tertiary centers are also continuously experiencing high patient volumes and with increasing clinical complexity. So in a nutshell, it basically comes down to the doctor-population ratio, which is problematic even if it is approaching WHO standards, because because doctors have been, the number of doctors being trained in India is increasing steadily. The government is doing a lot of efforts to increase the number of medical seats. But the rate at which population grows, it's much more higher than the number of doctors being increased. And that's why I feel that it's not sufficient to increase number of doctors. We need to have ways of augmenting their abilities. And one more reason why we need to do that is because of this additional dimension that I want to demonstrate through a simple cognitive exercise. So I'm going to tell you a number of items, and I want everyone to sit up straight and focus, because the items will be displayed only once, and you can't note them down. You have to, this is a test basically of your working memory. So I want to see how many of these items you can recall correctly. So it's a grocery list, and let's begin. So are you able to see that? Yep. I'll do that one more time. I think that went by too quickly. Okay, here goes. So there's milk, bananas, rice, salt, tomatoes, onions, eggs, coffee, spinach, yogurt, bread. Yeah, that's all. Now for this next part, I want you all to take out your phones and let's see how many of these you can recall. Okay, just scan this QR code quickly, and you will be taken to a page where we'll do that activity. Okay, everyone scanned it? Yeah, one or two people are still scanning. Okay? All right. Yeah, I didn't mean to make it more challenging. Okay, so the first question is, select the items that you were shown. So can you select which items were shown in this? So without saying it out loud, let's see which items were shown. Just a second. Sorry about that. Okay. All right. So this is how people have responded. So there's eggs, spinach, bread, coffee. That's good. Very few people have gone for juice or carrots or honey. And how about the previous one? Let's look at that as well. And over here as well, we have a very, very well-defined distribution of answers, and very, very few outliers. So that shows that how much cognitive abilities our healthcare workers have, because the average working memory, it's much less than what you guys demonstrated right now. And any guesses? How much is the average working memory, or how many number of items can we hold in our working memory at a time? Yes? 5? 20? 8? Yes, 8 has been the traditional answer. So 7 plus minus 2. Sorry? Sorry? Forward or backward? Right, so that also is a challenge, another level of complexity. And sometimes clinicians have to deal with that level of complexity as well. So in brief, my point is that there's a very finite number of items that you can hold in your working memory on average as a layman. Of course, clinicians with time and academicians with time, they're able to hold much more than the average person. But still there's a finiteness to that. In fact, there are studies to suggest that the working memory is in decline over the years. It was estimated to be 7 in 1956, but by 2001 it's estimated to be around 5. Furthermore, something that the clinicians also have to do is task switching. They have to switch between research, teaching, and even within the ward, they have to switch between different patients, different variables, and all of that also incurs a cognitive cost. And there's also the working memory or the effect on working memory due to stress. So it further degrades because of stress as well when you're dealing with a life and death situation. So even though our healthcare workers clearly have an advantage when it comes to working memory thanks to their years of experience and cognitive training, but still the healthcare demands are already, and with time they will further outweigh the cognitive bandwidth of healthcare workers, because health data is evolving in a number of ways. There are changing disease patterns. We already talked about rising burden as well as continued pandemic risk. There's rapid evolution of medical knowledge. There's increased data and complexity, and also system strain due to healthcare worker shortage, as I mentioned, high patient volumes, and the pressure on care delivery. Because of all of these factors, it is a professional necessity to expand your capacities as clinicians in today's age. And that's why I say we have to augment the abilities of healthcare workers digitally. And what I mean by that is some of the superpowers that I talk about, which help doctors do a better job with lesser effort. And those superpowers, I call them teleperception, data vision, and also spidey sense. These basically mean that teleperception would mean that you're able to access a wider variety of data anywhere and anytime, in fact, in real time. And data vision means that you get predictive insights, and those predictive insights guide better decision making. And spidey sense, of course, means early warning systems that alert the clinicians before trouble strikes. So now I'll tell you some examples of real-world solutions that we have implemented here at Era, which help in augmenting the abilities of our healthcare workers. And I'll tell you that in all the solutions that I'm about to present, I'll give you in the format of a safety gap that we addressed. And particularly over here, we had the safety gap of large, continuous, changing data, multiple patients, and decisions that were often reactive. And that's actually the case across all ICUs across the world. Then what we did was we used the eICU dashboard to create a workflow shift. And it resulted in centralized visibility, trend-based monitoring, and structured prioritization of risk signals. Lastly, what was the safety impact of this? So there was better allocation of clinical attention, because there's only so many things that, as I said, even though you have a larger working memory, but it still is finite. So the better you're able to optimize, the more safe the patient would be. Earlier recognition of patterns is also enabled through this kind of a dashboard, and reduced cognitive fragmentation. I'll give you a glimpse of that dashboard. So this is what it looks like. You see all the real-time vitals, latest investigative parameters of each patient. So basically we integrated all the patient monitors, ventilators, ABG machines, infusion pumps, and got all of that data synced into a centralized dashboard where it's available in an intuitive manner. So there's color coding of values. The more red-shifted it is, the more deranged the value is. So it's like a heat map of emergency or deranged values. Just a second. Sorry about that. Right. And because we're getting a continuous stream of data, so we're able to sort the most critical patients to the top of the list. And that helps, all of that helps in prioritizing patients in a data-driven manner, and helps reduce the workload or the clinical burden, cognitive burden on our healthcare workers. We also developed our own dedicated hardware, which further added to the richness of the data on the dashboard. So digital stethoscope was one such hardware, pocket ECG is another one, and video laryngoscope is another one. All of this got covered by Gartner in a case study as well about how critical care capacity can be scaled with an AI-enabled remote ICU platform. Now, of course, Gartner talked about scaling up of critical care capacity, but you can look at it from a different perspective as well. If you keep the capacity at the same scale, you can increase the abilities, you can reduce the workload of the healthcare workers tremendously through such a technology. And just to drive the point home, the difference between traditional and smart ICU is so vast that it can be compared to looking at a picture or a Polaroid and looking at a live stream. So if you're continuously looking at a live stream, you can tell specifically when a particular event precipitated and why it precipitated. So that's the difference that an eICU dashboard brings to the healthcare system. And very briefly, in the traditional ICU, data is captured at intervals, so that leaves large blind spots. There's delayed recognition of deterioration, and there's a high burden, of course, and increased burnout and risk of medical error. Whereas in the smart ICU system, you get real-time data streams with virtually no blind spots. AI can detect microtrends early, enabling proactive interventions, and automated documentation and alerts are possible, which of course reduces workload, burnout, and chances of missing the early signs of deterioration. The next solution is clinical decision support system. So we made this because we realized that medication decisions require combining multiple data points. There's a very big reliance on the memory and manual cross-checking. And of course, that's not possible most of the time practically in an OPD setting or even in a critical care kind of a setting. And because of that, there are variations in prescribing workflows across clinicians. So the workflow shift that we aimed for through this solution was relevant clinical context presented together at the point of prescription itself, standardized decision pathways, and embedded safety logic within workflow steps. The impact of such a solution is that there's more consistent prescribing decisions, there's reduced mental integration burden, and of course safety checks become part of routine workflow. And this we've done through our decision support system, which we call NOMED. And basically it's a data bank of thousands of medicines, rare diseases and metabolic disorders, as well as food products, active constituents, and herbs. And because of this large data, it syncs or it continuously scans the patient data and the prescribing notes of the doctors, and based on that it provides these real-time smart alerts like drug interactions, drug contraindications, vasopressor optimization, fluid imbalance alerts, and oxygen support optimization alerts. Now the second last solution is computer vision for patient safety, and this is a technology that we've been using for two use cases specifically. I'll just skip through all of this. So what we're doing is we're using, first of all, what does computer vision mean? Does anyone over here have an idea, or can anyone guess what is computer vision? So computer vision is the technology by which computers or software is able to recognize patterns through a camera system. So they're able to recognize, like the use cases that we've used it for is they're able to recognize when a patient has changed its position on an ICU bed, for example. So patients who are immobilized for a long time, you can track how long they have been in a particular position using computer vision without any additional effort on the part of healthcare workers. Similarly, you can track hand hygiene compliance and also sanitization protocols, how well they are being followed by the biomedical technicians when they are deploying or changing a particular monitor or ventilator or other equipment. So I'll show you a quick video of this technology and how we have implemented it. I think the sound is missing, but the video is pretty self-explanatory. So in some cases we are using CCTV cameras, in other cases we are using Meta Ray-Ban smart glasses for tracking the protocol adherence when it comes to hand hygiene, when it comes to sanitization protocols, as well as the patient positioning. And because this is something that is automatically assessed, so this is particularly useful when you are monitoring a large number of technicians, large number of nurses, or allied health workers, and oftentimes it's easy for them to get desensitized to these kind of protocols. But at least if we were to scale up this technology, we would be having an idea, or we would be able to have actual quality indicators rather than fabricated ones that most hospitals do for NABH and other compliances. So all of this is being done in an automated manner. It's just that their glasses have to be on them, and just through a simple piece of hardware, we are able to ensure better compliance and reward those who are doing good and sensitize those who still need some hand holding. So this for hospitals who are very patient centric, they can actually have some kind of a public viewing dashboard where these kind of metrics can be seen in real time. And in fact, we have been talking to several think tanks to develop a patient centricity score where these kind of parameters can be auto-tracked, and the hospitals can be rewarded based on these KPIs. So I think you get the idea. And lastly, the solution that I want to talk about is digital twin and chronic care management platform. So this is for extending the safety beyond the hospital encounter, because again, the safety gap is that sometimes risks or events can precipitate between visits. And chronic disease progression, while it is gradual, precipitations can be hard to detect and can often surprise the patient as well as the clinician. Care is, of course, episodic in chronic care, but disease is continuous. So the workflow shift that we are aiming for is longitudinal data visibility across time, trend-based risk modeling, and shared monitoring between the patient and the care team. And the impact of such a technology would be earlier recognition of trajectories, improved continuity of care, and better adherence to treatment and self-tracking protocols. One of the ways that we are doing this is through a chronic disease management platform, which we call Vitalio. And what it does is it's a device agnostic chronic disease management platform. So you don't need to have a device from a particular vendor, or you don't need to replace all the devices that you already might have at home as a patient. you can work with any device because Vitalio has its own AI-enabled health assistant. So it's a voice-enabled assistant. So you can just speak into the app and say that my blood pressure is 130 by 91, and it automatically feeds the data into the respective fields, and all of that can get displayed at your treating physician's dashboard. And of course, the physician themselves, they don't need to monitor everything, only the outlier data or something that is suddenly going astray, that can be highlighted at the clinical dashboard. And the other thing that we've developed, so this is the first prototype of it, and it is still under testing, but basically it's a radar-based technology which is able to detect the heart rate and respiratory rate of patients continuously from a distance without ever coming into physical contact with the patient. So zero physical contact, which of course eliminates the infection risk and patient discomfort as well. No sensors, cables, or electrodes are required. Real-time monitoring can be done continuously for heart rate and respiratory rate. And of course it's IoT, so Wi-Fi enabled, so that all of the data can be transmitted to healthcare systems in real time. And the main use case for this is again chronic disease management, or perhaps home care, where just like we have several of these smoke alarms installed in this hall, you can install a vital radar on top of the patient's bed. Because when it comes to other wearables like a watch or a ring, you have to charge that, and oftentimes patients, they would take that off and they won't put it on again. So there's a compliance problem in that. But as far as vital radar is concerned, if you install it right above the patient's head where they sleep every night, so it's very unlikely that they would change their place of sleep. So you'd be able to get continuous overnight heart rate and respiratory rate of at-risk patients through this kind of a device. So in summary, just last 2 slides. So in summary, basically all the innovations that I showed you, they were along several safety dimensions. One of them was around the dimension of attention. Next one was decision making. The next was observation, and the last one was along the dimension of time. And the solution that we discussed was eICU dashboard, so that's taking care of the safety dimension in terms of the attention. And what it does is it prioritizes the signals from all of the noise that you're getting from various devices. Clinical decision support system, it takes care of the decision-making aspect, and it helps with cognition and recall. The smart sensing or the computer vision technology, it helps with the observation dimension of safety. And the way it does is by ensuring there's a continuity of monitoring. And time, the dimension of time when it comes to safety is being taken care of by the digital twin or chronic care management technology for longitudinal care and visibility. So in summary, digital solutions are necessary to reduce cognitive load. And if we reduce cognitive load, it will create healthier workflows. Healthier not just for the patients, but also for healthcare workers. And ultimately, of course, all of that will help enhance patient safety. So with that, I thank everyone for their attention, and I'm available for any questions the audience or the chairs might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zoli Khan, for your wonderful presentation as well as your cognitive exercise you have given us, and a lot of gadgets you have shown. Basically, for decades we were relying on SOPs, guidelines and checklists to ensure patient safety, but with the use of technologies or predictive technologies, we can now move on from correcting errors to preventing errors, as you rightly said. Just adding, does the audience have any question? I just want to add that I'm coming from the emergency and trauma setting at 𝐂𝐚𝐭𝐢𝐞, which is a really busy place. And it's a very high risk zone for medical errors as well.
Of course.
And the reason for medical errors is not because of lack of knowledge, it may be because of communication breakdown. That is high performance communication. If something can be devised about the senior gives a message and junior misunderstood and senior assumes that it has been done, this ambiguity can kill a patient. So if some electronic transfer...
That's a very good pain point that you've highlighted, because in a high workload setting, it's very easy to have those communication gaps.
Electronic transfer format, electronic templates to transfer the patient from the ED to the ward or forward flow, or coming from one hospital to the other. That can be, because in emergency it's only the high performance communication that matters.
100%.
So that's really wonderful, and I also wish to tell the audience that it's basically we have to move from the blame culture to the culture of speaking up against for the patient safety.
Yes, 100%.
Thank you very much.
100%.
And I invite the audience to ask any questions.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Digital component with some amount of AI which is enabled. Now, are you able to really put lot of analytics and give a personalized kind of a suggestions for a patient? I mean, all these are good digital solutions. You have add AI in many components. How do you add now, analyze and tell, okay, for this particular patient, this would be helpful? Have you come to that level of analytics?
So that's where digital twin technology comes in, where using vast amount of longitudinal data. Once you have that amount of data, then you'll be able to do better predictions. And that's why the first step towards that is digitizing more of our healthcare ecosystems. And of course, digitizing the chronic care disease journey as well. And that's the reason that, I mean, to answer your question in short, while we have a number of good predictive AI use cases in critical care settings, because we're getting a huge volume of data from all of those equipments on a minute by minute basis, sometimes even second by second basis. So we're able to do much more predictions over there. We're able to do risk scoring, AI-enabled risk scoring for sepsis, for AKI, and many other conditions, of course, bed sores as well. But when it comes to more personalized data, or rather for non-hospitalized patients, that is where we are lacking data. I mean, as a healthcare system as a whole, we don't have much data on that, and that's something that we need to start collecting now. And to address Professor Heather's point, I think communication breakdown is definitely a bottleneck for good emergency care. And one way to do that potentially could be through QR code or RFID kind of a system, where you have RFIDs on each of the beds, and as soon as the JR or any of the doctors or technicians or nurses, they reach that place, they are able to visualize or maybe even listen to exactly what the doctor had instructed. So it could be voice note instructions that gets played in their earpiece upon approaching the bed. So something like that can be enabled, or there could also be one more thing that we've been working in our OPDs, we've been trying it out, is ambient listening. So ambient listening is where the doctor is not taking notes, where the patient is not inputting anything. The patient and the doctor are just having a conversation, and everything is getting transcribed. So all of that is happening now in Zoom and various other platforms as well. But in the medical setting, if we were to do that right, of course it's a challenge in the Indian context because of different dialects, different languages. But if we were to solve that, at least at the workforce level, so if we do this kind of an ambient listening or voice-enabled transcription for the JRs, for technicians, for nurses. That could potentially track a lot of those things that get missed in emergency departments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this excellent presentation. Right from morning session, we have been hearing about medication errors, adverse events, and then what are the preventive measures are to be taken, and the scope of AI. Now, I think, rightly pointed out, a lot of work has been done by Era University. And not only that it has been done, but it has been put into practice. And this software and all these things, you see this, it was proved to be a big boon during our COVID phase. And not only that, we have given this software, as
Yes.
I will tell you, to many institutions.
Yes, including RML Lucknow. We gave this EICU dashboard to them during COVID-19. And of course, they didn't want the whole suite of features. They were afraid of perhaps of the cognitive burden. Perhaps some of them might have been afraid of the accountability as well that comes with such a vast, detailed view. But that's the kind of prioritization that healthcare systems have to do. And of course, it doesn't mean that you get accounted for just because more data is available. Because the beginning of all of this technology is the premise that there are cognitive limitations of the human mind. So no one would expect you to process all of that data all the time. And that's why you can't hold anyone liable just because everything is getting recorded 24/7. You can't hold anyone liable for not being able to track, 60 readings of heart rate every hour, because that's not humanly possible. But at least, why I'm saying that is because that should not deter us from using such systems, such technologies. We should make it clear that this is not for increasing your liability, it's for your safety net, so that you're able to catch more of the things that you generally miss.
Thank you very much. I hope you will come up with some solution for busy EDs also.
Yes, that's given us a lot of ideas. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think in our 20 survey we can give a big hand.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful talk. May I now request Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Farzana Mehndi ma'am, to felicitate our esteemed chairpersons, Dr. Haider Abbas and Dr. D.K. Vasonkar, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. May I now request our chairpersons to felicitate our speaker. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. May I now request our chairpersons to felicitate our speaker, Dr. Thank you, sir. Moving on for our last session theme, implementing change from research to policy and practice. For this, our first chairperson is Dr. 𝐂𝐚𝐭𝐢𝐞𝐧𝐭, who is currently serving as Professor, Department. He's not here. Okay, our next chairperson is Professor Dr. Syed Taslim Raza, who is Professor, Department of Biochemistry, Era's Lucknow Medical College and Hospital, Era University, Lucknow, with over 15 years of experience in teaching and research. His research focuses on human genetics and molecular medicine and cancer biomarkers. May I now request Sir to kindly commence the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm privileged to share this session on patient safety from research to practice. Before starting this session, I would like to reiterate one thing, that patient safety is not only our clinical priority, but it is our moral obligations. So, moving forward, introducing our speaker, Dr. Beena Joshi. She is Scientist G and Head of the Operational Implementation Research, Resource Hub, DHR, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare.
It's fine, sir.
Okay. Right now she is Scientist G and Head, Department of Operational and Implementation Research, 𝐼CMR, National Institute for Research in Reproductive and Child Health. She has done MBBS, DRH from UK, PhD in Public Health, MUHS, key position held. She is in charge of HTA Resource Hub at NIRRCH, Nodal Officer, WHO Collaborating Center for Research and member of the WHO Guidelines Developmental Group. She has many awards, recipient of Best STA Center Award at the DHR 𝐼CMR Health Research Excellence Summit 2024, Golden Jubilee Research Award, 𝐼CMR International Fellowship Award for the Senior Biomedical Scientist, honored by Association of Medical Women in India during Women's Day 2024 in recognition of the scientific contribution in the area of reproductive health. She has number of papers published, more than 100 publications in peer-reviewed journals, authored book chapters and position papers. She has her focus area of research is health system research, epidemiology and HTA. Please ma'am, it's requested to present you.
Thank you, Chair, for the kind introduction. A very good evening to one and all. It's challenging to be the last speaker. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers, Dr. Sucheta Dandekar ma'am specially for inviting me here, and Dr. Abbas Mehendi sir and Dr. Farzana Mehendi madam for your very kind hospitality. And it's been a pleasure and a great learning for me sitting throughout the day with all the esteemed speakers. I was just thinking about the cognitive exercise that my earlier speaker did. And I was trying to summarize the whole day. Being the last speaker, I think I can do that. And what are those 8 or 9 key words that come from this meeting from the morning? And you will all agree that patient safety was the first core theme of this workshop. Quality of care, standardized care, errors, health systems or system-related problems. I was very happy that Dr. Gyani did introduce you to the concept of Ayushman Bharat, health insurance. And my earlier speaker, Dr. John Abbas, did a wonderful job of introducing innovation and technology. Dr. Venkatesh started with technology. The Japan example was amazing. And now the last speaker also talked about technology. And I think I have the liberty to expect one more keyword that can go after this, after my presentation, and that would be health technology assessment. So I come from public health background, and I'm going to give you more from the government's perspective, right?
and also share what ICMR and DHR, Department of Health Research, has been doing in this area, which is more or less talking about patient safety and also accessible quality care to reach the last mile, right? So I need not talk about this universal health coverage and these sustainable development goals that we are all committed to, where we say that quality care should reach to the last mile without having to bear financial hardships. And so the out-of-pocket expenditure is what is very concerning, and government is doing a lot of innovative things and investing in a lot of strategies to bring down this out-of-pocket expenditure. Now, we all know that basic research to transfer from the lab to the from the lab to the bedside and then to the community is a very, very tedious and lengthy process. And in each of those steps, what is most talked about is evidence-based decisions, and effectiveness and safety measures are the key. And I have tried to bring these words specifically in tune with the theme of this conference, so that this is the underlying, the intention to give quality care at every step. Now, if there is a new technology that Dr. John talked about, for example, we are wondering about efficacy. It can work in limited settings, but what when it goes out to the real community? Does it work in the similar way? And that is what we are concerned, effectiveness. And then we think also about cost effectiveness, whether bringing all these high-end technologies are going to be cost effective. So unless and until you have clinical effectiveness proven, we cannot conduct cost effectiveness analysis. So this is one of the basic concepts. Now, once we have the technology, would it be feasible to introduce in this technology that Sir talked about in, say, a very busy KEM hospital setting or a government primary health care or secondary or tertiary health care setting? So there we talk about feasibility and acceptability of a new technology or new intervention. And then we also think about when it has to be taken to scale, what would be the budget impact? How much would it mean to have that incremental budget that would be, or cost expenditure that would be needed to enable all this reach to the masses? And okay, then we agree. This is workable, this is feasible, this is adaptable, and the costs are also permitting us. And then we make our guidelines and policies, okay, based on these experiments that we really work on. But do these really go the way planned? Many a times the answer is no. And we are talking about all that we learn in medical school, the quality, when it comes to practice, it often fails. And there is where we call implementation research. We know that this is important. We have to do it. There are frameworks, there are guidelines, but something is failing at some point of time. And that research is how. We are asking a question, how do we ensure all what is intended is actually practiced or actually being done as per the framework or guidelines, and how to deliver. So these are the different perspectives of research, from innovation to implementation. And in all this, we do have to document the safety. There is a very important, crucial component of audits, monitoring, and evaluation throughout. I thought since there is a good ecosystem now in India, and I could see from Dr. John's presentation that every day, and even earlier Sir did mention, innovations are happening day in and day out. We are talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat. There are a lot of incubation hubs everywhere, supported by the government at times. And we know these technologies do not see the light of the day. They are very inquisitive to begin with, but then they fail, and we call them valley of deaths at different times in their development till they reach the common man, I would say. So this is an innovative strategy, which is a collaborative effort between ICMR, CDSCO and DCGI, who are trying to, and Niti Aayog, to bring together a helping hand to these innovators throughout this entire process, to handhold them not only in terms of technical assistance but also financial assistance, and link them to industry partners or also to colleges or systems where, or ICMR research institutes where they could be validated, the technologies could be validated and then adapted in the long run. So I thought this MedTech Mitra, it is called, this is a portal and everybody is free to access it and know more about it. So okay, now we have this technology. Now it is approved by CDSCO, and when the technology is approved by CDSCO, the National Health Mission is when wants to consider it. Now we are all currently guided by our National Health Policy. One of the earlier speakers also mentioned about it. And the National Health Policy is a framework, so if it falls within that framework and if it is a priority health issue, then the National Health Mission does address it. And in between the approval of the CDSCO and bringing it to the program, to the National Health Mission, is where the health technology assessment or cost effectiveness of interventions is assessed. And then there are these guidelines that are made. So if you look at the NHM portal, you will see all these different vertical programs, RMNCHA, health system strengthening, NCD, communicable disease, etc. And there are specific guidelines to give a very good framework. But you see our health system is too overburdened and weak. And policies are made, but implementation gaps do exist. And it is expected that common man is benefited. The common man, I thought, is like these three monkeys, who is not concerned, who is not aware, who is really not wanting to really learn more. I hope this scenario is changing over time. But basically so health is mainly a concern of the public health providers than the patient themselves. So more so when it is preventive and promotive. Once somebody is sick, they do access care, but preventive and promotive health care is something that we are more responsible than the community themselves. And in this entire process, safety, ethics all play a very, very crucial role. So the health technology assessment did form a very crucial component of our national health policy, where there was a commitment that all technologies would be assessed for their cost effectiveness, not only from the cost perspective, but also from the social, equity, and ethical perspectives. And also there is a commitment that when the technologies are assessed and if they are found cost effective, they should be adapted by the systems themselves. Now, making such a choice is always very difficult, because if you have to consider the technologies that my earlier speaker spoke, there is something like opportunity cost, meaning you are going to invest in something, foregoing something else because I have limited budget. And when you sit on the chair of that decision maker, you have ever wanting needs, a larger population with different disease spectrums and new innovations. So you are always in that dicey position. How do I invest my limited resources the right way and make sense that every rupee spent is valid and useful for the community that I'm serving? And so how much more benefit I can do by spending 1 rupee for that individual. And that is what we call a balance is needed for these competing needs. And decision making is a very, very difficult process, because there are different influencers in this entire play. And HTA, or health technology assessment, is just one tool in this kitty. It is not the only tool, but one tool in the kitty for evidence-based decision making. So what health technology does is it ensures that there is clinical effectiveness. So if there is any question that is posed to us, we first look at literature for evidence. So publication, documentation of every little thing that we know and do about health technologies should be available in public domain, published literature, and robust evidence. So once that is available, we look at cost effectiveness, and the technologies could be anything from drugs, devices, diagnostics, or even surgical treatment modalities, or the techniques that are used, or even the national programs at scale. So this not only helps in priority setting, but also the whole perspective is different. Here we are talking of clinicians making decision for the patient, but in health technology assessment, we try to value what the patient feels for himself. So the quality adjusted life years is what we are looking at, because that is what is valued by the patient. Now, when a clinician is looking at a disease, if we make the patient survive for a longer time, the clinician is happy. But is the patient happy living that long with, say, whatever morbidities he may have? So that is the whole difference in the perspective that this assessment brings. And also, health technology assessment helps in better quality control on the growing private health sector, because there is competition of the technologies and assessments in a fair way. So here, what we do is a systematic review of what is available, systematic review and meta-analysis of what evidence is available for efficacy, effectiveness. And of course, when you look at safety and efficacy, the adverse events, the side effects, all this have to be reported, that need to be taken into account. So we arrive at a magic number, I would say, which is called incremental cost effectiveness ratio, which is nothing but difference in cost by difference in outcomes. And when you have this magic number, it is assessed against a threshold. Now, threshold is the willingness to pay capacity of any country or an individual. And that, since we do not have our own thresholds, we consider GDP per capita as our threshold. So for our country at present, it is around 1.5 lakhs. So if this magic number falls within this threshold line, we say that intervention is cost effective from public health perspective. Now in this, every outcome, it can be different. Say I'm working in maternal health, there could be an oncology related product. So if there are different outcomes for different technologies, the clinical outcomes cannot be compared and say one is more important than the other. Maternal health or cancer, where do I invest in? And so there has to be one common denominator which is cross-cutting across different disease spectrums, and for which we in India have agreed to use quality adjusted life years as our denominator for all the technologies that we assess. So we assess the difference in cost by the difference in quality adjusted life years for one intervention versus the standard of care that is available. And DHR, Department of Health Research, has established several HTA resource centers and hubs across India. They have capacitated them, and there are very rigorous processes in place. There is a prioritizing committee that looks after what evidence is available, whether it is a priority health problem for our country scenario, and then it is assigned to the respective resource centers, and many studies have been completed with good publications. So the whole exercise involves a lot of stakeholders, consultation with experts, looking at evidence, appraising the committees and making a decision, and finally recommendations are given to the respective divisions in the ministry. So health technology assessment, once it is done, then there are clinical guidelines that follow, and then standard treatment workflows are developed based on those guidelines, and then the health benefit packages for different insurance schemes are also, the evidence is used for making those packages. Right. So here in the stakeholder consultation or engagement, patients and clinicians form two important part to it, because we don't only hear from the clinical perspective, but we also have patient voices about what they feel and what they would want to have regarding a particular technology. And then we do have policy briefs, because all these technical things are very difficult for policymakers to understand. So in brief, summaries are provided to the technical, to the respective stakeholders or policymakers for implementation. This is the website where you can have a look at all these policy briefs. I would also like to state that the DHR HTAIN portal is open for any innovator to put in their innovation topic if they want to be considered for the public health assessment. With all the available evidence, that portal is open and you can also freely put your topics there. So a number of technologies have been assessed, and we did a large scale health system costing exercise, because that is one important part of this technology assessment, is how much is the government spending for a particular service. Now this is a database that is available free, and it has a drop down menu. For example, you may say IPD for a cesarean delivery, how much does it cost at a tertiary hospital or at a secondary hospital. So there is a drop down menu for the services that are assessed, and this exercise is very robust, done across multiple sites in India, and this database is available for anybody to use. Now, what happened because of this was the Ayushman Bharat health benefit packages were revised, because when this was earlier, as Sir said, PMJY way back in 2018 it was launched, it was like sitting with some experts and arbitrarily assessing package rates for different services. But here you have evidence-based packaging, and so there were a lot of revisions in the packages, some increased and some decreased. And so this was a very, very beneficial exercise. And now we are also undertaking another exercise for private empaneled hospitals for a number of specialty services. And empaneled hospitals, the private sector is also encouraged to be party to this, so that patients don't like to go to government setups, have the opportunity to seek care at the private settings. Now, I will share in brief 1 or 2, 3 examples of how this research has helped translate into policy and program. So one was a question that came to us was whether implant contraceptive could be added to the contraceptive method mix in India, the implant Nexplanon single rod implant. And we showed that it was cost effective. At rupees 900, the government negotiated this price, and then this is now, there are technical guidelines, and it has been rolled out in 10 states, and many states are to follow. But does it stop here? There is a lot of feasibility, acceptability type of studies done. A lot is invested in training to see what are the adverse events and how the women accept and what are those. But these all need to get reported, so that this is a continuous process and not one-time assessment. Similarly, we have one very good example to share on sickle cell anemia. I don't know if UP has sickle cell problem, but there are some endemic states which are having high burden of sickle cell, and we only had solubility test at the primary health care to diagnose sickle cell. And so there is this National Sickle Cell Elimination Program, and the government was very keen to see if there were any point of care tests that were available. And we looked at the literature and found that there were 2 tests that were available, but imported ones, which were costing 300 rupees, vis-a-vis a solubility test, which was 10-15 rupees per case. And we said no, at 300 rupees, this test is not cost effective. There were very many benefits of those point of care tests, which was like a urine pregnancy kit, a lateral flow immunoassay, and it could differentiate between trait and disease immediately, unlike a solubility test which needed HPLC confirmation. So we told the government that at rupees 100, it could be cost effective. The government negotiated the price, and then the kit was available at 82 rupees. But meanwhile, a lot of indigenous innovators came up with multiple such kits which were validated by ICMR, and now the kits are available at 28 rupees. So you see from 300, the type of journey and the cost saving that this could make for the country is a very good quoted example. And there were these OMs that were sent out to all the states from the National Health Mission, and it was also incorporated in the guidelines. We are also working on the hydroxyurea prophylaxis treatment for sickle cell patients, which is available in capsule form. It is not an ideal drug delivery formulation because it has to be titrated for the children as per their body weight. There is a lot of wastage, and now there are these solutions, oral solutions which are strawberry flavored. There are dispersible tablets, and so ministry is interested to know by bringing these into the program, is it cost effective? And we did demonstrate its cost effectiveness, and they are in the process of bringing it to the program. Similar is the case with single dose ferric carboxy maltose versus iron sucrose that has been in the program since long to treat iron deficiency anemia in pregnancy, and even this is now part of the guideline. So we have several such good examples. For TB also, a lot of these tests were subjected to HTA analysis before they were brought into the program. So I think in the interest of time, and many states have adapted these technologies. And so we could say there is good return on investment because all that was done has come to use in the program settings. Now, once this is all available, we have to undertake operations research to see feasibility, acceptability, and then there are these standard treatment workflows and guidelines that are made for implementing most of these programs, and then the implementation research has its own story because that is where you identify where are the implementation gaps and address them. So these are some of the National Health Research Priority Programs of ICMR. A lot of task force studies have been undertaken because we are dealing with these issues since a very long time. Anemia, we are still not able to reach anywhere. Even today, 50 to 60% of our population is anemic. What is going wrong? Whether it is the strategy or whether it is the drugs or compliance, what is the issue? So a lot of such studies are undertaken. Cancer screening, only 3 to 5% of NCD program is addressing cancer, cervical, breast cancer. Comprehensive primary health care, the Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Centers, which are established across populations but are not providing those 13 package of services. We heard about digital health and similarly many other priorities. I don't know, it's hung. Not moving. So I think it's our collective responsibility as stakeholders from different fields that we generate evidence to help make guidelines. Training is also our responsibility. It's not one-time training, but a repeated, continuous medical education, as we call it, monitoring the skills of the providers, community sensitization, supervision, and updating. AI, I think all our generation, we have to get updated with these new techniques, new technologies. We should also learn the skills of documenting what pharmacovigilance sir was talking, Nilima Shirsagar madam. Every adverse event that you note will help somewhere in the long run. And then we should be open to amendment and learning throughout. And then keeping common man and patient at the center. So I think we are at a very, very beautiful stage in the country where we're talking of self-reliance, we're talking of care, quality, closer to our homes, with insurance. What more do we need? We just need to be responsible, to be able to deliver this good, what is there, has emerged, and make the best use of it for the benefit of common man. The journey is treacherous, long, never ending. Nevertheless, there is a road, and we have to see the light of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving light now. Now it's time to question and answer from the audience. If there is no question,
Everybody is tired, sir.
yes, yeah.
Yes, please. Not implementation research. It's for
cost effectiveness.
Cost effectiveness.
Yeah. So, ma'am, if there's a completely new technology as the one we demonstrated in cases of ICU, charting, etc.
Yes.
So, how do we how do we go ahead and calculate their outcomes?
Right. So basically, it is a modeling exercise. You will appreciate. It is not something that we go out in the field and do cost effectiveness analysis. So when you cannot measure quality adjusted life years for, say, a comatose patient, what we would be more interested is in clinical outcomes then in that case, because then infections prevented or whatever complications averted or ICU time reduced, or we'll have to find out some other clinical measures justifying that quality adjusted life years may not be the right thing to do unless you know that they are improving and they'll be out of it, so we can still measure the quality. Because there are specific tools that we use to measure QALYs and DALYs. We could do DALY assessment, disability adjusted life years on this, yes.
Thank you, ma'am, for enlightening all of us. I think it gives a very good perspective on the entire HTA part of it, and especially onto understanding that how technology can be used especially for the common man and at a cost which is very low, so that the government, when it's investing, has to really think about, what money is going into it. In that perspective also, when we talk about newer technology and talk about MedTech Mitra, so do we all need to go through those the MedTech Mitra, and also have just a small brief about MedTech Mitra would help, I think, how technologies can help.
Yeah. See, MedTech Mitra is a portal for innovators who are seeking support, because it is like a continuous support system that is available right from the development phase to validation to tying up with industry, and also through the all the approvals that are needed. So you know what challenges an innovator faces, and he's very excited about his product. Once it is out, he doesn't know where to take it, and it doesn't see that scale that it could really benefit. So I think this portal that has been created is a very good platform that can help scale up good interventions.
Thank you, ma'am. I have one question, like in certain scenario there is a resistance to change with the newer policies and the technologies. In such condition, how you address the situations?
So as I said, sir, our job as researchers is to provide evidence. Policy making is a very different ball game altogether, but we are moving from empirical policy decisions to evidence-based policy decisions, and I see that change because whatever I showed you is all going somewhere. It is not because I felt something has to grow. And I'll tell you, we are trying to educate and sensitize all these stakeholders. That has to be a continuous process. We are getting questions back, trying to understand
what does this result mean? So when we see that happening, it really encourages us that somebody is reading our documents, and when these decisions are made, there are these stakeholders from not only ministry but also from allied departments and also from different organizations. So it is very open and transparent process. So I think we are moving in the right direction, although it may not be 100%, but there is definitely some change.
Thank you, ma'am. It was very
and sir, one more thing is these questions that are posed to us. Normally, we as researchers try to read and find out what are the research gaps and come out with our own questions for conducting research. This is not what we do in HTA. The user departments identify the issues or the technology and pose that as a question. So it is someone who is, the end user is asking us the question, so there is some confidence that they are interested. You provide the evidence and then that goes to the program. So that is a big difference in this case.
Thank you, ma'am, once again for very wonderful talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I request Dr. Tariq Mahmood, sir, to kindly felicitate our chairperson, Professor Dr. Taslim Raza, sir. Thank you, sir. Again, I request our chairperson to felicitate our honored speaker, Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. May I now respectfully call Professor 𝐂𝐚𝐭𝐲 for closing remarks.
Thank you very much. I'm listening since morning, and this patient safety, do we try to keep safe our patients? But this conference give us a new direction to our patient safety efforts. I had extracted few things. One is that to make a mistake, there is nothing wrong in it, provided we learn from our mistakes. And Dr. Avinash sir, when I was learning AI, I learned a term, iteration. Iteration means this AI models learn by mistake. And days are not very far when, if we don't learn our mistake, the AI, artificial system will replace us. And things are developing, evolving. Mr. Jha has already told that everything can be monitored electronically. So, ये बहुत बार बात होती है, can AI will replace doctors? अभी तक तो हम कहते थे कि साहब AI will not replace doctors, but AI will replace those doctors. AI, the doctors who know AI will replace doctor who does not know AI. But अभी हमको ये लग रहा है कि साहब AI will systems will replace totally the doctors. सर्जरी में कर दिया, रोबोट्स आ गए हैं. MRI and CT scan machines जो लेटेस्ट हैं, they are already equipped with AI models to diagnose. Pathologists, they are totally equipped with pathology systems are equipped with AI models, and you may not need doctors at all. So we should adjust and learn from our mistake and be perfect. Thank you very much.